Vegapunk creates technology in the ninja world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Action begins. Nagato. With a scream, the woman with long purple hair sat up suddenly, with a look of fear in her eyes. It was just a dream. Raising her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, the young woman got off the bed and put on her clothes. When she pushed open the door, her face was already cold and beautiful. Angel-sama. Hello, Angel-sama. Walking on the road, many ninjas and villagers from the Rain Village were respectful to her along the way. This girl was obviously Konan from the Akatsuki organization. Thinking about the dream she had last night, Konan ignored those respectful villagers and ninjas. She just nodded slightly and left quickly, walking towards the tower where Nagato was. When she walked into the tower where Nagato was, she saw 6 cold figures with nails on their faces, orange hair, and some with lavender samsara eyes, looking at her indifferently. This scene was enough to make anyone feel creepy, but it made Konan breathe a sigh of relief. Nagato, are you okay? Of course I'm fine, and it will probably be better in the future. The head of the 6 Paths of Pain, Tendao Pain, who was wearing the face of Yahiko, spoke in a cold voice without any emotion. However, Konan didn't care. She knew very well that the 6 Paths of Pain were just puppets, and it was impossible for them to have any expressions or emotional voices. However, if the 6 Paths of Pain were fine, then Nagato would definitely be fine. But what Nagato just said still made Konan a little strange. It will be better in the future? Nagato, do you have anything to do? Come up with me, Tendao Pain said, then turned and walked up the stairs. Somehow, Konan felt a little uneasy in her heart, and followed Tendao Pain up. When she walked into Nagato's secret room, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, and covered her mouth. She saw that Nagato, who was supposed to be sitting on a chair, was now standing in the middle of the room with his upper body naked. His skinny body was now full and strong, and the scary iron red on his back had disappeared, leaving only round, hideous wounds. After a moment of surprise, Konan was filled with ecstasy. Nagato, you're recovered. Nagato put on his clothes and answered, yes, I sealed the entire Outer Path Demon statue into my body. Under the powerful vitality stimulation of the Outer Path Demon statue, my injuries have been completely healed. As he spoke, Nagato turned around, and the powerful chakra rolled like a wave. Even though Konan was already a ninja close to the level of Cage, he felt a sense of difficulty breathing. However, Konan did not show any fear on her face. Instead, there were some crystal tears in the corners of her eyes. Great, Nagato. You finally recovered. After recovering, Nagato naturally did not need the 6 Paths of Pain. To put it bluntly, although the 6 Paths of Pain seemed to have all kinds of conveniences, in fact, in terms of pure combat power, it was definitely far inferior to Nagato himself. That was just a second best method for Nagato to exert his combat power when he was injured and his legs were disabled. When he walked to the gathering place of the Akatsuki organization again, the only 2 members of the Akatsuki organization except him, and Konan looked at him in surprise. Who are you? Where is Pain? Kakuzu asked in surprise, his eyes focused on Nagato's reincarnation eyes. Pain is just my puppet. I'm the real one. Nagato said calmly, my name is Nagato, and I'm the leader of Akatsuki. Looking at Konan, who was following behind Nagato with a blank expression but no objection, Kakuzu felt that what the red-haired man in front of him said should be true. However, as a veteran rebel ninja, he would not just rely on his feelings to confirm the truth. Want to be our leader? Whether what you said is true or not, let me test your strength first. As soon as the voice fell, Kakuzu's hand flew out like a meteor hammer, and black tentacles connected between his fist and arm, making the entire arm stretch more than 10 meters at once. With a sneer, Nagato also knew that he had to show his skills in order to subdue the 2 guys from Akatsuki. He glanced at Kakuzu calmly, and the strong repulsive force instantly pressed on Kakuzu's body, and he was bounced away with a bang. With a click, Kakuzu hit the stone wall directly, knocking out a big hole. His fist flew backwards and hit his face, looking quite embarrassed. How can a mortal like you offend the majesty of God? Nagato spoke coldly, full of a bit of chunibyo feeling, but there are so many psychopaths in the world of Naruto, and the faces of the people present were very calm after hearing this. Well, Conan is used to it, and Kakuzu's facial expression has not changed since he practiced the secret technique. As for the red sand scorpion, you can't expect a puppet to have any expression changes. This move, it's really the leader. Kakuzu climbed up, didn't say much, and stood honestly. Nagato also knew that he was just testing it just now, and didn't do anything else. His eyes turned to the red sand scorpion. Are you going to challenge the majesty of the gods too? Although the red sand scorpion's puppet had no expression on its face, it had been silently looking at him, obviously with some curiosity. After listening to Nagato's question, Scorpion shook his head. I have no interest in who is the leader, as long as it does not interfere with my artwork. However, you just said that the previous pin was your puppet. Can you tell me how you did it? Or, can you show me the puppet? What Scorpion is most proud of is his human puppet technology. However, at the beginning, he really did not realize that the Akatsuki boss, Tendo Pin, who he was with every day, was also a puppet. This is not only a shame for him, the strongest puppeteer in the ninja world, but also aroused his great curiosity. Nagato looked at Scorpion, thought for a moment, and replied, the body of Tendo Pain belongs to a good friend of mine. I can't give it to you, but I have several other puppets of the same kind that I can give to you. This ability comes from the bloodline power of the Rinnegan. Perhaps you can research something, but what are you going to use in exchange? Scorpion was silent for a moment. If the organization has a mission recently, I can exchange it by completing the mission. Nagato nodded. Very good. We will have a big mission soon. Have all your puppets been modified? After hearing this, there was no expression on the puppet face of Scorpion, but a bit of depression was revealed in his voice. Not yet. I have too many puppets. It takes a lot of funds and materials to completely transform them. Those mass-produced puppets in the Sand Village have no souls at all. Only the puppets I handmake can be truly called works of art. Although Scorpion has left the Sand Village, he still has quite a few secret agents in the village. As a top puppet master, even if he became a rebel ninja, the puppeteers of the Sand Village still admired him and were proud to have puppets made by the Red Sand Scorpion. Under such circumstances, it was easy for him to develop and infiltrate the Sand Village. Therefore, the Red Sand Scorpion naturally benefited from Vegapunk's reform of the Sand Ninja and learned a lot of new methods of making steel puppets. Even the recently developed combined steel puppet was secretly handed over to the Sand Village Ninja by the Red Sand Scorpion. As for the purpose, it was actually similar to Vegapunk. Through the actual combat exercises of the three major ninja villages, he found the defects of his puppetry and at the same time relied on a large number of ordinary puppeteers to thoroughly perfect some details of his puppetry. However, the Red Sand Scorpion had too many puppets, and he didn't want to use the mass-produced puppets made by Vegapunk and the assembly line factory, but had to process them himself. Although the puppets he made were indeed stronger than those mass-produced puppets, relying on the extraordinary ability of chakra and the talent of Scorpion himself, the energy consumed was too much, and the modification has not yet been completed. Nagato did not comment on what Scorpion said. Now he was controlled by Vegapunk, so he knew very well that the hardcover puppets made by Scorpion were indeed stronger than the mass-produced puppets. But they were definitely not much stronger. It was roughly that 5 hardcover puppets could be compared to 7 or 8 mass-produced puppets, but considering the cost-effectiveness, it was definitely better to go with mass-produced puppets. I'll give you another week to complete all the puppets and prepare for the mission. At that time, I will give you the other 6 paths of pain. Nagato looked at Scorpion and gave the order directly. Hearing that he could obtain the 6 paths of pain, Scorpion nodded directly. Okay, I will complete the modification of all the puppets in 1 week. Even if it cannot be completed, it doesn't matter. With fewer puppets, Scorpion does not think that he cannot complete the task. Although the 5 major ninja villages seem to have a surge of masters like Kinkala, Scorpion, who also benefited from the technology dividends of Vegapunk, is not at all inferior to those people. Except for those perverts. Created by Vegapunk himself, Scorpion can now fight at least 5 ordinary cage level people. 1 week? What actions will the organization take in a week? Kakuzu asked in surprise, and Nagato replied coldly, 1 week later, the Akatsuki organization is ready to execute the plan, to capture the tailed beasts of all the ninja villages. What? Chief, are you crazy? Kakuzu took a breath of cold air and shouted, this is not a few years ago. Since the monster Vegapunk appeared, the strength of the 5 major ninja villages has increased several times compared to before. With just a few of us, even the weakest rock ninja may not be able to deal with it, let alone deal with the 5 major ninja villages at once. Hearing this, Nagato glanced at Kakuzu indifferently. You don't need to take action, just let you help with some early reconnaissance work and later cleanup work. All the tailed beasts will be captured by me alone. Hearing these arrogant words, Kakuzu calmed down and snorted. I hope you are really sure, Chief. I don't want to change my boss again. 7 days passed quickly, and Scorpion and Kakuzu were ready, and came to the Akatsuki gathering place again. Nagato didn't say much. The chip in his brain, calculated at high speed. Through the ability of the Samsurai to control gravity, he quickly opened a small dark portal. Come with me. The other side should be Konoha. Get the 9 tails first, Nagato said. Scorpion and Kakuzu looked at each other. They didn't expect that their leader would have such a time-space ninjutsu. Their confidence in him increased a lot. With this time-space ninjutsu, it is at least very convenient to run away. Even those big ninja villages can't do anything to them. Conan looked worried as the 3 people walked in. Before the operation was carried out, Nagato asked Conan to stay in the Rain Village. Although Conan herself was not very willing, she couldn't refuse Nagato's request. Don't let anything happen, Nagato. Konoha Ninja Village. During this period of time, with the help of Vegapunk's clone, Konoha has also entered a fast lane of development, but compared with the Cloud Ninja, its development speed is not that fast, but a lot slower. It can only be said that the internal friction within Konoha is too serious. Although Vegapunk has made many inventions, not many of them have been announced. The rest are basically secretly concealed by those families or roots. Not only that, they are gradually strict with Vegapunk's clone. It seems that after discovering that Vegapunk's clone does not have much affection, they directly use him as a tool. Let him stay in the laboratory every day, and even have to be monitored when he goes out. In this regard, the clone named Vegapunk, who is actually a clone of Vegapunk's avatar, did not resist, but just smiled and waited for Konoha to be unlucky. Vegapunk may not destroy Konoha, but he doesn't care how much loss Konoha will suffer. In his opinion, the best development is that all the old conservatives of Konoha die. This is why Nagato's first stop was chosen in Konoha Village. 3 men in black robes with red clouds walked out of the black hole. Nagato, who was in the lead, glanced at the Konohagakure in the distance, and a sneer appeared on his lips. The current Nagato is a super enhanced version. A chip has been installed in his brain, which has super chakra control ability and the ability to instantly perform ninjutsu. He has been injected with the blood of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The original Uzumaki sage has evolved a lot, and the chakra in his body has increased greatly. The Uchiha bloodline also allows him to fully control the Samsurai. Most importantly, he also has a sealed outer path demon statue in his body, which makes his strength leap to the level of Samsurai Uchiha Madara, almost reaching the floor of the 6 paths. Chapter 127. Battle with Konoha. Who is it? At the gate of Konoha Ninja Village, 2 ninjas guarding the gate looked at the 3 people in front of them wearing black-bottomed red cloud robes, and asked with a vigilant look. At this moment, Scorpion of the Red Sand has made his scarlet flowing amber, and the whole person is hiding in the scarlet flowing amber. That looks like a combination of a giant turtle and a scorpion, no longer living up to the image of a handsome man in the past. And Kakuzu, needless to say, with green eyes and a big mask, plus the dark and bloody aura of being mixed in the underground black market for many years. He doesn't look like a good person at all. Now the only normal one is Nagato. After the transformation, Nagato can use the Samsurai freely. Under normal circumstances, he is just a pair of black eyes. However, with 2 henchmen who look difficult to mess with behind him, the ninjas guarding the gate of Konoha will definitely not regard him as an ordinary person. Let's start from here. The controlled Nagato glanced at the two ninjas guarding the gate and found that they were not the Kamizuki Izumo and Gangzatetsu who made Pain's 6 paths afraid to enter through the main gate, and said with a lack of interest, "It makes sense. These two Konoha gate gods are probably only 15 or 16 years old now, so they are not old enough to guard the gate. What do you want to do?" The two Konoha ninjas who were guarding the gate had already felt something was wrong, but Nagato did not give them a chance to attack. With a slight thought in his mind, a terrifying repulsive force burst out from Nagato's front. With a bang, the entire Konoha gate exploded instantly. The strong repulsive force wave stretched out for nearly 1,000 meters, tearing the streets, buildings, and human bodies in front of Nagato into pieces. Originally, Nagato's Shinra Tensei was to repel everything around it indiscriminately with itself as the center of the circle, but now after the optimization of the chip, it can control the direction of the attack. With Nagato as the starting point, a semi-fan shaped pit was formed at a distance of almost hundreds of meters. The pit was full of broken limbs and building ruins, and the two closest gatekeepers had already turned into a pool of blood mud. "The two of you just need to support me. Leave all these Konoha ninjas to me." Looking at the Konoha village, which was in complete chaos, and where countless ninjas were rushing to kill here, Nagato said coldly to the two people behind him, and then went straight to meet them. Scorpion and Kakuzu did not show off their strength. They looked at each other, and retreated a little, ready to watch their boss's performance. Where did these bastard ninjas come from? How dare they attack Konoha village? What's going on? Are the rock ninjas and cloud ninjas coming? Who is it? Who did this? With Nagato's attack, a large number of Konoha ninjas jumped out like wasps whose nests were poked, and Nagato had no intention of dodging at all. Therefore, soon all the Konoha ninjas saw the starting point of the fan-shaped pit, and the figure wearing a black-bottomed red cloud robe was standing. Seeing the culprit Konoha ninja, there was no hesitation at all. The one walking in the front was the Inoshika from Konoha. The three of them immediately started to attack together. King Kong meet Bomb Chariot. With a wild cry, a huge human figure curled up its limbs and hugged into a ball, falling directly from the sky. Shadow control technique. The shadow cast by the flying King Kong chariot suddenly grew long tentacles and connected directly to Nagato's shadow. Mind blast. A blonde ninja formed seals with both hands, and the strange mental power exploded directly in Nagato's mind, like thunder. The ninjutsu of the three tribes of Ino, Shika and Cho has now undergone tremendous changes, basically from the improvement of Vegapunk. Although the meat bomb chariot of the Akimichi clan was originally powerful, it was still a mortal body. However, after being transformed by Vegapunk, it simultaneously increased its own defense when performing the meat and egg chariot. The shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan now has a method of sneaking into the shadow of others and directly using the shadow of teammates to control others. The Yamanaka clan also has a direct mental attack. The most important thing is that this is a mental attack rather than a soul attack. Although the power is a little weaker than a direct soul attack, it will not backfire on itself. You are just showing off your skills in front of an expert. Nagato sneered. You should know that Nagato is now controlled by Vegapunk, and these new ninjutsu are also developed by Vegapunk's clone. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is showing off his skills in front of an expert. Facing the fastest mental attack of the Yamanaka clan, Nagato's eyes flickered slightly, and the strange mental power was directly rebounded by him, and directly bombarded the ninja of the Akimichi clan. The ninja of the Akimichi clan felt dizzy, and the meat bomb chariot that was originally rotating at high speed immediately deviated from the track. The whole person immediately rolled on the ground, and fell to the ground. The Nara clan ninja hiding in the shadow of the Akimichi clan, because of the confusion of the Akimichi clan ninja, caused his shadow to deviate directly, and did not touch Nagato's shadow at all. Then, Nagato stomped his feet lightly again, and the strange chakra spread from the ground. The Nara ninja was immediately pushed out of the shadow, with a bit of horror on his face. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why did my shadow technique fail? However, Nagato was obviously in no mood to explain his ability to them. Instead, he pushed casually, and the terrifying repulsive force field erupted again. Completely different from the force field that was like a wall at the beginning. This time Nagato compressed the force field into a network of strips, and in an instant it pushed forward like a laser net. Of course, the defense of this form is not as impeccable as a pure force field, but the compressed force field is like a sharp divine weapon, full of powerful cutting power and lethality, and its offensiveness is far greater than that of pure Shinra Tensei. The Inoshika-cho trio was the first to fight Nagato, but there were dozens of ninjas behind them who also rushed out, but they didn't have time to fight. The Inoshika-cho trio was about to collapse, and the other ninjas were even more cautious. They threw all kinds of kunai, shurikens and ninjutsu directly at Nagato. However, as Nagato once again used a variant of the Shinra Tensei, most of the weapons and ninjutsu were cut and shattered. Occasionally, some ninjutsu such as Fire Thunder passed through the gaps in the force field, and were easily blocked by Nagato. Their attacks did not have much effect on them, but Nagato's counterattack was only a moment, tearing apart most of the opponents in front of him. Amid the shrill screams, a large amount of blood mist rose up, and the invisible and intangible repulsive field, which was compressed like a divine weapon, instantly divided those ninjas into 7 or 8 parts. Even the 3 Inoshika-cho at the beginning, except for the Nara ninja who hid in the shadows again, the other 2 were also turned into pieces. Arsehole, damn it, you actually killed so many people, you devil. When the remaining Nara ninja came out of the shadows, he looked around at the messy land and his dead comrades, and his eyes suddenly showed fear and hatred. However, although the Nara ninja was full of anger and hatred, he still couldn't help but retreat when he saw Nagato walking slowly. Nagato sneered, "It's just the law of the jungle. The profession of ninja itself is the executioner who plunders life. There is nothing to blame for either side being killed. If you are stronger than me and kill me, I won't have any complaints." As soon as the voice fell, Nagato had already reached out and touched the head of the Nara clan member, and the ability to extract souls and read minds was activated. The Nara clan member immediately rolled his eyes and died. Nine-tailed Jinchuriki, found. With a smile on his face, after getting the information, Nagato controlled gravity to rise into the sky and flew directly in the direction of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Now, Uzumaki Naruto, who is only 4 or 5 years old, is being led by several Anbu to the direction of the Hokage Rock, which is the shelter of Konoha. Of course, unlike the shelters crowded with ordinary people, Uzumaki Naruto will have a higher level single-person shelter. On the one hand, it is to protect the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, and on the other hand, it is also to prevent the nine-tailed Jinchuriki from being stimulated by danger and running wild in the crowd. Where are we going? Uncle Ninja with a mask? Uzumaki Naruto, who was carried on the back of an Anbu, looked around and asked. To take shelter. The Anbu carrying Naruto was very frugal and only answered 3 words. But, I don't need so many Anbu to protect me alone, right? Aren't you going to deal with the enemy? Although he is young and carefree, Uzumaki Naruto, who has experienced many ups and downs, is not completely brainless. He asked in a strange way. It is a duty to protect you. The Anbu replied calmly, and then sped up, which made Uzumaki Naruto feel even more strange. But before he could ask more, a figure fell from the sky. Feeling the terrible power, several Anbu were immediately terrified, and took action without saying a word. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Fire Style. Phoenix Claw Red Wind Style. Thousand Face Cut. The overwhelming shuriken mixed with a storm formed by flames and whirlwinds crushed towards Nagato, who fell from the sky. Nagato sneered and raised his hand slightly. Shinra Tensei. All the attacks were instantly bounced back. Amid screams, except for the Anbu who carried Uzumaki Naruto on his back, the other Anbu turned into ashes in their attacks. Tenzaiang Shianayan. Nagato stretched out his hand directly, and Uzumaki Naruto immediately felt a strong pulling force acting on him. Then, he was sucked over by Nagato, while dancing with joy. Not good. The Anbu who was carrying Naruto felt a lightness on his back, and then saw Naruto flying towards Nagato. He gritted his teeth, and pulled out the long sword behind him. Let Naruto go. Before he finished speaking, he had already jumped up, and chopped down Nagato with the long sword in his hand. 3-day moon dance. The figure split into 3, and then merged into 1, and the psychedelic sword light unexpectedly chopped towards Nagato's head. Success. Feeling the touch of the long sword in his hand, the Anbu's eyes widened, and he was extremely surprised. Obviously, this is just your illusion. A faint voice sounded, and the Anbu realized that his long sword was only stuck a few centimeters in front of Nagato's forehead, and a chakra armor was faintly formed in front of Nagato's forehead. Yang escape gives life, Yin escape gives shape, and the Samsara itself is the ultimate embodiment of Yin and Yang escape. In addition, Nagato himself has also been injected with the genes of the Uchiha clan, so he can actually create Susanoo. In the past, he did not have enough chakra, and could only use the Samsara with difficulty, and did not develop its essence at all. Now, after being transformed by Vegapunk, a chip has been implanted in his brain, which is naturally enough to fully exert the power of the Samsara. Nagato's fighting style and habits are not very compatible with Susanoo, so he has not used it much, but this does not mean that he does not know how to use it. He just turned Susanoo into armor that can appear on his body at will, as a pure means of defense. Is this the latest type of chakra armor of the Kumo ninja? The face of the Anbu showed a look of surprise and confusion, but Nagato did not want to explain it to him, but stretched out his hand casually. Not good. The Anbu thought of the way his companion died, and the whole person withdrew, but Nagato did not use Shinra Tensei, but stretched out a huge chakra dragon from his hand and instantly drew it from the Anbu. Opening his mouth, the Anbu seemed to want to say something, but the chakra dragon that wrapped the Anbu quickly returned to Nagato himself, and the Anbu also felt his eyes go black, and the chakra and even the soul in his body were completely sucked dry. What are you doing, bad guy? The little Uzumaki Naruto who was held in his hand, although he didn't know who Nagato was, but seeing that he killed several Anbu, he also knew that he was definitely an enemy of Konoha. He clenched his little fist and waved it desperately, but for Nagato, this was undoubtedly like tickling. Uzumaki Naruto is not Hatake Kakashi. He is only 4 or 5 years old and has not even refined chakra. His fighting power is really no different from that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Turning his head to look at Uzumaki Naruto, Nagato gently put his hand on his head. Just at this moment, a whistle came from the sky. Young man, take your hand away. The huge golden hoop that fell from the sky smashed towards Nagato with a bang, but when it was about to hit Nagato's head, he was directly blocked by his hand. Nagato looked up at the sky and raised his arm. His seemingly ordinary arm supported the huge golden hoop that fell from the sky. His own hungry ghost ability was activated, and he immediately drew the chakra from the golden hoop. Then the third Hokage heard a scream, and the golden hoop in his hand, with a bang, turned into white smoke, and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? The third Hokage looked grim, and the gravity he controlled floated in the sky. Is the Monkey King injured? The golden hoop that the Monkey King transformed into was invulnerable to swords and guns, and was not affected by water or fire, and was no less than chakra metal, but it was still a creature that relied on chakra. Facing Nagato's power of absorbing chakra and soul, it was naturally killed instantly. Chapter 128 The Third Hokage's Death. The Third Hokage? You're so late. Have you collected all the information about me? As early as the beginning, Nagato had already discovered that he had been being watched. He knew very well that it was the Third Hokage's telescope technique. However, even when Nagato was killing people in Konoha village, the Hokage was still procrastinating, watching the casualties of his ninjas, trying to observe Nagato's flaws. It was not until Nagato found Uzumaki Naruto that the Third Hokage hurried over. As a result, he not only failed to find out all the information about Nagato, but also let Nagato take the initiative and capture Uzumaki Naruto. It can be said that he lost both the wife and the army. The Third Hokage had an ugly face, and a light golden light flickered on his chest. Nagato felt the gravity on his body increase, and purple light flickered in his eyes, and he easily relieved the gravity. Controlling gravity doesn't work on me. You should try this trick of mine first. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Controlling gravity was originally an ability created by Vegapunk using the inferior Samsara. Naturally, it would have no effect on Nagato, who already had the Samsara. On the contrary, as Nagato exerted the power of the Samsara, the Third Hokage was shocked to find that he felt the pressure of the chaotic gravity instead. Not good. The Third Hokage was also a veteran of the battlefield. He immediately understood that the opponent's ability just restrained him, or could be regarded as a superior ability to his own. He cursed in his heart and immediately prepared to make a seal. 9 sealings of the phantom dragon. Before the third Hokage could perform a ninjutsu, Nagato was the first to attack. 9 dragon-shaped chakra phantoms appeared from behind him and rushed directly towards the third Hokage. Hokage, be careful. At this time, the shadow gods, Anbu and other ninjas following the third Hokage had also arrived. Seeing the current situation, they hurriedly shouted. Needless to say, the third Hokage was already careful. He had seen the phantom chakra dragon kill the Anbu who was carrying Naruto, so he was naturally very wary of this ability to kill instantly. Nagato snorted coldly, being careful. Will it work? 10,000 things, 10,000 things, 10,000 things. The strange gravity immediately controlled the third Hokage's body. Although the third Hokage also had the same gravity ability, and therefore had a great resistance to the gravity of the samurai, his speed was still greatly slowed down due to the difference in ability. The illusory dragon-shaped chakra swam over the body of the third Hokage. With a bang, the third Hokage's body turned into a ball of white smoke. Feeling the weak chakra he absorbed, Nagato frowned immediately. Shadow clone technique? As expected of the third Hokage. In terms of talent and hard power, Nagato is definitely better than the third Hokage, but in terms of combat experience and combat skills, the third Hokage, who has practiced ninjutsu all his life, is still much better than Nagato. He easily escaped with the shadow clone. However, the third Hokage was also scared and broke into a cold sweat. The 9 seals of the phantom dragon that Nagato used were not just for him. The group of Anbu ninjas who had just reminded him were drained of their chakra and souls in an instant under the wandering of the 9 illusory dragons, and turned into corpses. After the fear in his heart faded, what was left was anger. These were all the Anbu directly under the third Hokage, but they were killed by Nagato without any chance to fight back. It would be strange if the third Hokage was not angry. Fusion ninjutsu, thunder, fire, wind dragon bullet. Knowing that the ability to control gravity was not very effective for Nagato, the third Hokage used the fusion ninjutsu again. This was a powerful ninjutsu that combined the 3 most violent energy attributes of thunder, fire, and wind, and ejected through gravity compression. Its power was even greater than that of ordinary S-level ninjutsu. Amidst the loud noise, the earth trembled. The third Hokage, who was using all his strength, had no time to care about Konoha. The entire earth was directly blown into a huge pit of dozens of meters, and the powerful aftermath almost collapsed the buildings within hundreds of meters. However, when the smoke gradually dissipated, the third Hokage's eyes changed. He saw Uzumaki Nagato standing in the smoke, without even a speck of dust on his body, with a relaxed look on his face. Is this defensive ninjutsu? No, I don't feel any chakra fluctuations. Is it an absorption ninjutsu? The opponent can absorb ordinary ninjutsu. The third Hokage was still thinking, and at this moment, Nagato had already taken a long breath, and his eyes were faintly showing eye shadows. At the same time, the chakra inside the Gaiden demon statue in his body also burst out instantly, forming a purple light on his body. Just like the Nine Tails, which is closest to the Ten Tails, has the Nine Tails chakra mode. The Gaiden demon statue, which is the remains of the Ten Tails, is not inferior to the Nine Tails, and its quality is almost the same as the original Ten Tails. In this case, Nagato can naturally use the incomplete version of the Ten Tails chakra mode, and even because of his own physique, he can also superimpose the Sage mode on it, which is more powerful than Uzumaki Naruto's Sage Fox mode. How cruel. I still have the Jinchuriki in my hands, and yet you use this destructive ninjutsu. This is the only son of the fourth Hokage. He calls you grandpa every day, but you, the third Hokage, have never been soft on him. Nagato said sarcastically. A flash of guilt flashed across the third Hokage's eyes, and then he became firm. I do care about Naruto, but before that, I'm the Hokage first. Konoha can't stand another Nine Tails rebellion. Don't worry, there won't be any Nine Tails rebellion. I'm not a murderer, Nagato said lightly, and suddenly raised his hand and threw Uzumaki Naruto directly to the third Hokage. The third Hokage was slightly surprised and reached out to grab Naruto's neck, but at the same time, a purple light flashed, and Nagato had appeared behind the third Hokage. I just want to kill you. A flash of purple light passed by, and the third Hokage felt his hair stand on end. He pushed Naruto away with one hand, and then jumped forward quickly. Even so, a huge wound was still cut on his back in an instant, and blood was dripping and flowing out. Fortunately, the wound was large but not deep, and did not really hurt his internal organs, but the flowing blood still made his face pale. So fast, muttered to himself, and the third Hokage's face became more serious. The opponent in front of him did not only increase in speed, but also in speed, strength, physique and other aspects. This ability made the third Hokage quickly think of his apprentice's sage mode. If the opponent's ninjutsu also increases in power. Before he could finish his thought, Nagato on the opposite side smiled and stretched out his hand to him again. Tenzai Tenyin. This time the gravity was several times stronger than at the beginning, and the range covered dozens of meters. Even if the third Hokage was using any substitute technique, it would be difficult to dodge it, and the whole person was sucked in instantly. However, the third Hokage was extremely experienced in combat. After he felt that his ability to control gravity was far inferior to Nagato's at the beginning, he had already figured out a way. He did not advance but retreated. Not only did he not resist the Tenzai Tenyin released by Nagato, but he used his own gravity to continuously propel himself, and instantly rushed towards Nagato like a meteor. Konoha style sword art, vacuum slash. The sword light on the third Hokage's waist flashed and disappeared. As the person who may have the most complex skills in the entire ninja world, it is obvious that the third Hokage also has some skills in swordsmanship. Although he is not as good as his golden hoop, he is already at the level of elite jonin. Especially this sword, with the help of the force of the 10,000 things heavenly attraction and his own gravity, the power is 10 times stronger than usual. With one sword, it seems that even the void is cut open, and a whistling sound like the howling of gods and ghosts is heard. With a click, Nagato gently stretched out his fingers, and pinched the long sword chopped by the third Hokage. The whole sword broke into 2 pieces under the 2 strong stresses. The heart of the third Hokage was completely broken and sank deeply. Okay, your part should be finished, Hokage-sama, Nagato said teasingly. Then, one of his hands had already grabbed the third Hokage. The third Hokage immediately felt the chakra in his body gushing out crazily, especially the degraded version of the Samsurai on his chest, which almost couldn't wait to wrap up all the vitality and chakra in his body and transfer it into Nagato's body. What's going on? Even if it is a secret technique to attract chakra, the effect is not so fast. By the way, is it because of my transformation? Did Vegapunk leave a backup? Could this have something to do with that guy Vegapunk? The third Hokage opened his mouth, as if he understood something, but unfortunately, before he could say a word, his soul and chakra were all absorbed. In fact, Vegapunk did not do anything behind his back. A person of his level was not taken seriously by Vegapunk at all. He was just an experimental subject at most. If he didn't obey, he could be wiped out at any time. What was there to plot against? The reason why he had no power to resist Nagato was because his transplanted and modified Samsurai was originally a degraded version. Facing the original Samsurai, he was naturally restrained. After casually killing the third Hokage, Nagato turned around and looked around. The original Uzumaki Naruto had been taken away and disappeared in the short moment of the battle. However, Nagato showed no sign of urgency, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. There are quite a few sneaky ninjas in Konoha. What a pity, you are not the only one who knows space-time ninjutsu. Although Vegapunk himself did not have the talent to use space-time ninjutsu to fight, even after the electric current transformation, his reflex nerves reached the limit, but in the environment of drastic changes in space, he would still be a beat slower. Nagato, who was controlled by him, naturally had such a problem. However, if it was just to use space ninjutsu to move, it would be easy for both Vegapunk and Nagato, the clone. As early as the beginning, Nagato had left a space-time mark on Uzumaki Naruto. Therefore, Nagato could feel that Naruto was moved away almost in an instant. Obviously, someone also left a space-time mark on Naruto and took him away. Vegapunk's clones were not just for show in Konoha village. It was natural to simplify Flying Thunder God and find a few ninjas with good time-space ninjutsu talents as experimental subjects. Therefore, Konoha village now has several ninjas who can use time-space ninjutsu. Even if his talent is far inferior to that of Golden Flash Minato Namikaze, it is still no problem for him to suddenly take Naruto away. As for who took Naruto away, and where he took him, Nagato, who has the memory of another Vegapunk clone, basically knows it in his mind. Turning around, Nagato looked at the bottom of the Hokage rock, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then walked over with a swagger. Along the way, Konoha's ninjas would certainly not sit idly by and watch such a big enemy as him. What's more, there is an emergency shelter for the villagers under the Hokage rock, and countless ninjas rushed over like moths to a flame. However, 9 illusory chakra dragons were flying around Nagato's body, and all the ninjutsu were converted into chakra by those chakra dragons and absorbed completely. If a ninja rushed over, his chakra and soul would be sucked dry by the illusory dragons. Therefore, after hundreds of ninjas died in a row, they could only throw shurikens and kunai with helplessness. Unfortunately, even the 3 Magatama Uchiha of the Konoha Guard who could throw shurikens and kunai were obviously no threat to Nagato. On the contrary, once Nagato felt annoyed, a common ninjutsu was enough to cover a range of hundreds of meters and kill more than a dozen ninjas. Fighting all the way, that is, killing all the way, when Nagato was about to reach the bottom of the Hokage rock, the road he had walked on had become a ruin, and buried under the ruins were the bodies of thousands of ninjas. The shelter is just ahead. We can't let this guy go any further. Is this guy a monster? Why is no ninjutsu effective? Thousands of Konoha ninjas stood in front of the Hokage rock, looking at Nagato who was slowly approaching with a serious expression, and even a hint of despair. All the power of a ninja comes from chakra, and Nagato's 9 ceilings of the magic dragon is specifically aimed at chakra power. Ninjutsu is absorbed, and physical skills cannot get close. As for illusions facing the samurai, it's even more useless. In this situation, most ninjas have almost lost their desire to fight at this moment. They just follow the large army and block here in a daze, but they have no confidence in defeating Nagato. Leave it to me. Now is the time to implement my ninjutsu and youth. Might Guy, dressed in green, was the first to step forward and stood in front of everyone. The ninja, who always had a bit of a funny comedian atmosphere, now showed a look of enlightenment on his face. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 6th gate opens. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, 8 Gates. As the 8 gates of ninjutsu was activated, the blue chakra on Might Guy's body surged. He was no longer the ninja who looked like a comedian. Anyone could feel the terrifying destructive power from his aura. Let me try it. This is the restrained form specially developed for me by Dr. Vegapunk. As Might Guy roared, the rioting chakra that was leaking out all the time on his body was slowly restrained at this moment. Of course, this was not done by Might Guy himself, but the green training suit on his body was indeed a special product of Vegapunk. Its effect is also very simple, which is to stimulate the acupuncture points all over the body and calm the riot of chakra. The principle of the 8 gates of ninjutsu is very simple, and it is no different from the heavenly demon disintegration method in some martial arts novels. Even for Vegapunk, this self-destruction ninjutsu has no ability to change it. After the 8 gates of ninjutsu is activated, the rioting and uncontrollable chakra can do nothing except add physical skills. Therefore, in addition to improving Might Guy's physique, the strengthening of this blue beast relies on external objects. The special training suit can completely restrain the violent chakra and let it flow completely in the meridians, which can reduce the pressure on the body. On the other hand, the high-speed flow of chakra completely compressed inside the meridians can give Might Guy a speed and strength far beyond the normal 8-gate state. Instead of venting those chakras meaninglessly to the outside, the training suit can restrain the chakra well up to the 7th gate. When the 8 gates are opened, the power speed can be increased by 1 stage, and the backlash is reduced a lot. As for the 8 gates, it is hard to say. In theory, there is no problem, but Might Guy has never tried it. After the restrained form is opened, although the leaked chakra is suppressed back, so that the momentum of the 8 gates is mostly eliminated, sensitive ninjas can feel that the danger of Might Guy has increased significantly. And Might Guy didn't hesitate at all. He clenched his fists and waved out, "Attack the peacock." The air was compressed into a cannonball, like a gorgeous peacock spreading its tail, turning into countless white light beams, directly hitting Nagato. Nagato frowned slightly. At this time he didn't dare to use the 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon to stop it. In the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, from Attack the Peacock to Night Guy, they were all pure physical air cannon attacks, and the ability to absorb chakra was completely ineffective against them. The illusory dragon shadow slowly dissipated. Even Nagato didn't have the ability to perform 2 advanced ninjutsu at the same time, so when performing the 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon, he couldn't use other abilities. After deactivating the 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon, Nagato looked at the air bomb that was almost about to hit his face, and whispered softly, "Shinra Tensei." With a bang, the white light beam was directly bounced away, and the remaining power of Shinra Tensei was still there, like a terrifying high wall, directly crushing everything in front of him. This time, Nagato did not skimp on chakra. In the dual modes of Sage Mode and the incomplete Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he unleashed the might of Shinra Tensei. Even though it was not as powerful as a Super Shinra Tensei, which consumed his life, it instantly sent thousands of ninjas flying. For a moment, blood surged, and countless ninjas flew all over the sky. Those with weaker physical fitness were directly blown into bloody fireworks, and those with stronger physical fitness also vomited blood, and fell to the ground with serious injuries. The thousands of ninjas standing in front of Nagato were already lying down with just one move. The 7th gate, the Jingman, open. As the one with the strongest physical fitness among the thousands of ninjas, it was naturally not so easy for Ake to die. What's more, after being transformed by Vegapunk, and in the state of opening the 8 gates, because of the strong pressure of the internal chakra, the damage to him from external attacks would be reduced. However, seeing such a tragic scene, the Konoha ninjas turned into stars, countless blood and broken limbs, and the pit that was flattened to the Konoha Shadow Rock. Might Guy was still furious, and increased the power of the 8 gates again. Stepping on the air, Might Guy turned into a phantom, and rushed towards Nagato. He clenched his fists, and waved out a wave of air like a tiger's roar. Daytime Tiger. The light column that rubbed against the air turned into a tiger shape, gorgeous like Hitachi in the sky, shining brightly, and suddenly pounced on Nagato. But Nagato was just indifferent to it. Until the death gate, it has no effect on me. He said this coldly, and once again controlled the gravity to be compressed like a blade, and casually waved it to cut the air tiger that pounced on him. In an instant, the entire air tiger was split into 2 parts and hit the left and right sides of Nagato's body, without causing any impact on him. Come on. Open all your 8 gates. Only then can you have a slim chance of winning. Looking at Nagato, who was as calm and indifferent as a god, and killed so many ninjas, as if he was brushing off dust, Might Guy took a long breath. Even if you don't say it, I will let you see it. This is the crystallization of my 18 years of youth and sweat. Witness my final brilliance. 8 gates of ninjutsu. 8th gate, death gate, open. A faint red gas diffused out slightly, and then was compressed back into the body by the training suit. Relying on the training suit to strengthen the meridians in the body, Might Guy barely suppressed the chakra that was constantly running wild, but the severe pain still made him gasp. Although Might Guy's physical fitness has increased with the help of Vegapunk compared to the final battle of the original work, he lacked nearly 10 years of self-discipline and tempering, and his will was still a little different from the original work. This also made him stop for a moment, because of the pain after opening the death gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nagato, who had originally looked indifferent, flashed and disappeared into the air. Might Guy looked at the disappeared Nagato, his face slightly stiffened. Where is he? He was just pretending to be awesome. Why did he run away now? Only a fool would fight with someone who opened the 8 gates to the death gate. I just want to collect some information about the 8 gates. Nagato muttered to himself as he walked in the dark corridor with a smile on his face. The training suit that Might Guy wore was of course not given for free. There was a small chip in it to record all the changes in Might Guy. Although the 8 gates were simple and crude and had no technical content, the data of the human body in this state of full potential was very valuable for research. At least it could determine the limits of the human body. Even if Vegapunk could create a dead soldier who used the 8 gates, that kind of person was definitely not the same as Might Guy, who relied entirely on his own training. Might Guy opened the 8 gates, but could only beat the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures. Might Guy opened the 8 gates, but almost didn't make it to the finale. Those guys who were forced to open the 8 gates by Vegapunk were not as good as Michael Day. Generally speaking, they would be completely turned into ashes with one blow, and at most they could only fight for one. So the 8 gates are not important. What is really important is that Michael and his son can practice the 8 gates consistently. Naturally, as the clone of Vegapunk, Nagato forced Might Guy to open the death gate of the 8 gates just to collect data. I don't know if the training suit can save Michael Guy. Forget it, let's see fate. Haha, I can feel that Uzumaki Naruto's mark is getting closer and closer to me. It turned out to be you, Danzo, secretly taking Uzumaki Naruto away instead of supporting the 3rd Hokage. Except for the root under Danzo, there is no one else in Konoha who can do such a thing. After Nagato had beaten through the entire Konoha, only Danzo still had the energy to play these tricks. The other ninjas were either protecting their families, arranging for the civilians to retreat, or fighting Nagato. Only Danzo's roots were still curled up at the bottom of the Hokage Rock, and didn't move much. Yes, Danzo's roots were also here at the Hokage Rock. It must be said that this place is really a Feng Shui treasure land. The middle of the mountain has become a refuge for Konoha civilians, and a hole has been punched out at the bottom, which is the location of Konoha's roots. Nagato walked over slowly. Actually, he had been sensing the flying thunder god mark on the roots, which was left by Vegapunk's clone. It can be used universally for him, who is also controlled by Vegapunk. However, after entering the roots, he soon sensed the mark of Uzumaki Naruto again, but this was only expected. Naruto Uzumaki's Ninetales chakra, Danzo's life. I don't know where the 2 Hokage advisors, Mitamonin and Utatane Koharu, are. But it doesn't matter. Clear all these old people, and that clone can easily control Konoha. You want to completely control me? Why don't you take a piss and see what you look like? Just as Nagato was walking in the dark corridor, a flash of orange-red sword light suddenly whizzed past from behind, accompanied by a light shout, "Sword leap flame." With a puff, the long sword surrounded by flames pierced into Nagato's body. However, the attacker did not show any joy, but his face changed slightly, and he retreated quickly. Nagato's body quickly burned violently, and the smell it emitted was not the smell of burnt protein, but it seemed like wood was burning, making a crackling sound. Wood clone. This is wood release. How is it possible? The face of the sneak attacking ninja was slightly shocked, because the significance of wood release to Konoha was too great. He never thought that he would see this kind of ninjutsu on the hostile ninja who attacked Konoha. Uchiha Shisu. Nagato's figure slowly walked out of the darkness and looked at the young Uchiha in front of him. You are actually mixed up with Danzo in the root. You are really hopelessly naive. Shut up, you lunatic. Uchiha Shisu calmed down his mind and said with a frown, I won't let you destroy Konoha. I will use my pair of Manjaki Sharingan to stop you completely. Katamatsukami. Almost in an instant, Uchiha Shisu went all in and used the strongest ability of his Manjaki Sharingan. Blood slowly flowed from his eyes, and the 3 Magatama in the Sharingan quickly condensed into a Manjaki pattern, spinning wildly. However, it's too much for an ordinary Manjaki to deal with the Samsurai. With a sneer, Nagato's eyes also turned purple. Shisu's Katamatsukami illusion had no effect in front of the more advanced Samsurai, but was severely backfired. In fact, even if Nagato didn't have the Samsurai, Katamatsukami wouldn't be able to work. After all, what really controls Nagato is the chip in his brain, and that biochip is directly connected to the quantum chip in Vegapunk's brain. To completely control the biochip is equivalent to snatching control from the quantum chip. It's not that Vegapunk underestimates Katamatsukami. As its highest masterpiece, the quantum chip has the special effect that the more knowledge it gets, the faster it develops. After this period of iterative upgrades and development, especially in the parallel space, it has absorbed almost all the knowledge in the ninja world, and its computing power is comparable to 1/3 of the current quantum brain. The quantum brain can calculate and perform molecular operations at the galaxy level. If the quantum chip is a little worse, it can also perform molecular operations at the planetary level. It is tens of thousands of times stronger than the brain of an ordinary person. No matter how powerful Katamatsukuma's illusion is, it is far inferior to it. The consumption of Katamatsukuma's illusion is so great that it can be regarded as the first among all the main Gekkai Sharingan techniques. It takes more than 10 years to cool down after using it, which itself shows its burden on the main Gekkai Sharingan. If the spell succeeds, it's fine. If it fails, the backlash will naturally be huge. Uchiha Shizu groaned miserably, and the blood and tears that were originally just flowing slowly suddenly gushed out like a squirting gun. He covered his eyes in pain, and the whole person fell to the ground, and he felt that everything in front of him was dark. How is it possible? That is, the Rinnegan. Damn, the difference in pupil power is too big. Slowly walking in front of Uchiha Shizu, seeing this main Gekkai Uchiha who had disabled himself, Nagato couldn't help shaking his head. Sure enough, no matter which world line it is, Uchiha Shizu, who has such a terrible ability, will eventually exit with a ridiculous result. It's over. Give your main Gekkai to me. I will keep it well. Just as Nagato stretched out his hand, the voice of a ninja sounded again behind him. Wood style, wood spear. The wooden spear, which was harder than steel, pierced Nagato's back. With a sneer, Nagato ignored the attack from behind and directly grabbed Uchiha Shizu's head. His soul absorption ability took effect instantly. Shizu groaned and died immediately. The wooden spear that pierced Nagato was blocked by the chakra armor that emerged when it was about to hit him. Nagato slowly turned his head and looked at the young ninja who was about the same size as Uchiha Shizu who appeared in front of him, revealing a hint of a sneer. Chapter 130, Changes in the Situation. Haha, you should be Danzo's secret weapon. What a pity, don't you think your wood release is outdated now? As Danzo's secret weapon, that has been hidden in the root, jar, or Yamato, is undoubtedly the kind of person who has been kept secret. This also means that, in order to keep the secret, Danzo can't go to Vegapunk to develop and transform Yamato, so his wood release level is still the same as in the original work. The Yamato in the original work is just an elite Jonin level ninja. At most, he relies on the ability of wood release to absorb chakra, which makes him a little more difficult among the elite Jonin. At this age, Yamato's strength, even if the ability of wood release is taken into account, has just reached the lower line of elite Jonin. So the question is, why does Danzo think that an elite Jonin can assassinate the third generation Hokage? Even if the strongest Hokage is just a bullshit, the third generation Hokage can't be killed by an elite Jonin. After complaining in his heart, Nagato turned his head and looked at Yamato, the tears of the times. Speaking of it, Yamato's potential is still good, especially after he experienced the fusion of Hashirama Senju cells, but completely digested the power of Hashirama cells. Obviously, his physique also has certain special features, which is the best experimental physique. If it were in the hands of Vegapunk, at least one cage level ninja would definitely not escape, and he was a ninja who was considered strong among the cage level ninjas. Unfortunately, he was delayed by Danzo. Nagato, who was also considered a clone of Vegapunk, naturally could not tolerate such a thing. There was one more reason why the old thief Danzo deserved to die. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Yamato took 2 steps back and formed seals with his hands. Wood release, wood clone. Tiny pieces of wood grew out of Yamato's body and soon turned into 4 perfect physical clones. However, before Yamato could make a move, Nagato sneered and clapped his hands. I told you, your version of wood release is outdated. Wood release, tree world birth technique. The trees roared and rushed out. After a moment, Yamato and his clones were all hung on the trees. Yamato was really not bright at all now. If he didn't think he was still a good experimental subject, Nagato could have killed him in one move. After digging out Shizu's eyes and placing them in a glass test tube filled with potion that had been prepared long ago, Nagato continued to move forward. In fact, Uchiha Shizu was already the trump card of the route. Even if the remaining characters had been transformed by Vegapunk, their strength was only about the same as Yamato. Nagato, who had activated the wood release tree world descent technique, a special skill for clearing miscellaneous soldiers, would not encounter any resistance as he continued to move forward. The dark passage was full of various thick branches, and most of the root ninjas were directly hung on the trees before they even had a chance to move. They walked diagonally downward for 2 or 3 kilometers before they were out of the range of Nagato's would release ninjutsu. At least hundreds of root ninjas were killed by this ninjutsu along the way. After 2 or 3 kilometers, they had almost reached the last secret base of the route. Even with the guidance of the flying thunder god mark on Uzumaki Naruto, Nagato could not remember how many detours he had taken. Finally found it. If it weren't underground, I would have flattened it with a Shinra Tensei. Looking at the iron gate in front of him, and feeling the breath of his flying thunder god mark behind the iron gate, Nagato let out a long breath, then slapped the iron gate with a slap, and directly knocked the iron gate out. Dense black fog like smoke surged out, and rushed towards Nagato, frowning slightly. Nagato knew very well that these things that looked like black fog were actually improved nanoparasites. As long as ordinary people were touched by a little bit, those nano insects would continue to breed and multiply in their bodies, easily taking their lives. 9 seals of the illusionary dragon. The constantly diffused smoke, when it hit the illusory dragon, quickly fell to the ground and turned into dust all over the ground. No matter how special the abilities of these insects were, it was undoubtedly chakra that supported their various unnatural abilities. Any chakra creature that ran into the 9 seals of the illusionary dragon when its own chakra level was not enough would be drained of chakra and soul. Ordinary ninjas would be sucked dry in an instant, not to mention these extremely weak bugs. The welcome ceremony is quite warm. Danzo. Nagato slowly walked into the gate, without even looking at the ninja who had just used the nano-orms, but a phantom-like dragon suddenly pounced on him, and directly took the life of the oil female ninja. A ninja from the Yamanaka clan who was hiding nearby had just launched a ninjutsu, and Nagato's eyes slightly glanced over, and the samurai directly rebounded the mental ninjutsu. He immediately howled miserably, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and fell to the ground dying. Behind the door was a cave square that was almost the size of a small stadium. In addition to the 2 ambushing ninjas by the door, there were 8 ninjas standing in the center. The center of the square was filled with circular ceiling arrays, and the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto was placed in the center of the ceiling array. Next to the young Uzumaki Naruto, standing was Danzo. At this moment, his face was grim, and he looked up at Nagato who had suddenly broken in, tightly holding the cane in his hand. Rinnegan, you are Jiraiya's disciple, right? Why did you attack Konoha instead of staying in Rain Country? Was it Jiraiya who ordered you to do so? Nagato had a disgusted expression on his face. Haha, so ugly, still thinking about that boring politics. Why did I attack Konoha? Danzo, do you really know nothing? Among those who attacked Akatsuki, there should have been some of you from the root. It can even be said that you from the root are the real masterminds. It was you who aroused Hanzo's fear and made him kill Akatsuki. Why, I'm here to take revenge now. Are you pretending to be innocent again, old thief Danzo? The corner of Danzo Shimura's mouth twitched. He had just received the news that a ninja with the Rinnegan was coming to kill him, and this guy felt that the situation was a little bad. Although the strength of Konoha village has greatly increased now, he still has a very deep impression of when Nagato summoned the Outer Path demon statue and swept across the entire Rain village in Konoha route. Feeling that once he went out, Nagato would definitely focus all his firepower on him, this guy immediately became a coward. When Nagato almost broke through the entire Konoha, and even the 3rd Hokage died in Nagato's hands, Danzo was even more reluctant to go out. But he didn't expect that even so, Nagato would still come directly to kill him, and even his original plan to control the Nine Tails had not been completed. Thinking of this, Danzo whispered, yes, it was indeed me who helped the Rain village to attack the Akatsuki organization in the past, but that was because the Rain village at that time was the formal organization that truly represented the Rain country. The Rain village should have been occupied by you now, right? When I become Hokage, I can naturally establish diplomatic relations with the Rain country and recognize the status of your Akatsuki organization. Nagato rolled his eyes secretly and ignored Danzo's words at all. Are you fucking mentally ill? Why are you fooling me with empty promises? In response to Danzo, he simply raised his hand again. 10,000 things attract the sky. Uzumaki Naruto, who was in the center of the sealed town, was quickly captured by gravity and flew towards Nagato's hands at a high speed. Seeing that the situation was not right, Danzo didn't bother to say more and chose to attack it the first time, wind style, vacuum wave. It's a waste of effort. Nagato snorted slightly, without dodging or evading at all. The vacuum wave hit the chakra coat outside his body and was directly absorbed. Damn, is this the power of the samurai? If I had known, you wouldn't be able to do anything. When I summoned the Outer Path Demon statue, your roots would be just a group of ants in my eyes. Catching Uzumaki Naruto in his hand again, Nagato sneered and stretched out his hand. Farewell. Danzo. Shinra Tensei. With a rumble, the terrifying repulsive force erupted in the cave. Whether it was Danzo or the several ninjas under his command, they had no way to avoid it in this space. They were directly squeezed against the cave wall in an instant and completely turned into a ball of blood mud. The overly strong repulsive force directly shook the structure of the root base. With a rumbling sound, the entire cave began to collapse. At this time, Nagato had already activated the time-space ninjutsu, and his figure flashed and disappeared completely. Danzo should still have the eyes energy technique now. I wonder what it will feel like when he is resurrected and finds himself squeezed into the ruins and can only wait to die slowly. With a smile on his face, although the consciousness of Nagato's body dissipated, his memory still remained, which also affected Vegapunk. In addition, his other Vegapunk clone also had a very bad relationship with the old man Danzo, so naturally he had to give him a different way to die to vent his anger. I didn't see many familiar people this time. Kakashi, Kunoyuhi, Uchiha Fukuoka and others were not here. Most of the young people in the original novel went to the front line for training. Holding Naruto in his hand, Nagato reappeared on the battlefield with Might Guy just now. At this moment, Might Guy had already fainted, but there were no black carbon marks all over his body, like in the original novel. Nagato took a closer look and knew that the training suit had taken effect and blocked the operation of the 8 gates. Not dead, but this is almost useless. It just so happens that, if Might Guy wants to recover, the clone can let him do some more dangerous human transformation experiments. After taking a look at the current situation, Nagato took Uzumaki Naruto and flew into the sky, disappearing in the chaotic Konoha village. What happened in Konoha soon spread throughout the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto, whose Ninetales chakra was drained, was also found in a forest not far from Konoha not long after. Although the tailed beast's chakra was sucked out, he was lucky to save his life and did not even suffer any harm. After all, with Vegapunk's technology, extracting a few tailed beasts would not hurt any Jinchuriki at all. After extracting the Ninetales chakra, the 10 tails in Nagato's body immediately regained a lot of strength, and Nagato's own strength increased again. Next, the 1 tails of Sand Village, the 3 tails and the 6 tails of Sea Village, all came directly to Nagato without him having to look for them. Then came the 7 tails Jinchuriki of Takegakure. This ordinary small ninja village did not take Nagato much effort. Because it was worthless, Nagato did not even choose to sneak into it directly, but took away the 7 tails Jinchuriki from the sky. During the whole process of the raid, the Takegakure ninjas whose fighting will had completely degenerated, did not react at all. Therefore, except for the tailed beasts being robbed, there were no casualties among the Takegakure ninjas. Of course, Nagato's collection of tailed beasts was not hidden from other ninja villages. Both the Cloud Ninja and the Rock Ninja were on the highest alert at this moment. Although the technology is developing rapidly, and the strength of ninjas is advancing by leaps and bounds, the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki can no longer be regarded as the final decisive weapon, but can only be regarded as the ordinary trump card of the ninja village. However, for the sake of their own ninja village's face, the 2 ninja villages will not give up the tailed beasts. Not to mention who knows what Nagato wants to do by collecting the tailed beasts. If the 9 tailed beasts gather together, although they are not almost enough to destroy the ninja world like before, they are almost comparable to the full power of a large ninja village. Therefore, the 3 major ninja villages that have been fighting on a small scale are no longer fighting. Konoha now has no village chief, and the village has suffered such a great loss, so naturally they don't want to fight with the other 2 ninja villages. The other two ninja villages are also worried about the safety of their Jinkriki, and the ninjas originally sent out have all shrunk back again. For a time, the entire ninja world became quiet because of Nagato's terrorist attack. After absorbing so many tailed beasts at one time, Nagato is a little full and needs to digest it for a while. In addition, Vegapunk was going to use this body to summon Kaguya Otsutsuki. Although in Vegapunk's opinion, it was not easy for his people to deal with Kaguya Otsutsuki together. It was not difficult, but his cautious character made him prepare to leave a few more hidden hands on Nagato's body to avoid any problems at that time. So for a period of time afterwards, Nagato secretly came to Vegapunk's laboratory and left some seals on his body that were specially used to deal with Kaguya Otsutsuki after Vegapunk's research on Hancock's state. The Rock Village and the Cloud Village waited for 2 or 3 months, but Nagato didn't come. You know, it costs money to keep the two ninja villages on full alert. Even if the ninja village issues a task to the ninja, it still has to pay, and the higher the level of the ninja, the more it pays. For 2 or 3 months, all the ninjas are on full alert, and all the ninjas do not go out to perform tasks. They rely on the ninja village to pay their salaries. The two ninja villages can't bear it. The most important thing is that they don't know when it will end. So before Nagato could go to their two ninja villages, the Cloud Ninjas and the Rock Ninjas had already formed an alliance and headed towards the Rain Ninja Village. Chapter 131 The Ownership of Hokage. The Konoha village has changed so much. Wasn't it just attacked? It doesn't look like there is much damage. On the street of Konoha village, a middle-aged ninja with white hair looked around with some curiosity. Master Jiraiya, this is all thanks to Dr. Vegapunk's invention. The buildings recovered very quickly, and even the collapsed Hokage rock returned to its original state. Next to the middle-aged man was a young man with white hair, lazy eyes, and a lazy look. It is also because of Dr. Vegapunk that the current Konoha village has not fallen into complete chaos. That's really amazing. Jiraiya sighed. It's a pity that I was not in Konoha village at that time. I didn't expect Nagato to become like this now. Excuse me, even if you were in Konoha village, the result would not have changed. The white-haired young man shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. The Rinnegan is worthy of being the eyes of the Six Paths Sage. The ninja of the Uzumaki clan is even more powerful. If he didn't just want to capture the tailed beast, and didn't have the intention to completely destroy Konoha, I'm afraid Konoha would have become a ruin now. You know, the current Konoha is much stronger than before with the help of Dr. Vegapunk, but under that pair of Samsara eyes, almost no one has room to resist. After hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent, and finally sighed. Indeed. Even the current Kakashi can compete with me. Even if I use the Sage mode, I don't have much chance of winning. This shows the strength of Konoha now. In this case, the ninjas of Konoha are still no match for Nagato. Even if most of the elites are fighting on the front line, Nagato's combat power is probably not inferior to the first generation of Hokage. It seems that I made a wrong choice at the beginning. Nagato, what's wrong with you? What happened? Thinking of the introverted boy who always covered his eyes with his hair, and thinking of the tailed beast predator, that now makes the 5 major ninja villages feel like they are facing a great enemy, Jiraiya can't help but feel a little dazed. Jiraiya, you are finally here. When Jiraiya finally walked to the Hokage building, he saw 2 slightly anxious figures. Well, Elder Mitterman, Elder Tenshin? What's wrong with you? Jiraiya looked at the 2 elders with some surprise and asked. This is not the place to talk, Jiraiya. Come with me. Utane Koharu whispered to Jiraiya, and Hatake Kakashi, who was standing beside him, seemed to understand something. Then I'll leave first, Master Jiraiya. 2 elders. As he spoke, Kakashi waved his hand and left immediately, as if he was going to get away. Seeing Kakashi's evasive look, Jiraiya always felt something was strange and had a bad premonition in his heart, but it was too late to run now, so he had to bite the bullet and follow the 2 elders to a secluded room. Jiraiya, this time we asked Kakashi to invite you back, hoping that you can become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Ah, me. Become Hokage? No. Jiraiya shook his head like a lotus leaf. I'm not cut out for that job at all. And isn't Konoha doing well now? It doesn't look like there's any crisis. It's because Konoha is doing well, now that we have to let you come back. Otherwise, Konoha village will probably become that Vegapunk's thing. Utatane Koharu looked anxious and said, how ridiculous. That Vegapunk is not a ninja of Konoha at all. He can even be regarded as a clone. The daimyo actually wants him to be Hokage. And those Konoha ninjas actually agreed? After hearing this, Jiraiya suddenly felt a headache. He left Konoha in order to stay away from these political struggles. He didn't expect to be involved in it again. When he came back, well, I think Vegapunk is doing a good job. Konoha can't do without anyone now. Jiraiya, why do you think so? Who knows what Vegapunk is thinking? After all, he is not a ninja from Konoha. Looking at the nagging elders, Jiraiya just felt that the two of them were noisy. Finally, he simply shook his head. Anyway, I won't be the Hokage. You can just find someone else to be the one. Konoha nowadays can be said to be full of talents, right? I think Kakashi is pretty good, and even I'm almost no match for him. Kakashi has already rejected our request. It turns out that I'm still a substitute. Jiraiya didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment, then go find Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fukio. They are definitely strong enough, right? No, these people are originally family ninjas, and they all need Vegapunk. They won't come out to compete with Vegapunk. In the beginning, when the third Hokage and Danzo were there, Konoha could still treat Vegapunk as a pure tool, but now that the third Hokage and Danzo were all killed in the attack, Vegapunk naturally had no one to check and balance him. No matter which family, it is impossible to really control Vegapunk. They will only be attacked and become tools for other families in Konoha to please Vegapunk. In the case that they cannot stick together, Vegapunk can naturally easily control these families. As for ordinary ninjas, although they have not seen Vegapunk much, they also know that their strength improvement is mostly due to Vegapunk's inventions, and their impression of Vegapunk will never be bad. This also led to the two advisory elders discovering that when Vegapunk walked out of the laboratory, he had become the most popular candidate for Konoha Hokage. Not to mention that the current Konoha daimyo has become his man. However, Jiraiya has long hated politics. He knows all the dirty things in Konoha, and he doesn't want to be used as a gun by two old men. Become Hokage himself? Exclamation mark. How many divisions do you have? Although Jiraiya has a good reputation in Konoha, it is just a good reputation. Because of his casual personality, he has almost no real confidence. He relies on his toads to get information. How can he be in charge of Konoha? At that time, won't it still depend on these two old men? On the contrary, in Jiraiya's view, it is better to let Vegapunk be Hokage. There is no complicated interest involved, and he can use his own technology to mobilize the power of the entire ninja village. Maybe it can really make the decaying Konoha revitalized. Two old guys, so boring. The Vegapunk clone slowly pressed the glasses he was wearing, and the screen projected onto the retina inside the glasses suddenly changed. The original Jiraiya and the two advisors disappeared and turned into the current appearance of the Uchiha clan. A group of Uchiha stood there, secretly holding a clan meeting. The Uchiha are also a bunch of guys who are respectful on the surface, but ambitious in their hearts. The carriage of Konoha looks bright and beautiful, but in fact, the horses pulling the carriage have their own ideas, and the whole carriage, from the beam to the parts, is almost rotten. If it weren't for the fact that the other major ninja villages also have more or less the same problem, and Konoha has a deep foundation, and every time, when it is in a desperate situation, there are always strong men coming to save the situation, I guess the entire Konoha ninja village would have been pushed by other ninja villages long ago. I don't want to spend all my time arguing with these things. It's just a waste of my research time. The negotiations between the two consultants and Jiraiya were like talking to a deaf person. Jiraiya just kept saying HMM, HMM, HMM and yes, yes, yes for a while, and then he was ready to pat his butt and leave. He was originally afraid that the now weak Konoha would be attacked by other ninja villages, so after Kakashi found him, he went back to Konoha directly. However, he also found out now that although Nagato killed the Hokage of Konoha, snatched Konoha's Jinchuriki, and killed a large number of Konoha ninjas, Konoha's own strength did not decrease much, at least it was more than enough to protect itself. Why stay here in this situation? What's more, the strength of Konoha Ninja Village is really great now, and he is not much more, and he is not much less. But just when he was about to leave, he was stopped by an unexpected person. Drive Vegapunk, do you have something to do with me? Jiraiya said a little awkwardly, and twisted his body, as if there were fleas crawling on his body. How to say it? Just now, he heard a discussion of the two consultants behind his back. Although it was the two old guys who really said bad things behind his back, it had nothing to do with him. But now that he was really facing the parties, Jiraiya still felt a little embarrassed. It is true that there is something. Jiraiya, did you agree to the request of the two consultants? Vegapunk sat on the chair and asked slowly. Dr. Vegapunk, I don't understand what you're talking about. Jiraiya thought to himself, and was also very angry at the two consultants. Are they suffering from Alzheimer's? How did the news reach Vegapunk's ears so quickly? Don't worry, I really want to have a good chat with you. I can guess with my toes why the two consultants are looking for you. After all, it's not like they haven't looked for other people before. Jiraiya, do you really want to be Hokage now? Jiraiya scratched his head and looked at the blonde boy in front of him. He always felt that the other party seemed to be older than himself mentally. He looked only 16 or 17 years old. If you count the time he was cloned, he would only look like 3 or 5 years old. Why does he look so mature? The clones are so abnormal, so what kind of person is a real Vegapunk? Since Vegapunk asked, Jiraiya didn't want to lie, so he said directly, indeed, the two advisors wanted me to become Hokage, but I refused. Why? If it's because of me, you don't have to do this. I don't really care about the so-called Hokage. Vegapunk said that Jiraiya becoming Hokage was an acceptable outcome for Vegapunk. After all, Jiraiya didn't have much desire for power, and he had a lot of feelings for Konoha, so being it all was the best thing for him. It has nothing to do with you. It's mainly because I don't like being restrained. Jiraiya shook his head, and now, I have other things to do. Jiraiya used to run around for the Son of Prophecy, but after Vegapunk traveled through time, the Great Toad Sage's ability to predict the future in his dreams basically failed. So the current Jiraiya is investigating the reason why the Great Toad Sage's ability to predict the future failed. However, with the changes in the ninja world, Jiraiya had a vague premonition that these things might be related to Vegapunk's body. However, seeing that Vegapunk had brought positive changes to the ninja world, Jiraiya did not want to intervene and do anything, but he was also prepared to observe Vegapunk's body more, and did not want to waste time in Konoha village. In addition to these, there is another important thing. Your so-called other things, don't you mean peeping? Vegapunk squinted his eyes, and said with a look of disdain. Cough 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 cough. Jiraiya coughed violently, patted his chest, and said with a red face, collecting materials. That's just collecting materials. Yes, collecting materials for your own pornographic book is like your teacher peeping with a crystal ball every day, which can also be called protecting the safety of the women's bathhouse. Vegapunk leaned back with his hands holding his head, and put his feet on the table, saying disdainfully, Vegapunk kid, be serious. This is not the issue we are talking about now. Although he said it seriously, Jiraiya's eyes were wandering, and his face was red. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't seem confident. Pursing his lips, Vegapunk said, by the way, I found the third Hokage's telescope crystal ball and the matching telescope technique in his office. If you are willing to be Hokage, I can leave it to you. At that moment, Jiraiya was really tempted, but after seeing Vegapunk's half smile, he calmed down and said seriously, do you think I'm such an easily tempted person? TSK, Vegapunk TSK. I'm not disgusted. I just have other more important things to do. Peeping? I already said it was collecting materials, not peeping. Chapter 132 A Gift from Heaven. Really? Why did I agree to that guy's request in the end? Jiraiya muttered as he walked out of the Hokage's office, looking helpless. Damn it, isn't it just a crystal ball, plus a telescope technique? Just because of this, Uncle Jiraiya has to persuade Tsunade to be the Hokage. As he spoke, Jiraiya touched his chest, and seemed to feel the pain in his ribs again. I won't be beaten again this time. Although he seemed helpless on the surface, Jiraiya was actually quite relaxed in his heart. After really meeting Vegapunk, Jiraiya could also feel that Vegapunk really didn't care much about the position of Hokage. Of course, he didn't know that Vegapunk had already controlled the 5 kingdoms, so in his eyes, Vegapunk was just a genius scientist who didn't care about fame and fortune, and was devoted to research. What kind of harm could such a person cause to Konoha? Jiraiya, who had no idea that Nagato was sent by Vegapunk, naturally felt relieved and bold to ask Tsunade to be the scapegoat. No, he went to be the Hokage. Fortunately, according to Vegapunk, he had a way to cure Tsunade's hemophobia, so Jiraiya at least had more confidence. Moreover, with the help of Vegapunk, Jiraiya could finally clap his hands like the first Hokage and enter the perfect sage mode. He also had more confidence in his ability to take a beating. Tsunade left Konoha because of the shadow of war, the death of her relatives, and disappointment in Konoha's high-level officials, but hemophobia was also a big part of the reason. To some extent, the most important reason for Tsunade's departure was to cover up the information about her hemophobia. Once her hemophobia was cured, Jiraiya felt that he could persuade her to come back, and there should be a 70% to 80% chance. Besides, didn't Vegapunk develop a management robot? Then Tsunade can just be a hands-off boss, just use her name, right? Thinking, Jiraiya walked out of the gate of Konoha and set out on his journey again. How is it? What do the people of Konoha say? The 4th Raikage looked at the Dode he had sent to Konoha and asked. Konoha doesn't want to participate in our operation. What's going on? Don't they want to take back the 9 tails? Or are they scared by that kid from the Rain Village? Hearing this, the 4th Raikage frowned and spoke irritably. It is said that Konoha hasn't even chosen a Hokage yet. According to them, this kind of thing can only be decided after the Hokage is chosen. Bullshit. By the time the Hokage is chosen, that damn Rinnegan will have already collected all the tailed beasts, right? As expected, these guys in Konoha are all unreliable. The 4th Raikage slammed the table. No more waiting. Let's do it together with the Iwagakure. Humph, without the Konoha village, we can just avoid having to share the spoils. I heard that the Ninetales is the strongest of the tailed beasts. Let's see how strong he can be. Brother, be careful. Jayuki told me that ninjas with Rinnegan are not simple. Killer Bee said cautiously, there may be a huge conspiracy behind the other party. No matter what kind of conspiracy it is, just crush it. The 4th Raikage stood up and said loudly, we are the strongest Kyumogakure. Notify that old man Anoki, get ready, and go. A group of brothers from the Cloud Village marched towards the Rain Village without hesitation. The original Rock Village could no longer hold back. On the one hand, Anoki was afraid that after the Cloud Village was defeated, the Rock Village would not be in any good situation. On the other hand, he was also afraid that, if the Cloud Village won, he would not have a share of the spoils. Therefore, when he saw the Cloud Village taking action, he did not hesitate to send his own Rock Village troops. You are coming quite fast. In the high tower of the Rain Village, Nagato stood in the room on the top of the tower, looking at the rainy weather outside, with a somewhat inexplicable tone in his voice, and spoke lightly. Nagato, do you need Rain Village ninjas? Konan looked at Nagato with some concern and asked. No need, I'll be enough. Nagato shook his head directly and rejected Konan's proposal. Are you kidding? With the strength of the Rain Village ninjas, what can they do, except being a burden in the face of the now strengthened Rock and Cloud ninjas? At that time, if I want to use a big move, I have to take my own people into consideration. It's better to fight the 2 major ninja villages alone. Then Scorpion and Kakuzu. Let them stay in the Rain Village. Maybe there will be some fish that slip through the net, and they need to take action. Nagato said disapprovingly, with full confidence on his face. Seeing Nagato's confident look, Konan swallowed what she wanted to say. Although Nagato had demonstrated his strength to the fullest in the last action in Konoha, those were the 2 great ninja villages that had been high and mighty for so many years. It would be strange if Konan didn't have the slightest worry. But even if she was worried, Konan knew that she couldn't change anything and could only go down the same path with Nagato. The only thing that comforted her was that, after absorbing several tailed beasts, Nagato's strength had become more and more unfathomable. Sometimes, the chakra that occasionally leaked out was as unfathomable as the vast ocean in Conan's perception. Seeing Nagato flying out of the tower directly with gravity, Xiaonan looked at Nagato's back and murmured, "Nagato, you must win." Flying out of the rain village, Nagato felt the breath of the ninjas from the two major ninja villages in the distance, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Say hello to them first. Come out." White Zetsu army. On the ground, a large number of white Zetsu rushed out frantically. This was the legacy left by the black Zetsu. The white Zetsu troops transformed from ancient humans. The combat effectiveness of this white Zetsu unit is not too strong. Although it has a stronger physique and chakra than the Chunin, it does not have many combat skills. Facing the other strengthened ninja villages, it is definitely not an opponent, but it is no problem to barely resist the opponent's cannon fodder. After all, Nagato is only one person, and the two major ninja villages have sent out at least thousands of troops. In addition, the large-scale battles of ninjas use skirmish lines. In this case, even if he uses the Super Shinra Tensei, the huge strike range can only kill a few hundred ninjas at most. At this time, the cannon fodder on his side was very necessary. After all, he was not fighting alone. There was a rain village behind him, so he had to act more realistically. The densely packed white Zetsu quickly occupied the entire land, and then rushed to the opposite side one by one with strange cries of "Oh oh oh oh." In the joint camp of Rock Village and Cloud Village, several perception ninjas rushed in with pale faces. "Lord Raikage, it's Suchikage. There are enemies. There are many enemies." Many enemies suddenly appeared. Anoki and the fourth Raikage, who were arguing, frowned and walked out of the camp at the same time. Then Anoki flew into the sky the first time, then took a breath of cold air and almost fell down. "Hey, old man, what did you see?" The fourth Raikage below frowned, looked up at Anoki, and asked dissatisfiedly, "Is it a ninja from the rain village?" "I don't know which ninja village it is, but I know we are in big trouble," Anoki said with gritted teeth. Although the strength of the ninjas from the major ninja villages is constantly improving, the elites coming here are at least at the level of elite Chunin, but the number of the white Zetsu on the opposite side is 100,000. This huge gap in numbers, even if the quality is far superior to the opposite side, it is definitely not that easy to win. Big trouble? The fourth Raikage tilted his head. Apart from the ninja with the Rinnegan, he couldn't think of any trouble that he could have by attacking a weak rain village. A few years ago, although the rain village was weak, it was a second-tier ninja village after the 5 major countries. Even the 5 major ninja villages could only defeat it, but they couldn't say that they crushed it. But now the combat effectiveness of the 5 major ninja villages has long been reborn. Isn't it easy to deal with a rain ninja? The ninjas on the opposite side, no, they don't look like ninjas. They may be cyborgs. Judging from their speed of movement, they should have the physique and chakra of a Chunin level. It's just that there are too many of them. Anoki spoke with a serious face. The fourth Raikage frowned and asked, "How many are there?" "At least 10 times the strength of our ninja army. Definitely more and no less." 10 times? Wouldn't that mean there are at least 40,000 to 50,000 people? The fourth Raikage's face changed. "No. With so much combat power, the damage that can be caused is too great. I have to stop them." As soon as he finished speaking, the fourth Raikage turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Anoki, who was flying in the sky, just stretched out his hand and said, "Don't be impulsive," and then he saw that the fourth Raikage was gone without even a shadow. "This guy," Anoki said a little annoyed, and then he calmed down. Anyway, his relationship with the Cloud Village was not very good. Well, let him try the opponent's trump card. It would be even better if he could bring out the Rinnegan. While he was thinking in his heart, Anoki suddenly felt frightened. Looking around, he muttered to himself with an uneasy expression, "What's going on? This feeling? Why is it dark?" The frightened feeling fermented to the limit. Anoki looked up suddenly, just in time to see a meteorite falling towards the ninja village camp in the sky. "What is this? What is this?" Even the knowledgeable third Suchikage was stunned, not to mention the group of ninjas below. At this moment, they were already in complete chaos. "Sky. Something is falling from the sky. It's a meteorite. We are finished." "Oh no. Used offensive ninjutsu. What the hell is defense? Run away. Hopefully we can avoid its explosion range." "Lord Suchikage, retreat." Inoki suddenly realized, no, the direction this meteor is falling from, is it a ninjutsu? The speed of a genuine meteor falling is definitely much faster than this. By the time you see it, there is basically no time to react. Moreover, Inoki can also feel the faint chakra fluctuations on the meteor. It is obvious that this is a meteor created by ninjutsu. What kind of exaggerated ninjutsu is this? Is the samurai so powerful? Inoki could figure out who would launch this ninjutsu to attack his camp with just his toes. He just didn't expect the samurai to be so powerful. Forget it, now is not the time to think so much. I hope my old bones can withstand it. Gnashing his teeth, Inoki soared into the sky, raised his arms towards the falling meteor, and shouted loudly, "Super light heavy rock jutsu." Crunching, his hands just touched the hot meteorite, and Inoki felt that his bones were almost broken. The severe pain in his waist made him want to chop off his lower body directly, but in the end, he still forcibly withstood the meteorite in the sky with a force that almost broke his teeth. Okay, we are saved. You're worthy of being that Suchikage. Long live that Suchikage. You actually managed to hold up the meteorites. Is this the power of the Iwagakure? I'm scared to death. Why are meteorites falling from the sky? When the power of the meteorite was exhausted, Inoki took a few breaths and was about to move it away. However, at this moment, a voice came to his ears. You're worthy of being that Suchikage. You can even hold up the meteorites. I wonder how many you can hold up. Hearing this, Inoki's face changed drastically, and at this moment, he felt his hand lighten, and the meteorite flew away like a yo-yo, and landed next to a red-haired figure flying over. Manipulating gravity to control the meteorites, Nagato, with his eyes open, smiled slightly. It seems that Mr. Inoki is not very satisfied with my gift. Is it because the quantity is too small? Then this time I will definitely meet Mr. Inoki's requirements. As he spoke, a patch of stars had already lit up in the sky. Inoki looked at the sky blankly, and after a moment he saw that the increasingly bright stars turned into meteorites. At least a dozen meteorites are constantly falling in this direction. Inoki's mouth trembled, and finally shouted wildly, "Meteorites are falling. Find shelter. Be careful to avoid." The expressions of the ninjas in the camp instantly changed from excitement to confusion, and then to panic. It was particularly exciting. After hearing Inoki's roar, the ninjas reacted immediately and fled around, looking for shelters to protect themselves. At the same time, there were also some powerful ninjas who did not hesitate to perform ninjutsu to intercept the meteorites in the sky. Earth style, Earth Mountain technique. Lava style, shinobi. At the same time, several tailed beast jinchuriki also burst out the power of the tailed beasts in their bodies at the same time, and several tailed beast balls shot directly into the sky. Chapter 133 Returning in Defeat. More than 10 meteorites in the sky were broken into pieces by the efforts of the ninjas below, especially several tailed beast jinchuriki, but the remaining 7 or 8 still fell to the ground. Boom. Huge smoke and dust rose into the sky. The entire camp, and even the entire land, was like a ferry sailing in a storm, turning upside down. The ground seemed to be boiled. Earth waves of more than 10 meters rose up, turning into world-destroying earthquake waves, rolling in all directions. Various buildings were like toys, crushed to pieces under the crushing of the earthquake waves. The ninjas on the ground were thrown high into the sky in fear. Those with good luck and strong strength barely saved their lives, while those with weaker strength had their bones broken and their internal organs ruptured in the vibration. The worst luck was directly smashed by the meteorites without even a rash left. The fourth Raikage, who was killing a lot of people at this moment, was at a very fast speed and came to the group of white Zetsu. He was frightened by the vibration of the ground. He turned his head and saw several mushroom clouds rising in the direction of his camp. What's going on? Someone attacked the camp. The fourth Raikage roared angrily. He didn't expect that his home would be stolen. Regardless of the white Zetsu in front of him, the fourth Raikage rushed directly to the camp. The speed far beyond human imagination made him turn into a flash of lightning and disappeared in an instant. However, when he returned to the camp, he saw a scene of grief and sorrow. The thousands of ninjas who stayed in the camp were almost killed or injured. looking at the meteorite craters in the distance. This time, the 4 or 5,000 ninjas gathered from the 2 major ninja villages. I'm afraid that more than half of them will die. The veins on the forehead of the 4th Raikage were throbbing. He really didn't expect that the situation would deteriorate to this extent in such a short time. However, at this moment, a short figure fell from the sky and hit him directly in front of him. Old man Inoki, what happened to you? The one who fell from the sky was naturally the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. At this moment, one of his arms was bent outward, and the white bone was exposed. His forehead was full of blood, and the top of his head was even slightly sunken. Although his chest was still rising and falling, it seemed that his ribs were broken. There were even some small pieces of flesh and blood in the blood flowing out of his mouth. Looking at the 3-inch-old man covered in blood, the 4th Raikage's face also changed a little. Although this old man's progress in this great era is far less fast than that of himself who was personally guided by Vegapunk, it is definitely much better than before. Even the current 4th Raikage has no confidence that he can beat this old man like this in such a short time. Cough cough cough, be careful. Inoki coughed twice, and before he finished speaking, the 4th Raikage felt that his body seemed to be pulled by some kind of gravity. His face changed slightly, and the 4th Raikage raised his head and saw Nagato, who was like a small black dot in the sky, stretched out his hand. Chionaian. Damn. Gravity again. As if thinking of something bad, the 4th Raikage's face was extremely ugly, but at this moment his body was already floating in the air, without a place to exert force. No matter how strong he was, he could not resist the gravity that fell from the sky. A flash of cold light flashed in his eyes, and the 4th Raikage immediately pushed the electric current to the extreme, stomping his feet hard in the air, and the whole person followed the gravity at almost the limit, and instead of retreating, he rushed towards Nagato. How naive. Nagato sneered. His figure flashed slightly, and the gravity slightly turned into repulsion, and then turned back into gravity, and in a few strokes, the 4th Raikage's center of gravity was broken. Then, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth, he directly added an anti-gravity to the 4th Raikage. The threatening 4th Raikage's fingers were only a few centimeters away from him, and then he continued to fly into the sky with a confused look on his face. Nagato, who was standing below, waved his hand slightly at him. Just be an astronaut for once. Of course, with Nagato's strength and the chakra added, it would not be possible for the 4th Raikage to really fly out of the atmosphere, but flying 10,000 or 20,000 meters is definitely not a difficult task. At that time, I don't know if the 4th Raikage will be killed by the fall. It is unlikely. After all, even in the Naruto world, there are unscientific moves such as stepping on the air. Although the requirements for strength are much higher than those in the One Piece world, with the strength of the 4th Raikage, it is not impossible to step on the air a few times. As long as he can rely on this move to buffer and unload the force, he will not fall to death directly, but it will definitely be enough for the 4th Raikage to bear. Damn you bastard. Put me down now. Bastard, if you have the guts, fight me head on. Bastard. Let me go. Nagato scratched his ears. He was not the real Nagato, so he naturally didn't care about the incompetent roar of the 4th Raikage. On the contrary, his attention was no longer on the 4th Raikage, but on the remaining 4-tailed beasts. In the original work, in order to prevent Akatsuki's plan from succeeding, the 5 major ninja villages hid the 8-tailed Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 9-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. However, that was because the 5 major ninja villages had already known about Akatsuki's plan and the existence of the 10 tails. Now, whether it is the Rock Village or the Cloud Village, they just regard Nagato as a madman who wants to snatch the tailed beasts, but they did not hide their own tailed beasts Jinchuriki. After all, the 4-tailed beasts Jinchuriki are definitely a powerful force. In the past, the 4 mature Jinchuriki joined forces, which was almost enough to break through a large ninja village. In the meteorite bombardment just now, several Jinchuriki did block a small part of the meteorites. With their strength, they would not be injured in such an attack. However, among these tailed beasts, except for the 7-tailed beast, the others did not have the ability to fly, and could only watch from below. When Nagato looked down with his lavender Samsara eye, all the tailed beast Jinchuriki became nervous. The samurai's ability to restrain the tailed beasts made the bodies of those tailed beasts even a little stiff. All the Jinchuriki could feel the tension and fear of the tailed beasts in their bodies, but now they could only fight to the death. However, in Nagato's view, the opponent's resistance was not painful and had no effect at all. The tailed beast balls that were blasted out were directly absorbed by Nagato. As for the sharp teeth and claws of the tailed beasts, they had no effect on Nagato floating in the sky. They looked like several large targets. After all, the tailed beasts themselves are chakra aggregates. Facing Nagato, who has the ability to absorb chakra, he is already at a disadvantage. Not to mention that, after absorbing the outer path demon statue, Nagato is simply a natural enemy against the tailed beasts. The Uzumaki clan, the outer path demon statue, the samurai, the triple buffs stacked together. Nagato only used a move of the diamond seal to directly lock the four-tailed beasts, and then the chains were attracted, and the four-tailed beasts were directly pulled out of the body of the Jinchuriki and absorbed by Nagato. Killer B, the four Jinchuriki of Bokujin, Han, and Laozi were fine, but after the tailed beasts and their bodies were taken away, a lot of chakra in their bodies was lost, and they could only lie on the ground and watch Nagato absorb the four-tailed beasts into his body. Damn it. Is this guy crazy? He sealed all four-tailed beasts into his body at once. Jayuki said that the samurai is special. Maybe that's why he can absorb so many tailed beasts at once. Wait, the other tailed beasts were not also sealed and absorbed by him? Several Jinchuriki looked at each other in bewilderment. They had been fighting with the tailed beasts for many years before they could truly exert the power of the tailed beasts. This was just one tailed beast. If all 9 tailed beasts were sealed together, no matter who it was, it would be a dead end. Therefore, they instinctively did not want to believe such a thing. However, seeing that Nagato, who had absorbed all the tailed beasts, did not seem to have any abnormalities, but his aura became more terrifying, several people had to believe it. How strong would the 9 tailed beasts be together? Several Jinchuriki did not dare to think about it. They just held their breath and looked up at Nagato floating in the sky. This was also because Nagato's extraction of the tailed beast seemed rough, but in fact, the diamond seal he performed was different from usual. After hooking out the tailed beast, it did not damage the vitality of several people, otherwise these Jinchuriki would have died long ago. After absorbing the tailed beast, Nagato floated in the air and lowered his head. The aura on his body was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes violent, sometimes calm. Some ninjas' tentative ninjutsu attacks had completely dissipated and turned into chakra before they reached him, and the shuriken thrown at Nagato bounced back instantly. Obviously, although Nagato's state was a bit strange, he still had the power to protect himself. After a moment, Nagato raised his head again and glanced down lightly. The terrible chakra aura instantly made the remaining ninjas below breathless, but he did not do anything else, but turned his head and flew away. Seeing Nagato leave, the group of defeated soldiers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, with a bit of sadness on their faces. At this moment, a figure with flashing lightning fell from the sky at a high speed. When it was close to the ground, the figure stepped on the air with both feet to slow down a little, but still smashed the ground with a bang, creating a huge pit. That's Lord Drakage. Lord Drakage, are you okay? Several cloud people hurried to the edge of the pit and saw a big hand holding the edge of the pit, and then the Drakage climbed out of it. But looking at the way his 2 legs were bent, it was obvious that they were broken. Damn, where is that little kid with the Rinnegan? The 4th generation Drakage roared angrily, and several cloud ninjas looked at each other. Their boss's current state really proved the saying, a dead duck is still hard-mouthed. Of course, the 4th Drakage has such a personality. If you say he is not a reckless man, when the 5-cage conference was held in the original work, after Amaterasu unexpectedly cut off one of his hands, he still used one leg to exchange for Sasuke's life. At that time, it was not a situation where he had to fight to the death. It can only be said that the Drakage was too hot-blooded when fighting and didn't care about anything. Lord Drakage, that samurai ninja has left, and the tailed beasts have all been taken away by him. Several cloud ninjas spoke helplessly. The Drakage took a few breaths and wanted to say something, but suddenly he seemed to think of something. The little samurai kid is gone. Where are those white monsters? White monsters? Several cloud ninjas looked at each other, a little puzzled, but soon, the sound of fighting from afar made them sober up. When this group of cloud ninjas came to a high place, they saw the white Zetsu rushing all over the mountains and plains, and the faces of a group of people suddenly changed. You have to know that almost all the ninjas from the 2 major ninja villages are injured. Facing the white Zetsu, that is all over the mountains and plains, which is at least 10 times more than their own side, their wounded soldiers are really no match. Retreat. Everyone retreat. The 4th generation Reikage recovered his mind at this time, or the original blood has subsided, and he remembered his duties as a shadow, and began to organize the retreat without hesitation. Fortunately, the cloud ninjas are very fast, and the rock ninjas are slow, but they are very good at creating obstacles. Most of the white Zetsu are blocked. Some white Zetsu also sneaked into the ground through the floating technique, and then secretly appeared in the team of the rock ninja and the cloud ninja, and attacked many ninjas, but in the end, most of the remaining ninjas of the rock ninja and the cloud ninja finally withdrew from the rain country. After counting the number of people, both ninja villages suffered heavy casualties, and the number of people who escaped was about 1/3. In addition, not only the tailed beasts and the bodies of the Jinkriki were taken away, but the injuries of the shadows of the 2 villages were also very serious. The 4th Reikage was fine. Even though his leg was seriously injured, he was still young and could recover. Anoki was old and seriously injured. After the battle, his waist, which was not very good to begin with, was basically useless, and he could only move around in a wheelchair. The 2 major ninja villages certainly couldn't swallow this breath. Not to mention that Nagato had taken away so many tailed beasts, which was indeed a huge threat to the ninja world. Therefore, the 2 ninja villages soon prepared to jointly convene the 5-cage conference. Of course, even if the Rock Village and the Cloud Village invited the other 3 ninja villages, that Suchikage and the Reikage did not dare to guarantee that the other 3 ninja villages would definitely come. It was just that the 2 of them thought about it and felt that the strength of the 2 ninja villages was definitely not Nagato's opponent, so they had to prepare to unite other forces. Konoha was better. Nowadays, the Sea Village and the Sand Village rarely communicated with the outside world, and Nagato seemed to have some connection with them. At least the tailed beasts that Nagato got were obviously not taken from the other 2 ninja villages. Even the tailed beasts can be traded, so it is hard to say that there is no relationship between the Samurai and the other party, but in this situation, that Suchikage and the Reikage obviously have no other choice. However, soon, all the other ninja villages gave them a reply and agreed to hold the 5-cage conference, except for Konoha, which said it would be postponed for a while. The other 2 ninja villages did not refuse, which successfully made the 4th Reikage and Anoki a little suspicious. The reason why Konoha asked for a postponement was because they were in the process of electing the 5th Hokage, and it was not a deliberate refusal. Chapter 134 Tsunede's Return. Jiraiya returned to Konohagakure with Tsunade and Shizune. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Has Konoha changed a lot? Jiraiya, with a head full of white hair, said to Tsunade. This legendary Sannin looked like a dog, while Tsunade, who was already in her 40s, still looked like a young girl. When the 2 walked together, people always felt that the toad sage was really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. At this moment, the broad-minded reserve 5th generation Hokage looked around and curled his lips. What? That's all? It's not as prosperous as the Wind Country. The original Fire Country was the center of the world. The most prosperous cities in the entire ninja world were basically in the Fire Country. However, after Vegapunk, the center of the world gradually shifted to the Sea Country and the Wind Country. Although Tsunade often ran around the ninja world, it was obvious that there was still a range, and she would not take a boat to the Sea Country. But Tsunade has been to the Wind Country next to the Fire Country several times. The main reason is that the gambling industry in the Wind Country was already very developed. After the environment improved, the gambling industry flourished. Naturally, the big fat sheep Tsunade could not bear it, and made a positive contribution to the GDP of the Wind Country. Well, there is no way. It is not as good as the Wind Country. That is force majeure. After all, there is the genuine Vegapunk there. There is a weather tower that can even control the weather of the entire Wind Country. It is normal that the far country and Konoha cannot compare. Jiraiya scratched his head and said helplessly, but no matter what, Konoha is also our route. It is much better than the unfamiliar wind country. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Konoha is our home after all. Shizune, who was standing behind Tsunade, couldn't help but speak. Shizune, you guy, I didn't say how bad Konoha is. Tsunade rolled her eyes, and then asked Jiraiya, can that clone of Vegapunk you mentioned cure my hemophobia? You know, this is not a real disease. To some extent, it is a psychological illness. In today's medicine, psychological and mental illnesses are the most difficult to cure. Basically, they can only rely on the patient's own conditioning. Tsunade herself is the most famous medical ninja in the entire ninja world. Her medical ninjutsu can be said to be the best in the world, and she is even far ahead of the second place. However, even she herself can't cure her hemophobia. Of course, there is a principle that doctors cannot treat themselves, but it also shows that this disease is not so easy to solve. Scratching his white hair, Jiraiya said easily, don't worry, that Vegapunk has guaranteed it. Although it's a bit superstitious to say so, even if that guy is a replica, he is still Vegapunk. After hearing this, Tsunade was speechless. Although she had been in this world for a short time, the 4 words Vegapunk had indeed created countless miracles. In today's ninja world, the name of Vegapunk is no different from omnipotence. Tsunade's self-destruction was actually half due to her hemophobia. Otherwise, with her somewhat generous personality, she would not necessarily choose to leave the ninja village in such a weak way. Now that she heard that it could be cured, she naturally came with some hope. Then let's make a deal. Unless my hemophobia is cured, I won't be the Hokage. Besides, Konoha can't possibly need a Hokage who is afraid of blood. Jiraiya sighed after hearing Tsunade's words. This was true. In any case, even if the Hokage was not the strongest in Konoha, he should be one of the strongest. Otherwise, if he was weak, he might be killed by the ninja's favorite decapitation tactics at any time. At that time, Konoha would inevitably lose momentum and become a mess. So if Tsunade's hemophobia really couldn't be cured, she couldn't be the Hokage anyway. Soon, Tsunade and Jiraiya came to Konoha's newest experimental building. Looking at the high-tech metal building in front of her, Tsunade was a little surprised. It doesn't seem to match the style of ninjas at all. Jiraiya muttered, but Tsunade showed admiration. After all, Tsunade didn't like those traditional ninjas who dug laboratories underground. As a medical ninja, Tsunade is more accustomed to conducting research in a clean, bright and spacious hospital, rather than local rats. Shizune, who has been following behind Tsunade, holding a small fragrant pig in her arms, is also curious, looking at the advanced experimental building in front of her. Aren't you afraid of danger when making such a building? The reason why ninjas like local rats is that they are forced to do so. You know, the so-called ninjas, as long as they reach the level of Chunin, or have the destructive power of tanks. Even if they are genin, it is easy to blow up a building with a detonating tag. But in terms of physical defense, these ninjas are not much different from ordinary people, at most equivalent to wearing a layer of bulletproof vests. Naturally, for safety reasons, all ninjas put the laboratory underground at the same time. After all, the defense of the underground base is much stronger than these buildings. No, the laboratory building built by Dr. Vegapunk has a super large chakra suppressor inside. Chakra cannot be used within a few hundred meters of the laboratory building. Even detonating tags cannot be detonated. Even the destructive power of the already formed ninjutsu will be weakened by 99%. The one who spoke was a girl with ruby-like eyes. She was standing at the door of the laboratory and seemed to be a guarding ninja. Ah, it's Kunoe. Shizune recognized her former classmate in an instant, and a smile appeared on her face. Are you working for Dr. Vegapunk now? You are. Shizune. And Tsunade-sama. Yuhi Kunoe quickly recognized her former classmate, and therefore recognized Shizune's master Tsunade. Although Tsunade left Konoha Ninja Village for more than 10 years, she is still very recognizable among Konoha ninjas, and is even regarded as an idol among female ninjas. Yuhi Kunoe just didn't react at first, but after seeing her classmate Shizune, she immediately recognized Tsunade. Seeing her idol, Kunoe was a little excited. Yes, I have been working in the laboratory during this period. but I didn't expect that Tsunade-sama is back too. Could this person be Jiraiya-sama? Turning her head to look at the wretched old man with white hair next to her, Kyuri said uncertainly, "Of course, I'm the white-haired boy Toad Sage of Miyaboki Mountain. Hey, Tsunade, wait for me." Hearing the question from the pretty girl, Jiraiya immediately summoned the toad and started to perform there. Tsunade rolled her eyes and walked directly into the laboratory as if she didn't know him. Jiraiya, who was performing, saw this and hurriedly chased after him. Kyuri was left with a wry smile on her face. This Jiraiya-sama seems a little unreliable. After entering the laboratory building, Tsunade's face changed slightly. She could feel that inside this experimental building, even her own mobilization of chakra became extremely difficult. It's not that the chakra is weakened, but there seems to be some strange fluctuations that interfere with the control of the chakra. The chakra that usually moves at will now often needs to concentrate for several seconds before it can be mobilized. Under this chakra control, basically no ninjutsu can be performed properly, just like in the original work, when Naruto Uzumaki had a much higher chakra than Kakashi during the ninja school period, but he even failed to perform the clone technique. Moreover, when the chakra is seriously disturbed and almost uncontrollable, not only can the ninjutsu be used, but the physical skills will also be greatly reduced. The chaotic chakra does not have much effect on the human body. At most, it can spontaneously protect the body and make people more resistant to beatings. No wonder. Indeed, in this case, even with my chakra control, I can't use any powerful ninjutsu. It's really good. I don't know how Vegapunk did it. Tsunade murmured a few times. The control of the medical ninja team is extremely high. As the top medical ninja in the entire ninja world, Tsunade's chakra control can be imagined. Even she couldn't control her chakra, which meant that this was not a problem that could be overcome by training chakra control. In that case, wouldn't it mean that all ninjas would be unable to control their chakras if it was used on the battlefield? Shizune, who was standing behind Tsunade, slightly changed her expression and exclaimed in surprise. How could it be that easy? Tsunade smiled and shook her head. If I'm not mistaken, this whole building is actually a ceiling formation. It is precisely because of such a huge ceiling formation that we can cut off everyone's chakra control. On the battlefield, such a huge and complicated ceiling formation is almost meaningless. That's right. I didn't expect Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, not only excels in medical ninjutsu, but also has a good understanding of sealing techniques. That's right, if you don't understand sealing techniques, you can't create the Yin Seal, a cutting-edge ninjutsu that combines sealing techniques with medical ninjutsu. Tsunade turned her head and saw a blonde young man walking out. He was wearing a white coat and had a handsome face. Unlike his young appearance, his eyes were deep and had a bit of spiritual light. For this kind of eyes, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were vaguely familiar with it. It was the eyes that Orochimaru often showed when he was conducting research and making progress. "Kid, are you Vegapunk?" Tsunade put one hand on her waist and patted Shizune, who was attracted by Vegapunk's appearance and was a little stunned, and said, "To be precise, it should be a copy of Vegapunk." The blonde young man shrugged and said with a smile, "Welcome back, Fifth Hokage." "Hey, I haven't agreed yet." Tsunade frowned and said, "Don't forget what you promised." Now they are talking in a corridor of the experimental building. Although it can't be said that there are people coming and going, there are indeed staff members occasionally. In this case, Tsunade dare not directly say something like homophobia. After all, this is still information that needs to be kept confidential. If it is exposed, it will not be a trivial matter. Of course, don't worry, Ms. Tsunade. Vegapunk shrugged lightly. "I'm quite good at psychological treatment. It's better to be so." Tsunade snorted lightly. Facing Vegapunk's calm attitude, she was a little dissatisfied and always felt that it seemed to be a bit of sarcasm. But Vegapunk certainly didn't want to mock Tsunade. He really thought that it wouldn't be too difficult to solve Tsunade's homophobia problem. The main reason was that at this time, Tsunade's own psychological problems were not that big. It had been almost 10 or 20 years. No matter how big the psychological shadow was at the beginning, it had almost faded away now. Tsunade's hemophobia now was more due to her habit of fear of blood for so many years. The psychological shadow factor was not big anymore, so it was easier to treat. Just do some psychological counseling. Although the Naruto world has a large number of mental systems such as illusions, there is obviously no formal treatment for mental illnesses. Vegapunk, who had used the brain fruit, did have a lot of research in this area. How do you feel, Senior Tsunade? Looking at Tsunade, who had just taken off a helmet, Vegapunk asked. Tsunade didn't say anything, but gently scratched her arm with her fingers. Suddenly, bright red blood flowed down. Tsunade's eyes trembled slightly after seeing the blood, but she took a deep breath and stretched out her hand. A light green light flashed, and soon the wound healed. Tsunade-sama, is your hemophobia cured? Shizune asked with a smile on her face. Tsunade nodded slightly, then shook her head. It's not fully recovered, but it's not a big problem. For this kind of psychological problem, the most important thing is the initial recovery. Once the first step is taken, it can basically be regarded as a victory over the fear in the heart, and it won't take too long to fully recover. But I never thought that you seem to be quite knowledgeable in medical treatment. In addition to interfering with the mind, this machine should also have a certain soothing effect on the human brain. Tsunade said, and Vegapunk shrugged. If the 5th Hokage has time and is interested, I can give you the information, so that you can conduct further research. Tsunade did not refuse. She was indeed very interested in this machine that could interfere with the brain. As a top medical ninja, Tsunade has done in-depth research on the human body. It's just that, because she is not as unscrupulous as Orochimaru, Tsunade obviously doesn't understand important parts like the brain very thoroughly without enough human experiments. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been troubled by hemophobia for so many years. Chapter 135, The 5-Cage Conference. I feel like I was called back here, just to be your shield and work assistant. Tsunade in the lab rolled her eyes and said, dripping 2 drops of potion into the lab box. A sizzling sound was heard, and the little white mouse in the lab box began to quickly become thin and dry. Instead, a human ear grew on the back of the white mouse, which looked very irrational. Tsunade quickly caught the white mouse, cut off the ear with a stroke of her hand, and handed it to Shizune beside her. Go check it to see if there will be any rejection reaction. Vegapunk standing nearby smiled. If you really like being Hokage, then I can let those intelligent robots hand over the work to you. No thanks. Tsunade's body trembled slightly, thinking of the large amount of documents and those complicated family relationships, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. I'd better be your experimental assistant. After all, it's just a 9-to-5 job, and I can have a drink. Besides, your intelligent robot is much better than me when it comes to handling the government affairs of Konoha Village. I remember that the Sand Village in the Wind Country seems to have handled problems with government robots. Speaking of which, why did you let me come back? It doesn't matter if you choose anyone to be Hokage. Konoha is much more complicated than other ninja villages after all. Vegapunk shook his head. If you don't have your reputation, it would be impossible to get those family ninjas to obey the orders of the government robots. Although there is a certain darkness in the Sand Village, the internal forces are far less complicated than those in Konoha. In addition, the entire ninja village was frightened by Vegapunk at that time. With Yikang, the only young cage level person in the Sand Village, naturally, even if robots are used to handle government affairs, other ninjas dare not object. In Konoha, if Tsunade's banner is not raised, Vegapunk does not think that those family ninjas will obey the orders of the government robots. It seems that I'm still quite prestigious, Tsunade said with a laugh. As the last descendant of the Senju clan, plus the identity of the ancestor of medical ninjas, and the countless ninjas she has treated in several ninja world wars, with so many halos, Tsunade's reputation in Konoha can be said to be a call for 100 responses, which is exactly why Vegapunk needs her help. By the way, there is one more thing, Vegapunk said to Tsunade, as if he had thought of something. Logically, the 5-Cage conference should have been held a month ago. Now that you have officially taken office, isn't it about time you set off? 5-Cage conference, to discuss the issue of the tailed beasts, Tsunade murmured, and then her eyes suddenly looked at Vegapunk. Tell me honestly, does this matter have anything to do with your original body? It must be related. Vegapunk raised his eyebrows and admitted it without hesitation. Otherwise, how could Nagato get the tailed beasts of the Sea Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom? Relying on his Rinnegan? Not to mention him, even if it was the Six Paths Sage, with the arrangement of the original body, it would be enough to crush the sage to death. Really, you admitted it just like that? Tsunade's face looked a little strange. By the way, your clone is not related to the original body, right? It is indeed related. To be precise, I should not call it a clone, but an incarnation. Vegapunk cut open the white mouse and looked at the mycelium-like structure that had been injected with some white Zetsu dandruff cells. He said calmly. With a rustle, Tsunade and Vegapunk turned their heads and saw Shizune, who had just returned from testing the ears on the back of the white mouse. At this moment, Shizune dropped the things in her hands and looked at Vegapunk in surprise. However, Vegapunk shrugged. Why are you so surprised about such a thing? I guess those clan leaders and other figures in Konoha should have guessed it a long time ago. Then you overestimate them. Except for Shikaku, no one else has ever thought of such an outrageous thing as you being the genuine clone. I just suspect that you may have a certain connection with a genuine Vegapunk. Also, Shizune is a real good kid. She has been wandering outside with me. She is not like those dirty politicians in the ninja village who have gone around in circles. It is normal for her to be simple. While speaking, Tsunade glared at Vegapunk fiercely. Did you support Nagato's attack on the Konoha village? No, that's what he had to do. You know, the Akatsuki organization he was in was destroyed because of the roots of Konoha. Even his partners who had been dependent on each other were forced to death. Do you think he will let Konoha go? Vegapunk shook his head. He was very clear about what he should admit and what he shouldn't admit. Even if Nagato was not controlled by Vegapunk, he would definitely attack Konoha in the end. In addition to the existence of the Ninetales, it was more because of the hatred between Konoha and Nagato. In fact, Tsunade didn't really care much about the death of the third Hokage Danzo, but Konoha sacrificed more than 1,000 ninjas at that time. Tsunade would not ignore the death of these ordinary ninjas. Konoha root? What good things did the old man and Danzo do again? Tsunade said angrily. Vegapunk kindly explained what happened to him. I remember that you and Jiraiya should have met Nagato at the beginning. Didn't he have two friends at the time? The matter is actually very simple. Danzo and Hanzo of the Land of Rain conspired to capture the girl Konan in their trio, and then force Nagato and Yahiko to kill each other before they could let Konan go. For this, Yahiko was directly killed by Nagato's Kyune. After that, Nagato was greatly stimulated and became radical and cynical. You who have experienced the war years should also know what these stimulated people are like, right? Damn it. It's Danzo's fault again. Why did he go to the Land of Rain to stir up trouble when he had nothing to do? Tsunade said angrily. Seeing her angry look, if Danzo came back to life and appeared in front of her again, it is not ruled out that he would be beaten to death by Tsunade. Who knows? It may also be that Nagato's Samsurai was discovered. Vegapunk shook his head. He didn't care about the reason for the original incident. Speaking of which, Nagato didn't just go on a killing spree, which was a favor to me. With his transformed condition, it's not impossible for him to destroy the entire Konoha village. Transformed? Tsunade gave Vegapunk a strange look, and she knew in her heart that Nagato was probably Vegapunk's experimental subject. During this period, Tsunade had discovered that Vegapunk's favorite thing to do was to let those ninjas come to him for experiments on their own. The rarer the ninjas were, the more Vegapunk liked them. If you think about it this way, Vegapunk would naturally not let go of the Samsurai, which is something that only one pair of ninjas can have in the ninja world. Okay, I'll go to the 5-cage tournament, but what exactly do you want to do? Tell me clearly. I don't want Konoha to be involved unknowingly and become cannon fodder in your hands. After hearing Tsunade's words, Vegapunk rolled his eyes. It doesn't matter, just do what you want to do. I can guarantee that Nagato won't be able to make a big wave this time. He collected all the plans to execute the tailed beasts, which has long been calculated by others, and I only want to calculate the people behind the scenes. Tsunade didn't know much about Vegapunk's plan, but she didn't think Vegapunk would really harm herself and Konoha. It's not an exaggeration to say that Konoha is now in Vegapunk's pocket, and no one will really damage their property. Therefore, Tsunade finally went to the Iron Kingdom and participated in the 5-cage tournament normally. What a heavy snow. Is this the Iron Kingdom? The environment is really harsh. Shizune, who was standing behind Tsunade, walked on the snow and said with some emotion, "Although the climate of the Iron Country is cold, it is rich in metal minerals. It is precisely because of this severe climate and rich metal minerals that the samurai class can continue in this country." It was Sate Kakashi who spoke. Looking at the current situation of the Iron Country, he was reminded of the Snow Country. The situation of the two countries is still very similar, but the Iron Country is in the center of the continent. In comparison, the Snow Country is much more remote. Obviously, the three of them came to the Iron Country, a permanent neutral country, to participate in the 5-cage conference. The heads of each village participating in the 5-cage conference can bring 2 guards, and Tsunade brought Kakashi and Shizune. Needless to say, Shizune has been responsible for taking care of Tsunade during her travels for so many years, and the relationship between her and Tsunade is very deep. It is natural to take her out. As for Kakashi, he is the candidate for the 6th generation Hokage. When participating in the 5-cage conference, he takes the next ninja village leader as a guard. This is also an old tradition of the 5-cage conference. When they were about to reach a strange looking mountain, Tsunade and her 3 companions finally met the samurai who came to greet them. However, what disappointed Shizune was that these so-called samurai were wearing armor and a gas mask like armor on their faces. They looked very different from the samurai in the novel. Of course, only Shizune felt this way. Both Kakashi and Tsunade had obviously expected this. The samurai of the Iron Country claimed that they could compete with ninjas with swordsmanship alone. Of course, they could only compete with each other. As for whether they could win or not, that's another matter. Although to some extent, samurai who also use the extraordinary power of chakra can only be regarded as a variant of ninjas. It is obvious that without the power of ninjutsu, samurai are far less powerful than ninjas. In order to make up for the lack of ninjutsu and illusion, samurai had to rely on external forces. A solid iron armor and a mask with the ability to resist illusions and poison gas can also narrow the gap with ninjas. Are you the Hokage from Konoha village? Please come this way. This is a venue for the 5-cage tournament. When several respectful Iron Country warriors led Tsunade into the venue, the ninjas from other ninja villages had already arrived. As soon as Tsunade entered the venue, she looked around. In front of her was the 3rd Tsuchikage sitting in a wheelchair. It was said that, if it weren't for the 5-cage tournament, he would have retired. On his left and right were his son, the tall Huang-Tu, and a young ninja about 11 or 12 years old who was kneading clay. At this moment, the young ninja was mumbling something in his mouth. According to the information Tsunade got, that was the rare young genius of the land of Earth, Explosion Ninja Deidara. According to the situation, this was a young man with great talent in explosions. Next to Inoki was the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Village. Compared to Inoki who was already in a wheelchair, the 4th Raikage, who was in his prime, had recovered from his injuries. But his face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. The person beside him was naturally his adopted brother Killer Bee, and the other one was Tite, the brain trust of the successive Raikages. The remaining 2 were the Kazakage Vyekura and the Mizukage Zigwishan Pufferfish. Both of them sat there with a calm look. The guards beside them looked ordinary, just like ordinary people, but with indifferent faces and a sign of 1234 on their chests. Looking at the 4 guards exuding a somewhat mechanical aura, Tsunade estimated that they were probably some kind of artificial people invented by Vegapunk. Hokage, you're too late. As usual, the 4th Raikage slapped the table and shouted, You've only come here after a month, since you took office? However, Tsunade was not used to this guy. She crossed her arms and said coldly, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just hold it in. I'm the Hokage of Konoha. What does it have to do with your Kumogakure, whether I come early or late? This is the 5-cage conference. It's ridiculous. I never remember any real meaningful topics being discussed at the 5-cage conference. Although Tsunade's words were a bit sharp, they were indeed true. if we want to say that the most successful 5-cage conference was probably the one when Hashirama Senju divided the tailed beasts. However, it turned out that the topic of that 5-cage conference was ultimately just Hashirama Senju's wishful thinking. The 5 major ninja villages did not become peaceful because of the tailed beasts. On the contrary, in the later period, because of the tailed beasts, the intensity of the battles increased. Even if it was a short-lived peace, it was because of Hashirama Senju's deterrence, not because of the 5-cage conference. HMPH, what's with your attitude? Are you in collusion with that Rinnegan brat? At this time, the third Tsuchikage said something with a serious look on his face, but his gaze not only included Tsunade, but also swept towards Yi Kang and the Zigguishan Buffer Demon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Nagato Attacks. In response to Inoki's veiled accusations, both Yekura and Zigguishan Buffer Ghost remained motionless, pretending not to hear them. Yekura stretched out his fingers and played with the hair on his forehead, while Zigguishan Buffer Ghost looked up at the sky, as if counting the stars on the ceiling. Compared to them, Tsunade's reaction was much more exaggerated. With a loud bang, before she even sat down, Tsunade punched a big hole in the table, shocking the guards like frightened birds. Well, except for the guys like 1234 who looked like androids, the other guards raised their chakras and looked like they were going to fight. Enough, Inoki, I came here to attend the meeting, to find the tailed beasts, not to listen to your nagging. As for doubting us, don't forget that our Konoha's losses are much greater than your 2 ninja villages. Konoha's casualties may not be as great as those of the Rock and Cloud ninjas, but if the death of the 3rd Hokage is counted, the losses are indeed far more severe than those of the 2 ninja villages. So, the only ones who didn't suffer any losses are the Sand village and the Sea village. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? How did the 1-tail, 3-tail, and 6-tail, these 3-tailed beasts end up in Nagato's hands? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, who had just finished looking at the ceiling, lowered his head, as if ready to look at the table. Yi Kang sighed helplessly. As for this question, I don't know either. What? Are you teasing us? As the Kazakage, you don't even know that all the tailed beasts in your village were captured. The 4th Raikage's powerful voice almost shook the whole room down. Yi Kang picked his ears leisurely and said, those tailed beasts were taken away by Dr. Vegapunk. He said that he wanted to conduct some experiments and research. As for what happened afterwards, I know nothing. Damn it, that damn Vegapunk, what on earth does this bastard lunatic want to do? The 4th Raikage said viciously, and then suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He tilted his head, and a dazzling white light shot across his forehead. A few golden hairs slowly floated down in the smell of burning wind shadow. The 4th Raikage roared, and the lightning chakra on his body burst out instantly. However, at this moment, he felt someone patted his shoulder lightly, and the chakra in his body was lost like a flood. In an instant, his body softened, and he almost sat on the ground. Turning his head, he saw that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was still smiling, but the sharp teeth in his mouth had a bit of a hideous feeling. One of his big hands slapped the 4th Raikage's shoulder, not only ignoring the lightning armor, but even directly draining the 4th Raikage's chakra. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the 2 sides was over, and even the other guards didn't react at all. However, the result of the battle was shocking. The 4th Raikage, whose strength was beyond the other cages, was controlled by the Wind Cage and the Water Cage almost instantly. It was shocking. Although the other 2 cages' attacks were almost sneak attacks, the 4th Raikage, who had completed the electric current driven training, had a reaction speed that was beyond human imagination. Logically, this sneak attack could not be beyond his reaction range, unless the opponent's reaction speed was completely comparable to his. Why are you so fast? The 4th Raikage said with gritted teeth. His chakra was almost drained. Even the 4th Raikage could only sit on the ground in embarrassment. As for the 2 guards beside him, Killer B and Dode. They were blocked by the androids wearing the 3 and 4 badges respectively, standing next to the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. You don't think that the so-called electric current push is something that only you can learn, right? No way, no way. Zigwashan Puffer Ghost said with a smile. We don't have the lightning chakra level as high as yours, but Dr. Vegapunk has developed an electric current push automatic training cabin. Although the price is a bit expensive and must be tailor-made, it cannot be popularized on a large scale, but it is enough to successfully transform all the reaction nerve brain receiving areas in my body within a week and have a speed close to yours. Of course, there is still a little gap between the machine made and the 4th Raikages practiced, but the gap is not big. If they fight head on, they may be able to see the difference in speed, but Zigwashan Puffer Ghost deliberately attacked, so he naturally killed the 4th Raikage in an instant. Mizukage, let him go. Yi Kang stood up and said lightly, Raikage, this time I'm just teaching you a lesson. Remember, trouble comes from the mouth. Some people are not something you can talk about casually. Shrugging his shoulders, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost let go of his hand, and the 4th Raikage slowly stood up, his face livid, and said nothing. Although he was not injured, the feeling of all his chakra being drained still made him look quite weak. Brother, are you okay? Killer B withdrew from the attack range of the 2 androids, and asked the 4th Raikage. The 4th Raikage shook his head. It's okay, I'm not injured, it's just that my chakra was temporarily absorbed. Chakra absorption? Samehada? The 3rd Suchikage Anoki slowly calmed down his surprise, looked at Zigwashan Puffer Ghost and asked. It's not Samehada. Even Samehada can't drain all the chakra of the Raikage in an instant. Zigwashan Puffer Ghost explained very straightforwardly, that is the genetic modification fluid made by Samehada, and it is also the highest standard genetic modification fluid in our sea village now. As he spoke, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost raised his hand, and everyone realized that on the palm of Zigwashan Puffer Ghost's hand, they could see a ferocious mouth full of sharp teeth, which disappeared after a few squirming. That was the half-beast ability of Samehada. With the strength of Zigwashan Puffer Ghost, he could naturally control it completely in one palm. Just now, it was in the half-beast state that the Samehada transformed Zigwashan Puffer Ghost instantly drained the chakra of the 4th Raikage. The 4th Raikage's face became even uglier. Obviously, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost didn't use his full strength just now. He had also seen those animal ability transformers in the sea village, and their peak state would change into a half-beast form. The watermelon mountain puffer demon had obviously only used the half-beast transformation of his palm a little bit, so it was naturally impossible for him to attack with all his strength. With a speed that was only slightly inferior to his own, and a terrifying ability to absorb chakra, plus the massive chakra and strong physique after the fusion of the watermelon mountain puffer demon and Samehada, the 4th Raikage silently calculated in his mind that, even if he didn't use sneak attacks, he might not be his opponent. And the Wind Shadow Yi Kang, the ninjutsu he just performed, was also extremely fast and extremely dangerous, which made the 4th Raikage feel creepy. It seemed that he had just dodged the attack by tilting his head, but the 4th Raikage knew very well that the opponent's attack was not really aimed at him, otherwise he could only dodge most of it at most, and would also suffer some scratches. A certain premonition in his heart made the Raikage feel that it would be best not to be touched by Yi Kang's ninjutsu, otherwise the result would definitely not be a good thing. Damn Vegapunk, how many monsters did he create? That Samsara must have been created by him, right? What on earth does this bastard want to do? Of course, the 4th Raikage could only think about these words in his heart. He still knew the principle that a good man should not suffer a loss in front of him. Tsunade also pulled her chair over at this moment, sat on the chair and watched coldly, not knowing what the final result of this meeting would be. Yi Kang and Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost obviously had no intention of forming an alliance, and the Cloud Village and the Rock Village could naturally see it. If nothing unexpected happened, the final result of this 5-cage conference would probably end in vain. But, if nothing unexpected happened, is this possible? Almost. This body is already very close to the limit. Nagato, with red hair, raised his hand and saw the skin on his arm constantly cracking and recovering again, with a very calm expression. Under the influence of the violent chakra in his body was in a delicate balance. The muscles, blood vessels and bones were constantly torn and shattered, and then recovered under the regenerative ability brought by a large amount of chakra. This even greatly improved his physical strength. In theory, as long as another year or so passed, he could definitely suppress the power of the Ten-Tails. Unfortunately, this kind of recovery consumed not only chakra, but also Nagato's own lifespan. According to Nagato's perception, by the time he could completely suppress the Ten-Tails, his lifespan would probably be almost gone. And if he entered a combat state, he might die faster and have a shorter lifespan. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki did not add anything to his lifespan. After all, Nagato only had the blood of the Uzumaki, not the blood of the Otsutsuki. Although it is the physique of the Uzumaki clan, it is not as good as the monster level of Hancock after all. Fortunately, this body itself is something that must be lost. It is enough to wait until the 5-cage conference is held, manipulating his own gravity to fly into the sky. In an instant, Nagato has already flown to the Iron Kingdom and looked at the strange mountain below. Is it where the meeting is held? It's time to say hello to them. As he spoke, Nagato stretched out a hand, and the powerful gravity pressed down instantly. At this moment, the 5-cage conference venue, which was still noisy, suddenly came with a creaking sound, and then it was shattered with a bang. Nagato lowered his head and looked at the ruins under his feet, his face indifferent, and then he saw several explosions in the ruins, and ninjas jumped out one by one. The guys in the venue were at least elite jonins, and most of them were cage level. When they felt that something was wrong, they had already used various tricks to block this wave of attacks. Except for some Iron Kingdom warriors who maintained order, there was no problem with others. Damn it. It's you again. You little brat with the Rinnegan. Inoki roared and flew up from the ground in a panic. Although he saved himself at the critical moment, he failed to save his wheelchair. In order to avoid falling to the ground, he could only float half in the air. Nagato from the land of rain. Huh. What do you want to do by attacking the 5-cage directly? Tsunade also looked shabby. She and Kakashi were fine, but Shizune was a little reluctant in the attack just now. It was thanks to Tsunade who summoned the slug to protect her that Shizune was not injured. So now she was also furious. What on earth did this guy Vegapunk want to do? Is this his plan? What do you want to do? Isn't this obvious? Nagato said calmly. From today on, the order of the ninja world will be set by me. I want to create a peaceful world without war, and the first step is to wipe out all of you remnants of the old era. How shameless. With you. Yi Kang also stepped forward at this time and sneered. As an insider, she naturally knew Vegapunk's plan a long time ago, and now it was time to perform. You are just an experiment of Dr. Vegapunk. Do you think you are so arrogant, just because you have obtained the power of the tailed beast? Haha, you so-called shadows, you don't know what you are facing. The so-called tailed beast is the source of all chakra in this world. Bone horn slowly grew on Nagato's forehead, and his body was lightly covered with a layer of white chakra substance like clothes. The terrifying aura gradually filled the whole world. Let me show you my current power. As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato directly stretched out his hand. Chibaku Tensei. Tiny black dots were thrown out, followed by terrifying gravity. The atmosphere whistled, the land was instantly shattered, and countless stones, soil, and ruins were directly taken up to the sky. Nagato is now a truly epic enhanced version. His strength is not much inferior to that of Uchiha Madara, the 6 paths. The power of the Chibaku Tensei technique he displayed is naturally many times greater. Even if it is not as powerful as the God Chibaku Tensei technique, the coverage area is about 10 kilometers. Not good. This ninjutsu. Inoki's face changed slightly. As a top ninja who has practiced the nature change of earth escape to the limit, and also derived gravity ability, Inoki is the guy who can truly feel the power of the opponent's move. As the power of the Chibaku Tensei gradually increased, at first only dust and rubble, then the ruins of buildings, and finally large pieces of ground and rocks were constantly attracted by the black ball in the sky. A group of ninjas jumped on the huge rocks and soil like fleas, but were still sucked higher and higher by the powerful gravity, gradually approaching the small satellite that was beginning to take shape in the sky. At this time, Yi Kang seemed to be unable to help himself and said, "Fugu Ghost. Use your trump card." Chapter 137 Kaguya appears. Trump card? Question mark. People from other ninja villages, including Tsunade, also looked at Yi Kang and Zigwushin Puffer. As the base of Vegapunk, the sea village and the sand village must have a lot of good things. They want to see what good things the other party can take out in the face of such a desperate situation. There is no other way. I will let number 1 and number 2 deal with this ninjutsu, and you let number 3 and number 4 deal with the samurai. Get ready now. Zigwushin Puffer, who was flying in the air, responded, and then turned his eyes to the two dumbfounded bodyguards number 1 and number 2. Restrictions lifted. The 8th gear is activated. Smash this broken ninjutsu for me. As Zigwushin Puffer finished speaking, the two android guards beside him suddenly looked up to the sky and howled. In the crackling sound, their outer clothes were completely shattered, revealing their muscular bodies wearing black tights. At the same time, terrifying chakra aura burst out from the two guards. Tsunade only took a look at the two of them, and was immediately shocked. Is this the 8 gates of ninjutsu? The 8 gates of ninjutsu open to the death gate. Yes, this is the 8 gates of ninjutsu android created by Vegapunk, based on Michael K's data. The data obtained from Michael K, plus the specially made tights and restraints on their bodies, are enough to allow this kind of android to fight for 5 minutes after opening the death gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu in time, instead of dying completely after one move. After the two androids were untied, they stepped on the air almost instantly and rushed straight to Chibaku Tensei. Nagato stared at the two with his samurai and did not forget to act. Haha, you want to fight Chibaku Tensei with just physical skills? Are you still asleep? However, when the two people found someone to come to the giant stone formed by Chibaku Tensei, the aura on their bodies also exploded to the limit. Zixiang. Continuous step. With a roar, one after another terrifying air column like an elephant's foot suddenly hit the core stone ball. In the sound of clakla, the entire stone ball of Chibaku Tensei was like a layer of onion being peeled off layer by layer, breaking apart, revealing the black ball inside. After a while, even the black ball completely broke into pieces. Then, the two 8 gates ninja turned around and looked at Nagato without saying a word. The blood seeping from the two people's bodies rubbed against the air and turned into two long red and black flame dragons, killing straight over. It was the last and strongest move of the 8 gates ninja. Night K. Feeling a sudden shock in his heart, Nagato's face changed as he felt a terrifying might. He stretched out his hand and waved. Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei and the black and red flame dragon were in a stalemate for a moment, and then with a click, they were already broken. However, Nagato also achieved his goal and was instantly ejected. However, the effective force is relative. Although Shinra Tensei was easily broken, the bodies of the two 8 gates ninjas were obviously not strong enough. At this moment, the legs that were kicked out by Yi-K were almost shattered. Now the time is not yet 5 minutes, but looking at the shattered legs of the two ninjas, it is obvious that they can't fight anymore. Looking at the battle in front of him, Nagato's eyes flickered, as if countless data were generated. It seems that in the state of 8 gates, it is not necessary to hold on for 5 minutes. After all, the damage caused by the battle alone is destined to fight for at most a dozen moves in this state. Nagato was analyzing the battle, and the others were lucky. When the black ball collapsed, the overwhelming gravity disappeared instantly, and the stone land attracted to the sky also fell directly, and all the ninjas landed safely. They did not rashly intervene in the battle, mainly because the battle between the two sides was a bit advanced. Ninjas below the level of cage could not even withstand the aftermath, and those above the level of cage could only watch, and going up to help was not enough to cause trouble. However, now seeing that the two 8 gates ninjas have been defeated, Yi Kang also spoke. No 3. Number 4, the restrictions are lifted, and the 8th gear is activated. Target the samurai ninja. The same momentum burst out in an instant, and the other two ninjas also burst out the power of the 8 gates ninja. The people from the other ninja villages looked at each other and felt that it was a bit outrageous. What was this? Mass-produced disposable human bombs? Exclamation mark. Any one of these 4 8 gates ninjas could kill almost all the people from the 3 ninja villages. Even if they had to pay with their own lives, it would be a big profit to use these mass-produced ninjas to exchange for the lives of real cage-level strongmen. And now it seems that this technology is still very mature. Therefore, even in this state, the leaders of these ninja villages are a little worried. God knows how many of these 8 gates ninjas Vegapunk has made. Not too many, just make 10 or 8 more, and you can easily flatten the high-end combat power of any ninja village. At this time, Nagato also looked like he wanted to retreat directly, and then the 2 8 gates ninjas were already stepping on the air, blocking his retreat one after another, and then they attacked at the same time, and countless air columns smashed into Nagato in the middle. Shinra Tensei? Smash it directly. Absorbing chakra ability? The 8 gates of ninjutsu only uses chakra to strengthen the body, using pure physical attacks. Susanoo. It will still be blown to pieces. Until the end, Nagato used the Seeking the Way Jade to form an eggshell, so he was not directly taken away by a wave. Then, the blood-colored airflow on the bodies of the 2 8 gates of ninjutsu ninjas who relied on the air to jump in the air changed into a dragon shape again, and it was a brand new Night K. The 2 dragon-like airflows intertwined together, and even the black Seeking the Way Jade was directly crushed by the dragon-shaped airflow, and Nagato, who was wrapped in the black fairway jade, was also blown to pieces in an instant. Looking at the fragments of Nagato's body falling from the sky, the entire battlefield was silent for a while. Neither the 4th Raikage nor Noki had any joy, but was full of worry that the wolf would be rejected at the front door and the tiger would come out the back door. But soon they didn't have to worry. A black curse seal spread over Nagato's head, which had already fallen to the ground, and gradually wrapped him up. A large number of corpse fragments seemed to be attracted and wriggled together again. When a group of people felt that something was wrong, they saw that Nagato had turned into a massive black liquid-like substance, which gradually expanded. Finally, with a splash, a tall woman with white hair, 3 eyes on the top of her forehead, white eyes and long horns appeared from the expanding black substance. What is this? The continuous accidents made the unaware ninjas feel exhausted. The powerful chakra emanating from the woman in front of them seemed to be more perverted than Nagato. It's only been a few years. Why has the ninja world become unrecognizable? All kinds of strange monsters can come out. Finally, I finally came out of the seal. Opening her eyes, Kaguya Otsutsuki looked around and was a little confused. How did she change back? Where is the sacred tree? Where is Black Zetsu? Why is there nothing? However, feeling the powerful chakra in her body, Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't think too much. If there is a problem with the plan, then there is a problem. For so many years, she thought she had no hope and would have to stay on the moon for the rest of her life. When Kaguya Otsutsuki created Black Zetsu, she never thought that her 2 sons would actually decompose the Ten-Tails directly. At that time, she thought that her sons were not pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan after all, and they would eventually die of old age. After her 2 sons died of old age, the sacred tree would reappear in this world. At that time, with Black Zetsu's ability, he would naturally find a way to release her. What she didn't expect was that her son later created the ninja clan, spread chakra wantonly, and directly decomposed the Ten-Tails through the outer path demon statue on the moon, and let her younger brother and descendants take care of it. He also gave consciousness to the 10-tailed beasts and separated them directly, causing the difficulty of Black Zetsu saving his mother to suddenly go from the simple level to the hell level. Originally, it was only necessary to trick a descendant of the Six Paths Sage into sealing the sacred tree to rescue Kaguya Otsutsuki directly. In the end, it turned out that he first synthesized the Samsara, summoned the Outer Path Demon statue again, and then attacked the 5 major ninja villages, collected the 9-tailed beasts one by one, and finally attacked and occupied the results by himself. To be honest, in the original work, Black Zetsu was able to release Kaguya Otsutsuki later. It can only be said that his luck was really bursting. Otherwise, if there was a slight problem in any link, I'm afraid that his plan would not succeed. After Kaguya Otsutsuki was sure that she had completely escaped the seal, she no longer thought about why she suddenly escaped from the seal, but looked coldly at the many ninjas in front of her. Are they pests in the nursery? It is because of you bugs that I came out so late, Kaguya Otsutsuki said abruptly. Of course, this is not wrong. If there is no extraordinary system like chakra circulating in this world, then with Black Zetsu's ability, it is estimated that Kaguya Otsutsuki would have been released long ago after the death of the Six Paths Sage. You guy. The shadows of the major ninja villages frowned, but at this moment, there was a sound of click, and a large number of cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, and 2 figures walked out of them. Vegapunk? Seeing the figure walking out, everyone was slightly stunned, but the Rake agent Tsunade took a closer look, and confirmed that the Vegapunk in front of them was definitely not a clone. The reason is very simple. The chakra contained in this Vegapunk's body is far beyond the scope of normal ninjas. Even the tailed beasts are far less than the chakra in this scientist's body. If it weren't for the fact that they had seen Nagato and Kaguya Otsutsuki, 2 monsters with abnormal chakras today, it is estimated that several ninjas present would have been shocked by this amount of chakra. Of course, what made Tsunade most certain of Vegapunk's identity was that Jikang and Zigwish Puffer Ghost immediately stood behind him after seeing Vegapunk. Most of the ninjas focused their attention on Vegapunk, ignoring the tall woman with a veil standing next to him. Only Kaguya Otsutsuki looked serious, and looked at Hancock standing next to Vegapunk. Who are you? Are you the new Otsutsuki? The pursuer sent by the mother planet? Feeling the aura of the same Otsutsuki, Kaguya Otsutsuki's face turned pale, and she no longer had the arrogance at the beginning. She even took several steps back, just like a frightened bird. How shameful. Honey, is this guy really the ancestor of chakra? Such a huge amount of chakra, but only worthy of such a weak soul. No wonder he is only worthy of being my food. After hearing this, Kaguya Otsutsuki seemed to be stimulated. I'm not food. I have been reborn now. 80 God's air attack. The overwhelming blue chakra fists bombarded Hancock madly. Hancock just sneered and raised her hand to release light blue chakra, which actually offset all the chakra fists bombarding. For the 2 of them, this was just a tentative behavior of greeting each other, but for the onlookers next to them, it was really too unfriendly. With a loud rumbling sound, almost all the ninjas were directly blown away by the aftermath of the chakra. The mountaintop, which had first turned into ruins and then been ravaged by the Chibaku Tensei, completely collapsed. The horrific aftermath even spread for several kilometers. The snow in the Iron Kingdom was completely overturned, revealing the black ground underneath. Cough cough cough. Shizune, are you okay? Tsunade asked, gritting her teeth. After pulling herself out of the snow, a huge slug gradually poked its head out. It's okay, Lady Tsunade. Miss Shizune has been reverse summoned back. That's good. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and then felt a pain in her chest. She gritted her teeth and used medical ninjutsu to connect her broken ribs and cursed. Where the hell did these monsters come from? Damn it. By the way, I don't know where Kakashi ran off to. I'm here, Hokage. Kakashi's head slowly emerged from the ground, and after he came out, he couldn't help spitting out blood. Although he had run a long way with the Earth Escape technique when Kaguya Otsutsuki and Hancock just started fighting, he was still seriously injured by the vibration underground. Of course, in Kakashi's opinion, it was good enough that he could escape, thanks to Kakashi's own experience in many battles and his keen sense of battle. Otherwise, Kakashi turned his head to look at the side. Huang-Tu had a sad face, and next to him was the dead Inoki. When Huang-Tu dived into the ground just now, Inoki's speed of taking off and escaping was a little slower because of his original injuries, and he was directly affected by the aftermath. Huang-Tu now only grabbed half of his body. As for Deidara, he also looked like he was breathing out more than breathing in. His strength was the weakest among the people present. If Huang-Tu hadn't helped him when he was escaping, he would probably be dead now. Chapter 138 Final Result. Inoki, this old man just died like this. With a sigh, the khaki rubber ball was torn apart directly, and the 4th Raikage, Killer Bee, and Dode appeared from it with sighs on their faces. Dode's lava release has insufficient attack power, but in terms of defense, it can be regarded as a unique bloodline ninjutsu, especially in terms of physical defense. The lava release is like rubber, which can completely remove the power, so the 3 people from the Cloud Village were not injured. In normal times, in this state, Huang-Tu saw that the Raikage of the Cloud Village was absolutely on guard. Now the old generation of Tsuchikage Inoki is dead. The new generation of Rising Star Deidara is seriously injured, and Huang-Tu, the pillar of the Mesozoic era, is also seriously injured. If the 4th generation Raikage is willing, he can just leave both of them behind, and then the rock village will become a lamb to be slaughtered. In fact, under normal circumstances, the 4th generation Raikage will definitely do such a thing, but now, neither the 4th generation Raikage nor Huang Tu is adding insult to injury, nor is he on guard. Faced with two powerful men who were almost like natural disasters, the leaders of the major ninja villages suddenly felt like insignificant mortals. They could only watch how fate determined the changes in the world. They could not do anything else except praying, and naturally they had no intention of caring about the old grudges of the major ninja villages. Several people looked at the battlefield, where the battle had just taken place. At this moment, it had turned into a chaos, and two terrifying chakra fluctuations rose again. Not good. These two monsters are going to fight again. Tsunade was the first to feel something was wrong. Everyone, retreat quickly. She didn't need to say anything. The 4th Raikage silently grabbed the earth platform and turned into a flash of lightning. Killer Bee, who followed behind him, reacted just as fast and followed behind his brother. Huang Tu hugged Anoki's body, then reached out and clamped Idara, and the whole person floated up directly. Obviously, he also used the super light heavy rock technique and drifted away with the surging wind. The super light and heavy rock technique is very difficult to learn. Huang Tu didn't know how to do it originally, but after receiving technical support from the Wind Country, Huang Tu naturally made a lot of progress. He has now learned the super light and heavy rock technique very well, but he doesn't use it much because he is not used to it. When Tsunade said this, she realized that she was already a slow retreater. She rolled her eyes and summoned a huge slug without saying a word. Then she dragged Kakashi and merged with the slug. The slug could also feel the terrifying chakra in the distance and slid away from the battlefield with its head down. Gulp, boom, strange sounds rang out, and the two terrifying chakras collided with each other, as if they were going to pierce the sky. The strong wind blew even a giant beast like the slug and almost flew away. Afterwards, the slug was even more sensitive to the two terrifying chakras that began to move continuously during the collision. Obviously, the two sides began a mobile war, which led to the expansion of the battlefield aftermath. It won't be like the 3 months of fighting in 1000. This world may not be able to withstand a battle of this scale again. Looking at the almost earth-shattering scene behind, the slug muttered to himself in a somewhat collapsed voice, if the fight continues like this, the natural energy of the planet will definitely be lost a lot. By then, I'm afraid. The longevity of animal immortals all comes from natural energy. Once the natural energy of the planet decreases, their lifespan will naturally decrease as well, especially for characters like Toad Immortal, Whitesnake Immortal, and Slug Immortal who have lived for thousands of years. Once the natural energy is lost, they may die on the spot. It's just that they were asked to stop Kaguya Otsutsuki behind them, and the strong man who was even more perverted than Kaguya Otsutsuki. These animal immortals certainly didn't have the courage. Don't look at how long they live, their actual combat power. They are not even immune to the infinite moon redding. Not to mention fighting. The immortal system can hurt the owner of the bloodline network, but it can only hurt the owner of the bloodline network. In terms of level and authority, it will still be suppressed by the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, the natives of this planet would not have been exterminated by the Otsutsuki clan 1000 years ago. The slug is not very flexible, but with its huge body, its speed is still much faster than that of ordinary ninjas, but it is much slower than the speed of the two natural disasters. Moreover, Kaguya Otsutsuki and Hancock can move in space. No one knows where their battle will appear in the next second. Anyway, a few minutes later, the slug felt that the two terrifying chakra fluctuations were already far away from here. It's really terrible. A hole opened on the slug's body, and Tsunade and Kakashi spit out. Little Tsunade, what happened? Can you tell me? Tsunade smiled bitterly. Well, actually, I don't know much. That's right. Although she knew it was related to Vegapunk, how did things develop to this point? Did Vegapunk's plan go off track? Tsunade still knew nothing. Hancock and Kaguya Otsutsuki's battle has lasted for 7 days. In these 7 days, the entire ninja world has been in dire straits, with earthquakes, storms, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, meteorites falling, and various crises taking turns. Fortunately, the arrival of Vegapunk has greatly improved the technological level of the entire ninja world, and its resistance to disasters has also been strengthened a lot, especially the overseas archipelago countries and the Kingdom of Wind, which have hardly been affected by natural disasters. Most of the natural disasters were smoothed out by Vegapunk's weather tower at the initial stage, and a small number of disasters that were too powerful were easily resolved by Vegapunk's various black technologies. For this reason, many small countries, including the other 3 big countries, came to Vegapunk, hoping to build a weather tower for their own country. Vegapunk accepted all requests, and agreed to them one by one. The bad weather was a small matter. What was more terrifying was the horrific battle between Hancock and Kaguya Otsutsuki. The two fought from east to west, and from south to north. The mountains and rivers collapsed, and the earth was shattered wherever they passed. As long as they were directly involved in the battlefield, whether it was people, cities, or ninja villages, they would eventually turn into a dead ruin. Hundreds of high mountains in the Land of Lightning were smashed. A huge canyon connecting the north and the south was created on the plateau of the Land of Earth. A huge river was added to the Land of Fire. 2 uninhabited islands sank in the Land of the Sea, and 7 or 8 giant tsunamis were encountered. In the face of such a battle, the ninjas were helpless. The unlucky grass village was even caught in the aftermath of the battle, because the 2 women passed by during the battle, and turned directly into a pile of ruins. After that, as long as the chakra of Kaguya Otsutsuki and Hancock appeared, all places, whether cities or ninja villages, would be evacuated urgently to avoid being involved in the battle. Kaguya Otsutsuki took a long breath, and her face, which was originally unusually white, now had a kind of pale and dead grey color, and the red reincarnation eye on her forehead was faintly shedding blood and tears. Are you teasing me? Want to tease me like a cat and a mouse? Kaguya Otsutsuki spoke angrily. As early as the beginning of the battle, Kaguya Otsutsuki was sure that she was definitely not Hancock's opponent. Not to mention the gap between the 2 sides in fighting, will and fighting skills. Not to mention that Hancock, in addition to the Hokage and chakra system, also has the physique of a pirate, domineering, and the devil fruit system. Hancock's pure chakra volume alone is also above Kaguya Otsutsuki. You know, Hancock not only absorbed the chakra of Kaguya Otsutsuki in the parallel world, but also absorbed the chakra of the great Samsurai, and possessed the dual abilities of the Samsurai and the Samsurai. Just based on this point, her strength is far above Kaguya. If Hancock is determined, let alone fighting for 7 days and 7 nights, it is a question whether Kaguya Otsutsuki can hold on for 7 minutes in Hancock's hands. Tease you? Stop kidding. What qualifications do you have to let me tease you? Hancock was spotless all over, without the slightest look of embarrassment, and even her breath was very steady without the slightest rush, obviously completely occupying the absolute upper hand. If it weren't for my dear, I wanted to let these guys in the ninja world see what real power is, so that they would give up completely. I would have killed you long ago. But now it's almost time. 7 days is enough for those people to completely realize the gap between the 2 sides. Now I will send you off. You are a noble Otsutsuki. How could you be mixed up with those native ants? Kaguya Otsutsuki spoke in disbelief. What really surprised her was not that Hancock wanted to kill her, but Hancock's name for Vegapunk. In the Otsutsuki clan, it is very normal to devour each other, although it is not allowed to devour without reason on the surface. In fact, it is common for high-ranking Otsutsuki to devour low-ranking Otsutsuki. At most, when they are prepared, they will leave a copy of the soul data of the low-ranking Otsutsuki. If they really encounter a critical moment, they will directly devour, not even leaving the soul. So if you say that the Otsutsuki have any feelings for each other, that's definitely nonsense. At most, some low-ranking Otsutsuki who don't have much self-awareness will not resist the high-ranking Otsutsuki. And most Otsutsuki with strong self-awareness are basically wary of their own kind. Therefore, Kaguya Otsutsuki was not surprised at all that Hancock wanted to kill her, or even devour her. On the contrary, this powerful fellow tribesman would actually mix with the natives in Kaguya's eyes, which was really beyond Kaguya's imagination. However, after listening to Kaguya Otsutsuki's words, Hancock's face changed slightly, and the aura of her whole body instantly became sharp. Very good. You actually treated my dear as an ant. I will teach you well what it means to be in trouble from the mouth. Kaguya Otsutsuki's body trembled slightly. Now she really felt that this fellow tribesman in front of her seemed to be not only stronger than herself, although she had clearly determined that she was not an opponent and even couldn't escape. Kaguya Otsutsuki still unwillingly used the space-time ninjutsu again. American English no Michu. At the beginning, her space-time ninjutsu was interfered by Hancock. Yomi was better than Ryosuke's ninjutsu that moved in the same space, but it could not move remotely. The distance it could move at most was a few kilometers. As for the space-time ninjutsu that directly shuttled to another space, American English no Michu, it was simply impossible to use it. What surprised Kaguya Otsutsuki was that this time she actually performed the ninjutsu perfectly and re-entered the space of the primordial ball. But before she could put her mind at ease, Hancock had torn the space apart and reappeared in front of her. Idiot. You know that my space ability is still better than yours, but you dare to hide in another space? You are so stupid that I'm about to cry. Hancock said with a smile, and Kaguya Otsutsuki's face changed drastically. She had found that her control over American English no Michu had completely disappeared. In other words, she could no longer use her space ability and was completely trapped in this narrow space. Still want to run? Dream on. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Seeing that Kaguya Otsutsuki's useless attempt was over, Hancock sneered, and the 9 parts of the Seeking Truth Jade immediately condensed into a golden lightsaber. In the Naruto world, Hancock did not dare to condense the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion with all her strength. At most, she could only use 2 or 3 Seeking Truth Jades to condense. Otherwise, if she chopped it down with a knife, it is very likely that the entire ninja continent would be split in half, causing a planet-level meteorological disaster. The weather tower can only affect the weather, but it cannot really eliminate it. Meteorological disasters of the level of Mars sandstorms are too much for the weather tower. Therefore, Hancock has never fully demonstrated the strength of the Samsara in combat. A golden light flashed, and the entire space of the primordial sphere exploded instantly. Dear, I have completed the task. In Laulan's laboratory, Hancock walked in Dusty, holding a sealing bowl formed by a black Seeking Truth Jade in her hand. Her clothes were slightly damaged, and her skin had minor scratches. Did Kaguya Otsutsuki resist very strongly? Hancock, you are actually injured? Vegapunk looked up at Hancock with a slightly surprised expression. Then he found a box of green ointment from the cabinet, grabbed Hancock's arm and slowly applied it. After hearing this, Hancock's smile froze slightly, and then became brighter. Yes, that ugly woman named Kaguya Otsutsuki resisted very fiercely, and finally detonated the space, wanting to die with me. So it took me a little effort to capture her alive in the end. Well, although the space of the original bull was actually chopped up by his own Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, wasn't that because of Kaguya Otsutsuki's resistance? If she didn't resist, he wouldn't have used the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion to chop her. Hancock thought with peace of mind. Chapter 139 Experimental Subject. Because Hancock's wound was wrapped with a certain amount of spatial force, although it was only a minor scratch, it recovered very slowly. What Vegapunk took out was not a wound medicine, but a special high concentration nutrient solution. Hancock's body had long been different from that of a normal human. Although she had not become a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, which was closer to a chakra condensate, she already had many characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan. This special nutrient solution was specially developed for Hancock. It contains high concentrations of nutrients and energy. If it falls on the wounds of ordinary people, it will only kill the cells of ordinary people completely. When it fell on Hancock's wound, she groaned and felt itchy and a little comfortable, but also a little uncomfortable. Originally, the power of space suppressed the recovery of the wound, but under the stimulation of high concentration nutrient supplementation energy, the cell division speed at the wound increased greatly, and it was repaired abruptly against the residual energy of the spatial turbulence. It's recovering very well. It seems that my nutrient solution is still effective, Vegapunk said with satisfaction. Since this nutrient solution was developed, it has never been used. After all, there is no one in the entire ninja world who can hurt Hancock. Even if Hancock wants to help Vegapunk's experiment by self-harm, but with her physical ability, she just stabbed a wound here, and the wound will heal after the knife is pulled out. There is no need for nutrient solution to help repair. For a long time, it has ended up in a useless situation. Then, Vegapunk handed the nutrient solution to Hancock, but Hancock blushed slightly. "I want my dear to help me apply the medicine by hand." As she spoke, Hancock gently lifted the Cheongsam on her body, revealing her white and slender long legs, with a few tiny and long red wounds on them. Well, it is a serious injury. Vegapunk took Hancock to sit on the sofa, holding up one of her white jade-like long legs, thinking that if she doesn't treat it quickly, the wound will have to heal. After helping Hancock complete the treatment, Vegapunk straightened his clothes slightly and looked at the black ball on the table. The black ball on the table was used to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki by combining the Seeking Truth Jade and the sealing technique. Although Hancock has not learned much ninjutsu, with Vegapunk directly instilling memories into her, Hancock can definitely be called a master of ninjutsu and sealing techniques. In addition, with the Seeking Truth Jade, which is the pinnacle of chakra and the power that can only be generated by the bloodstain net, it is still easy to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki. Feeling Vegapunk's gaze, Hancock, who was lying on Vegapunk's chest with a ruddy face, waved lazily, and the ball was immediately attracted by gravity. "Honey, are you going to use her for experiments?" Hancock casually held the black ball and took a look, then asked. Vegapunk nodded. "Anyway, she is a rare experimental subject, so of course we have to study her carefully. You also know that the last time we went to the parallel world, because the power of time and space was exhausted, I could only seal Kaguya Otsutsuki into your body by force, and then I brought her here. I have never really studied Kaguya Otsutsuki's physique. At that time, the situation was urgent, and Vegapunk could only seal Kaguya Otsutsuki into Hancock's body directly, otherwise there was no way to bring Kaguya Otsutsuki here. Now, this Kaguya Otsutsuki is not from the parallel world, so Vegapunk can naturally study her carefully. That's good, dear. After you absorb the chakra of this ugly woman, you should be invincible in this world, right? Hancock said happily. With Vegapunk's physique, it might be very dangerous to absorb Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra directly according to the method of the ninja world, but as long as he studies for a period of time, Vegapunk will naturally be able to find a perfect way to absorb chakra. Hancock doesn't really care about Vegapunk's strength. She thinks that Vegapunk won't be in danger as long as she is there. However, the biggest benefit of completely absorbing the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan is not only strength, but also the long lifespan of the Otsutsuki clan. This is why Hancock is excited. In this way, my dear can be immortal like me. I have to study it. After all, my physique is much worse than yours. When the time comes, I will completely decompose Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra. I will only absorb the part that is enough to convert the bloodline. The rest will be left to you to absorb. Vegapunk is not too fanatical about strength. On the one hand, his talent is just so-so. On the other hand, he still prefers the pleasure of creating a powerful hand to crush the opponent. Hancock arched her body slightly in Vegapunk's arms and said with a smile, "It's up to you, dear. By the way, do you want to give Robin a share?" Robin? In fact, she should go for the strengthening of the Samsara. The flower fruit can copy eyes, which is a perfect match for the Samsara, which is a gathering mode. Vegapunk hugged Hancock and said casually. Of course, Vegapunk himself had not made a decision on whether to strengthen it or not. Nico Robin and Vegapunk had a close relationship, but their personalities were not the same after all. In many things, Hancock would absolutely and unconditionally stand on Vegapunk's side, regardless of morality, conscience and the like, but Nico Robin might not. Hancock actually just mentioned it. In this world, except for Vegapunk, she didn't care much about others. This how represented her concern for Nico Robin. Without Nico Robin, she would completely not care about others. If it were the pirate world, Hancock might care about more people. After 7 days of war, the entire ninja world finally calmed down again, but compared to the calm before the storm, the current calm atmosphere is more like a group of frightened monkeys. Obviously, the role of Kaguya Otsutsuki is very obvious. The monkeys in the ninja world are all scared. After learning that Kaguya Otsutsuki was killed, these people were relieved, and their hearts were lifted again. Now the ninjas in the ninja world also know the identity of Kaguya Otsutsuki and what she wants to do. Thanks to Vegapunk's popular science and publicity, all ninjas know the past history of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the sacred tree, the source of chakra, and Kaguya's idea of hanging everyone on the tree as human batteries and artificial weapons. Although everyone will not be human batteries and artificial weapons now, to be honest, the other ninja villages really haven't figured out how to face this existence who can destroy the world with just a move. What kind of personality does this beautiful woman who follows Vegapunk have? How will Vegapunk treat his own ninja villages? Where will the systems of various countries and ninja villages go in the future? To be honest, although the entire ninja world has entered the fast lane of development after the appearance of Vegapunk, people with lofty ideals feel that the whole world is likely to undergo tremendous changes, but it was not until the appearance of monsters such as Hancock and Kaguya Otsutsuki that were enough to destroy the surface civilization that everyone really felt that the times had changed. Vegapunk didn't care much about other people's thoughts. In his eyes, after Kaguya Otsutsuki was also captured, now this Naruto world has been cleared. He is more concerned about Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra absorption experiment and his own parallel world crossing activities. Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra absorption experiment went very smoothly. After all, before that, he had already studied a lot of Hancock's physical characteristics. With Hancock's previous sample, it was not difficult to study Kaguya Otsutsuki, the pure-blooded Otsutsuki. In just 2 or 3 days, he developed the power to absorb and extract the Otsutsuki bloodline. Vegapunk absorbed about 1/10 of the chakra and made some changes to his body. According to his data, although it is impossible to live forever, it is not a problem to live for more than 1,000 years. If you continue to absorb more chakra, your lifespan will also be extended at the same time. This is also the way the Otsutsuki clan prolongs their lifespan. Ordinary Otsutsuki, without eating the fruit of the sacred tree, can only live for about 1,000 to 2 or 3,000 years. There is also a certain gap between the lifespan of the upper Otsutsuki and the lower Otsutsuki. However, even if they are about to die of old age, the Otsutsuki can be reborn through the transfer of soul data. Therefore, there are almost no Otsutsuki who die normally. From this point of view, the Otsutsuki can also be regarded as an immortal race. Regarding the digitization of the soul of the Otsutsuki, Vegapunk does not care about the mode of soul transfer. After all, he also has the same soul transfer technology. What he cares more about is the way to directly digitize the soul. After the soul is digitized, can the computing power be further enhanced, possessing special properties like biological computers? Vegapunk is very curious about this. Although he had studied the soul technology of the Otsutsuki clan before, at that time, because he did not have the characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan, he only developed a strange clone technique. Now, because his body is not fully energized, he still cannot fully use the soul technology of the Otsutsuki clan, but he has an experimental subject of the Otsutsuki clan, which can be used to conduct some experiments. However, in the end of the research, Vegapunk only obtained a soul compression technology. As for the further complete digitization of the soul, in fact, even the Otsutsuki clan themselves cannot do it. Vegapunk did not get any results in the end. Lol, an experimental base. Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra was almost completely absorbed, leaving only a part that could sustain life. Even the 9 Magatama Samsara eyes on her forehead had completely closed, leaving only a pair of white eyes open. She was locked in a seemingly ordinary room, but one wall of the room was completely reinforced glass, so her every move could be seen. Of course, Kaguya didn't dare to do anything now. More than 90% of her chakra had been extracted, and she was sealed. It can be said that any ordinary ninja could beat Kaguya to a pulp. In this situation, Kaguya, who had always been very sensible, naturally didn't dare to escape or resist. Even though Vegapunk often used her for experiments, she was submissive. With a click, the door of the room opened, and Yi Kang, who was standing at the door, waved to her. Kaguya lowered her head and walked over slowly. I followed Yikang obediently through the corridor of the experimental base, and then entered the alien space attached to the experimental base from a time-space teleportation array. Compared with the outer experimental base, the alien space inside no longer looked like science fiction, but rather magical. Various robots were walking inside, occasionally mixed with some ninjas and androids in strange costumes, and buildings made of metal and light were everywhere, looking as if I had come to a magical alien city. A strange ball of light in the sky shone brightly, and Yikang, who entered it, casually stretched out her hand and slid it slightly in the air, and suddenly, a projection screen appeared in front of her. Yikang gently pressed twice on the screen, and a huge ball of light in the sky flickered slightly, and a white light immediately enveloped the two of them. A moment later, the two of them appeared in the laboratory in the center of the alien space. Kaguya Satsuki raised her head slightly and looked around, and saw Vegapunk sitting on a chair, and Hancock standing beside him with a faint blush on her face. "Have you brought the people here?" Vegapunk asked without turning his head. Yikang nodded. "They have been brought here. What experiments are you going to conduct this time?" Hearing this, Kaguya Satsuki's body trembled slightly. Although Vegapunk disdained to torture Kaguya Satsuki, he would directly use anesthetics when conducting various human experiments. However, the physical resistance of the Otsutsuki clan is far superior to that of ordinary people. Anesthesia has little effect on Kaguya. The feeling of having various parts of the body cut, observed, and restitched, the chakra in the body extracted and analyzed, and the soul of the body extracted and subjected to various experiments made Kaguya extremely afraid of Vegapunk. However, Kaguya Satsuki also knew that she had no way to resist Vegapunk, so she could only lower her head and said nothing. This time, Vegapunk's eyes were a little strange, and he said, "This time I'm going to experiment with the fusion of two Otsutsuki of the same origin." Fusion of Otsutsuki of the same origin? Kaguya Satsuki was stunned for a moment, and didn't understand what Vegapunk meant, but Vegapunk had already reached out, and pressed on her lower abdomen. In an instant, Kaguya Satsuki felt that the chakra seal in her body had been lifted. Chapter 140 Death of Uchiha Madara. In the parallel Naruto world, in the underground laboratory, with a faint glow rising, a purple space vortex opened in the center of the laboratory. A moment later, a woman with horns on her head, white hair like a waterfall, white eyes and white skin came out with a vigilant look. Then, behind her, Vegapunk and Hancock also walked in. Original body, you are finally back. The one who spoke was the blonde boy who was controlling the machine in this laboratory. If you look closely, you will find that he looks exactly like Vegapunk. Vegapunk glanced at him and asked, "Where is Obito?" "He went to see his dream lover." "Really? He helped but didn't show up." This guy really took his dog licking side to the limit. He even has a tendency to make a hat for himself. "What are you talking about?" Vegapunk was a little speechless. When he didn't understand anything, he naturally didn't understand the words of his clone. "Forget it. I'd better merge with you quickly. This feeling of being missing a piece of myself is too uncomfortable." Vegapunk's clone muttered, then stretched out his hand and patted Vegapunk's body. Strange black lines quickly spread from his hand to Vegapunk's body, and the original clone fell directly to the ground. The image became completely different from Vegapunk, and became a complete mummy. Vegapunk also closed his eyes, and received a lot of memories transmitted from the clone. After a moment, he knew what the clone was talking about. For some reason, Uchiha Obito in the original world actually began to bring himself into the young Uchiha Obito of this world, referred to as Little Obito, and then tried to match the relationship between Little Obito of this world and Nohararin. This guy doesn't think that, as long as the current Little Obito and Nohararin get together, he can directly have an Nohararin wife, after returning to the original world. Vegapunk muttered this. Of course he knew very well in his heart that Uchiha Obito was not so stupid. He should be able to think that what happened in the past world would not affect the world he is in. However, this kind of empathy effect is also a very normal thing. Although Uchiha Obito is very obsessed with Nohararin, in fact, after regaining his sanity, he is also full of guilt for what he has done, and even has a tendency to self-destruct. In this case, the sunny, cheerful, kind and righteous Little Obito naturally became his empathy object. The reason why he helped Little Obito was to some extent, that he hoped that he could have a perfect life like little Obito. Many things cannot be turned back just by turning back. You must know that Big Obito manipulated the Ninetales incident, attacked the entire Konoha, and killed his teacher and his wife. This kind of thing can never be written off because of Big Obito's repentance. Forget it. No matter what this guy's going to do, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Vegapunk shook his head and looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki and Hancock. The content of this experiment is very simple. What if Kaguya Otsutsuki from the parallel world is possessed and fused by Black Zetsu? What effect will it have? The original Kaguya Otsutsuki occupies the parallel world Kaguya Otsutsuki and is reborn. The two Kaguya Otsutsuki merge into one. Or the Kaguya Otsutsuki from his own world devours the Kaguya Otsutsuki from this world. In any case, this seems to be a very worthwhile research topic. Kaguya Otsutsuki's body trembled slightly, and her eyes showed a pleading look. This kind of thing. I will be swallowed and replaced. Well, that's the worst result, Vegapunk said without changing his expression. After all, in this way, there is no difference between you and higher level materials like Uchiha Madara, but I think with your level, you should not be swallowed so easily. Seeing Kaguya Otsutsuki's trembling appearance, as if she was about to die, Vegapunk sighed and had to comfort his experimental subject, lest she break the jar due to psychological factors affecting the progress of the experiment. You should think in a positive direction. Maybe after integrating the you in the parallel world, your strength will increase significantly. Kaguya Otsutsuki reluctantly pulled the corners of her mouth, smiled, and then lowered her head again, obviously not confident in Vegapunk's comfort. Vegapunk didn't care so much. It was just an experimental subject. It was good enough to be comforted. He also expected him to fully guarantee the success rate of the experiment. After that, Vegapunk began to discuss the mission in this world with Hancock. Next, Hancock, let's go capture the tailed beast. In addition, there are Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. These must also be found. First, you can ask Obito. I believe that Uchiha Madara's hiding location will definitely be hidden from Obito. Uchiha Madara can be ignored, but Black Zetsu is a necessary element of the experiment and he must be captured. Samurai doesn't matter. It stands to reason that Kaguya in our world does not need the samurai, and it should be possible for Kaguya Otsutsuki in this world to possess her. Hancock thought for a while, then the first ones to find are Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Otherwise, if the tailed beast is moved and the snake is alerted, it is hard to say whether Black Zetsu will escape directly. That's right, Vegapunk nodded. Then let's wait for Obito to come back. What an idiot. Was I so stupid? Before I opened the Sharingan, Uchiha Obito walked in like a shadow, cursing, and then stood still. Vegapunk in the laboratory looked no different from before, except that beside him stood a gorgeous black-haired woman and a white-haired Hyuga woman who looked a little timid. After taking a look at the three people, especially the black-haired beauty who was standing next to Vegapunk and acting like a spoiled child, Uchiha Obito's expression was slightly disturbed. Vegapunk, the real body? Hancock had once beaten Uchiha Obito to autism, which naturally left a deep impression on Uchiha Obito. In Uchiha Obito's impression, Hancock would never leave Vegapunk's real body. In Obito's opinion, this was on the one hand to protect Vegapunk's safety, and on the other hand, it was because of Hancock's obsession with Vegapunk. Long time no see, Obito. It seems that you are doing well in this world, Vegapunk said with a smile, and Obito's mouth twitched, and his face became darker. Is his life in this world good or bad? Even Uchiha Obito himself couldn't tell. His original determination to save everything turned into the idea of making up for his regrets after he gradually sobered up. For this reason, Uchiha Obito strengthened Nohara in strength on the one hand, to prevent her from being hurt, and on the other hand, he turned into an old grandfather, to help the little Obito now. No matter which Uchiha Obito is, maybe his infatuation with Nohara Rin is true, but it is also true that he has no ability to pick up girls. In terms of how to chase girls, Uchiha Obito can't teach little Obito anything. In the end, he can only improve little Obito's strength, hoping to make Nohara Rin look at him with new eyes by improving his strength. As a result, little Obito, who didn't open the Sharingan, worthy of the name of Kenji, always makes the blood pressure of today's Uchiha Obito rise. Heartbeat irregularity, brain nerve disorder. He can't figure it out. How could he be so stupid when he was a child? In fact, Uchiha Obito's talent has never been bad, but before he turned evil, his personality was too careless, and his brain was always missing a string. Whether it was studying or fighting, he couldn't even play a third of his potential. But Uchiha Obito certainly couldn't say this kind of thing, so he could only keep a straight face and change the subject. Drive Vegapunk, you are finally here. Do you have any plans this time? For Obito, Vegapunk's arrival was a matter of time, and he had been mentally prepared for it. However, Obito was not sure what Vegapunk wanted to do in this world. There are indeed some plans. Vegapunk slowly stood up and said, Obito, you should know where Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu are now. Are you going to make trouble for them? Obito nodded, not surprised, but now, Black Zetsu should not have been created yet. No. Black Zetsu appeared much earlier than you thought. Vegapunk smiled faintly and said, really? It seems that guy has a lot of secrets. Uchiha Obito said thoughtfully, but he didn't care much. Anyway, he was not going to implement the Moon Eye plan anymore. Whatever Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu had planned, it naturally had nothing to do with him. What's more, looking at the confident Vegapunk, Uchiha Obito felt that the Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu in this world would probably be in trouble soon. In the dark and secret underground base, a huge dry golem stood in it. In front of the golem, an old man with white hair and chicken skin was sitting quietly on the stone seat in the front. Behind him, there were many pipes connected to the golem. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes that were originally closed and showed a look of surprise. Who is it? Footsteps came, and Uchiha Obito, who was wearing a black-bottomed red cloud robe and a vortex mask, slowly appeared in the cave, looking at Uchiha Madara with complicated eyes. Long time no see. Madara. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, and a low and hoarse voice sounded in the cave. I don't remember meeting an Uchiha like you. Or do you think I have Alzheimer's disease? Obito was silent for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. Behind Obito, with a wave of time and space fluctuations, Vegapunk, Hancock and Kaguya Otsutsuki all appeared in the cave. Seeing so many people coming, Uchiha Madara slowly reached out and grasped the sickle and fan next to the stone chair. White fungus-like substances slowly grew on his body and completely wrapped his body. That was the strongest white Zetsu Afei he cultivated. For Uchiha Madara, who was already old and weak, and whose chakra amount had greatly decreased, with the help of these external forces, he could still exert the combat power of about the 3rd or 4th level in his heyday. Anyway, no matter who the comer was, for Uchiha Madara, he could not be a friend, so he had naturally prepared for the battle. After the white fungus-like substance covered Uchiha Madara's entire body, Uchiha Madara slowly stood up, and a powerful aura burst out instantly, enough to make ordinary ninjas tremble in fear at this moment, their brains blank, and they had no ability to resist at all. However, those who came to this cave were not ordinary ninjas. Even the weakest Uchiha Obito was a leader among the cage level, and naturally would not be affected by it. Uchiha Madara didn't care. Those who could find this place must not be ordinary ninjas. You know, there are many white Zetsu guarding the outer layer of the earth veins here. The few people who can sneak in here silently must be at least elite jonin. But even so, what? He is Uchiha Madara. However, the people present did not react to Uchiha Madara's hostility, especially after seeing Uchiha Madara use a Fei to wrap his whole body and strengthen his physique and chakra. Vegapunk almost laughed out loud. What a fool. He uses this kind of thing of unknown origin as a trump card. It seems that he has never been beaten by life. Kaguya Otsutsuki, I leave this guy to you. Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded silently and glanced at Uchiha Madara. Then, Uchiha Madara felt that the white Zetsu Afei in his body not only did not pass on the yang release chakra to him, but also kept absorbing the chakra in his body. What is going on? Who are you? Why can you control the white Zetsu? Uchiha Madara was shocked and angry. He raised the sickle in his hand. Just after taking a step, he fell to the ground directly. For the current Uchiha Madara, he didn't have much chakra in his body. He even had to rely on the outer path demon statue to keep his life. Then, whether it was the outer path demon statue or the white Zetsu covering Uchiha Madara's body, the ultimate control was still in Kaguya Otsutsuki. Even if it was Kaguya Otsutsuki in the parallel world, it would be easy for him to control and influence it. Under such circumstances, both the outer path demon statue and the white Zetsu began to frantically extract Uchiha Madara's chakra and vitality. Uchiha Madara, who was already extremely old, naturally couldn't bear it. After just a few words, he was already out of breath, staring with his eyes wide open, looking like he was dying with his eyes wide open. Seeing Uchiha Madara die in this way, Uchiha Obito was filled with emotion. I never thought Uchiha Madara would die in this way. Chapter 141, Capturing the Nine-Tailed Fox. Without looking at Uchiha Madara, who was almost dead, Vegapunk took 2 steps closer to look at Uchiha Madara's body, but was pulled back by Hancock. Come out. Hancock frowned and shouted at Uchiha Madara's body. Seeing that Uchiha Madara's body did not react at all, she sneered and then stretched out a hand. The black Dao-seeking jade condensed into a black longsword and stabbed Uchiha Madara's body fiercely. With a swish, the shadow under Uchiha Madara's body suddenly moved, as if trying to escape, but was stabbed by the black longsword at the last section, and immediately let out a shrill scream. Shut up. Be quiet. Hancock shouted fiercely, and then pulled up the black Dao-seeking jade longsword in her hand. It was seen that there was a string of black mud-like things on the top of the whole Dao-seeking jade longsword. With a thought, the long sword of the Seeking Truth Jade in Hancock's hand suddenly transformed into a sphere, wrapping up the entire black mud. Dear, this should be the black Zetsu. Well done. Vegapunk nodded, glanced at Uchiha Madara's body, and directly put it away, then looked up, and saw the outer path demon statue above. Let's seal this thing first. As he spoke, Vegapunk stretched out his hand to make a seal, and the entire outer path demon statue was transformed into a huge chakra, which was sucked into his palm. Then he turned his head, and pressed directly on Kaguya Otsutsuki's lower abdomen. Kaguya Otsutsuki's body shook slightly, and she felt her chakra of the same origin pouring into her body, constantly merging with the chakra in her body. That feeling was very strange. This outer path demon statue seemed to have some kind of complement ability, which made Kaguya Otsutsuki clearly feel that her chakra had changed. Although the improvement in quantity was not much, there was a real improvement in quality. The chakra of the Otsutsuki clan is almost at the level of the bloodline network. Although it is almost overwhelming for ordinary ninjas, the difference is not that big for the same Otsutsuki. For example, the qualitative change of chakra felt by Otsutsuki Kaguya. Under normal circumstances, at least 3 or 4 sacred tree fruits must be eaten. With a flash of excitement on his face, Otsutsuki Kaguya lowered his head quickly, waiting for himself to absorb more chakra from this world, or even absorb himself from this world. Maybe he can really defeat Hancock and gain freedom. In that case, he can force Vegapunk to hand over the parallel world development technology. As long as he continues to absorb the chakra of his own isotope in the parallel world, he can become incomparably powerful. At that time, let alone the pursuers from the Otsutsuki clan, maybe he can even counterattack the Otsutsuki clan. Vegapunk smiled faintly as he glanced at Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was thinking about something in her mind. After so many research experiments, Kaguya Otsutsuki had been thoroughly studied by Vegapunk from head to toe. He didn't know how many hidden tricks had been put on her. What was she thinking in her head? How could she possibly hide it from Vegapunk? It seems this little white mouse is still very useful. She is quite proactive, changing her mind so quickly, and willing to conduct experiments. As for whether Kaguya Otsutsuki will become stronger and escape control, you are kidding. Do you really think that all the hidden tricks Vegapunk put on her are fake? Even if Kaguya Otsutsuki is dozens of times stronger than himself in his prime, Vegapunk has a way to make her lie on the ground in an instant. Konohagakure. Really, that damn old man, the third Hokage. The war situation is so tense now, why don't you let me go to the battlefield? The red-haired Uzumaki Kushina sat in the izakaya and muttered. Well, sister's status is special. Lord Hokage should have his own considerations. Sitting in front of Kushina was a cute short-haired girl with 2 square purple oil paints on her face. She said with a forced smile on her gentle face. Humph. Those are just excuses, Lin. The old man just doesn't believe me. I heard that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village has been active on the battlefield with a 4th Reikage. The two shamelessly besieged Minato together. If I was there at that time, those two guys would definitely not be able to go back alive. Uzumaki Kushina said loudly, then poured a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Lin, who was sitting opposite him, had a very forced smile. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki was a perfect Jinchuriki. Sister Kushina, you have never used the power of the 9 Tails to fight, let alone go directly to the battlefield. Besides, do you want to fight? You just want to find Minato, teacher. In fact, the Minato team has already gone their separate ways. Kakashi has been promoted to a Jonin, and Nohara has awakened with release. Even the little Obito, who had always been a drag, has greatly improved his strength with the help of Uchiha Obito, who traveled through time and space and successfully passed the assessment of a special Jonin. After all, no matter how stupid little Obito is, he still has his own talent. In addition, Uchiha Obito knows his childhood best, and with the teaching of individual students, it is not a problem for him to become a special Jonin. Since Nohara awakened would release Kekkei Genkei with the secret help of Uchiha Obito, she has also been promoted to a Jonin, and has also become a teammate of Uzumaki Kushina. The only things in the entire ninja world that can restrain the tailed beasts are wood release and Sharingan. In order to prevent the tailed beasts from going berserk, of course, ninjas who can restrain the tailed beasts must be with them all the time. Although the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha is not hostile, they are not too trusting. Naturally, they will not let the Uchiha get close to the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. So after all, the best choice is of course Nohara, who has awakened with release. Compared with the fierce personality of Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara is much gentler. As a medical ninja, even if she has awakened with release, she is dispensable to the battlefield, so it is impossible for her to agree with Uzumaki Kushina. Going to the battlefield is not a good thing. The current Konoha ninja village is not at the point where you, Sister Kushina, need to go to the battlefield. You should stay in Konoha and wait for news from Minato Sensei. Minato Sensei is the famous Golden Flash. I don't think you need to worry about anyone but his safety. Uzumaki Kushina's face turned slightly red. Who is worried about him? I just want to do my best for Konoha. Yes, yes, yes. I just love Konoha, so I want to do my best for Konoha. Nohara smiled secretly and spoke, but that attitude made Kushina's face even redder. But at this moment, Kushina's face suddenly changed, and her body even trembled slightly. What a powerful chakra. Who is it? As the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina's own bloodline is very pure, and she has inherited the true heritage of the Uzumaki clan since she was a child. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline limits such as Kaguya's Heart Eye and Diamond Seal have naturally been awakened long ago. However, just now, her Kaguya's mind felt several incredibly powerful chakras in an instant, which were more powerful than the 9 tails in her body, and there was no telling how much terrifying chakra. Not only that, the 9 tails in her body seemed to become irritable, and even had a fearful and shrinking emotion transmitted to her. What's wrong? Sister Kushina? Nohara asked in a somewhat strange tone, and then followed Kushina's gaze, and saw several people coming in at the door of the tavern. The one with white eyes should be from the Hyuga clan, right? That handsome guy and beautiful girl look so tall. Such a beautiful woman, I have never seen it before. There is also a person wearing a black-bottomed red cloud robe, who also looks a little weird, and even his actions are vaguely familiar. Who are these people? Are they spies from other ninja villages? As Vegapunk and his group approached, Kushina trembled more and more, and suddenly said, "Lin, run." What? Nohara was slightly stunned. Before she could react, she saw the blonde boy raised his hand slightly. Electromagnetic shock pulse. The strong magnetic field beam instantly hit Nohara brain. Nohara eyes went black, and she fainted directly on the table. There was a rustling sound, and most of the guests in the izakaya left immediately. The remaining few were probably Konoha's ninjas. At this moment, they half surrounded Vegapunk and his group with unfriendly faces. Vegapunk didn't care about this. Konoha was not in his eyes now. If he didn't want to cause more killing, he wouldn't have used space-time ninjutsu to enter Konoha. Even if he rushed in directly from the gate, no one could stop him. Hurry up. These guys are not something you can deal with. Uzumaki Kushina was so anxious that she almost cried and shouted to the ninjas. The emotions between the Jinchuriki and the tail beasts will be affected by each other. Kushina was originally frightened by the chakra of Vegapunk and his group. After feeling the chakra of Kaguya Otsutsuki and Hancock, Kurama was so scared that he almost shrank into a ball. Under the influence of each other, before Vegapunk and his group took action, Uzumaki Kushina was already scared to the point of collapse. Most of the other Konoha ninjas in the tavern were Chunin and Genin, and they didn't have much chakra perception ability. When Vegapunk and his group deliberately restrained their chakra, they were truly ignorant and fearless. Without saying a word, the adult ninjas of Konoha have basically gone around the battlefield. Now those in the tavern have also come back to rest temporarily. It can be said that they are all ruthless and don't talk much. They directly greeted them with Kyune Shuriken. Vegapunk frowned slightly. At this time, Achihirobito came out first. "Doctor, leave these people to me." Without waiting for Vegapunk to answer, Achihirobito directly made seals with his hands. The wooden tables and wooden stools in the tavern suddenly seemed to come alive, growing branches and trunks, not only blocking the hidden weapons thrown at them, but also directly entangled those ninjas. Vegapunk glanced at Achihirobito and did not speak. Since coming to this world, Achihirobito has gradually woken up from a nightmare, and his personality has become closer to the original Little Obito. The reason why he took action was to reduce the loss of Konoha. Achihirobito only took action to capture them alive, and the others would not deliberately hold back. "Damn it, you bastards, what do you want to do?" Uzumaki Kushina took a deep breath, barely suppressed the fear in her heart, made seals with her hands behind her back, and stretched out several golden chains. As for the Nine Tails, no matter how Kushina communicated, the strongest tail beast seemed to be playing dead. It didn't respond at all, and only responded with a wave of fear, which made Uzumaki Kushina so angry that she almost jumped up. "Nine Tails Jinchuriki, right? Just hand over the tail beast to me." Hancock took a step forward and spoke lightly, then waved her hand, and Uzumaki Kushina felt dizzy, and a strong gravity pressed down, making her lie on the ground. "Where is this? Damn. It feels so heavy." Uzumaki Kushina, who was lying on the ground, said twice incoherently, and barely raised her head, but saw that the surroundings were desolate, as if she had changed into another space. This was the gravity space in the Heavens Odyssey. Under the strong gravity pressure, Uzumaki Kushina could hardly move. She was not a physical ninja, and she didn't have the Nine Tails to provide chakra mode, nor had she learned any fairy arts. The fact that she was not directly crushed to death by gravity was already considered her tenacious vitality. In the gravity space, Obito was directly pressed down. Kaguya Otsutsuki was also shaky, while Vegapunk's breath was just a little heavier, and Hancock, who was more powerful, did not show any abnormality. Compared with the ninjas with strong chakra and fragile bodies, the extraordinary physiques in the pirate world undoubtedly have a higher resistance to this pure gravity. Hancock reached out and grabbed Uzumaki Kushina, who was almost dizzy, and then stretched out a hand and pulled it hard at her lower abdomen. Suddenly, a huge amount of chakra was drawn out by her, and then it was isolated by the black-tailed beast Jade Seal. Uzumaki Kushina groaned in pain, her body twitched twice, and then she fainted directly. However, the method of extracting the tailed beast improved by Vegapunk would not cause any harm to the Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina was just unconscious because of the discomfort of suddenly extracting the tailed beast. Hancock looked Uzumaki Kushina up and down and said to Vegapunk, "My dear, I think this red-haired girl is better than the ordinary ugly girls. Do you want to take her as your maid?" Vegapunk rolled his eyes. "Stop it, she's getting married soon." Upon hearing this, Hancock had to look at Uzumaki Kushina with regret and waved his hand to throw her out of the American English Nomenica space. Chapter 142, Attack on the Rock Village. On the Kaki Plateau, amidst the yellow sand, a village composed of mountains and rocks looms. This is the Rock Ninja Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Today, the Rock Ninja has just withdrawn from the Third Ninja World War and is recuperating. In the original work, the iconic battle of the Rock Ninja's withdrawal from the Third Ninja World War was the Battle of Kanekun Bridge. Not only was the supply channel blown off, but most importantly, 50 Jonin were killed in one wave by Minato Namikaze. Even though the ninjas of the Rock Ninja Village have always been known for their number, the level of Jonin is the lowest among all the major ninja villages, and even the special Jonin of Konoha may not be able to compare, but that is also a Jonin. The total number of Jonins in the entire Rock Ninja is only 300 or 400 at most. After the Ninja World War, there were less than 200 Jonin left, and 1/4 of them were killed by Minato Namikaze at one time. The Rock Ninja really couldn't fight anymore. But today, several uninvited guests came to the gate of the Rock Ninja Village. Who are you? The Hyuga clan of Konoha. The ninja standing guard at the gate of the Rock Village looked at the people who came to the gate of his own village with some caution, and his eyes were especially focused on the woman with white hair and white eyes. After Uchiha Obito turned over a new leaf, he had some feelings for Konoha again. So when Vegapunk and his group went to Konoha to find the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito directly used his space ability because he was afraid that when Vegapunk and his group entered Konoha, they would clash with the Konoha ninjas. But the Rock Ninja, as the culprit who almost crushed himself into Obito-chan, Uchiha Obito's favorability towards the Rock Village was second only to the Mist Village that killed Lin, so he naturally would not help Vegapunk and others to cover it up. Not to mention Hancock's stunning appearance, Uchiha Obito's suspicious outfit, and Kaguya Otsutsuki's pair of white eyes that were not concealed at all. It was enough to make the Rock Ninja wary and greedy. Feeling the gazes of the two Iwagakure ninjas, Kaguya Otsutsuki twisted her body a little uncomfortably and looked at Vegapunk. Sir, can I do it? Under the vigilant gazes of several Iwagakure ninjas who had already drawn their weapons and even secretly sent out signals, Vegapunk shrugged slightly. Whatever you want. Nodding coldly, Kaguya Otsutsuki looked indifferently at the two Iwagakure ninjas who were guarding the gate. Her Byakugan flashed slightly, and the terrifying pressure instantly turned the two Iwagakure ninjas into bloody mud. Byakugan pressure. This is a skill that comes with the high purity Byakugan bloodline. Although it is not very practical and requires a lot of chakra to show a certain power in close combat, it has no effect on opponents of the same level, but it is indeed a good skill for pretending. Feng Dan King opened his eyes lightly, and the opponent in front of him turned into meat paste. This move did scare many Iwagakure ninjas. The remaining Iwagakure ninjas retreated again and again, their eyes full of fear. But this is the base camp of the Rock Ninja after all. At the beginning, the two Rock Ninjas who were guarding the gate also sent out a signal. In just a moment, a large number of ninjas rushed over. Vegapunk, who walked into the gate of the Rock Ninja Village, took a look at the ninjas who half surrounded him, and then asked directly, "Where is the Jinchuriki of your village? Evil thief. Where do you think this is? How dare you run to our Rock Ninja Village to make trouble?" Accompanying the roar was a short red-nosed Mediterranean old man. He was half floating in the air, his eyes full of anger. Just after entering the door, I met the third Tsuchikage. Vegapunk said in surprise. It's worthy of the war period. The reaction speed is really fast. There are even faster ones. Old man Inoki also has a bad temper. With a sneer, his hands have condensed a dust escape like body. Go to hell. Facing Inoki's dust escape, Vegapunk and his group did not take it seriously, and they were not afraid at all. Obito has the power of Kamu Hollow, and the remaining three have the ability to absorb chakra. Ninjutsu that has not reached the level of yin-yang release, bloodline net, or Shinjutsu mixed with natural energy are all ineffective against the three of them, including the so-called indefensible blood elimination dust release. Hancock took a step forward and stretched out her hand to block the beam of dust release performed by Inoki. Seeing this beautiful woman so depressed, a group of Iwagakure ninjas just showed a look of deep regret in their eyes, and were extremely surprised to see that the dust release was completely absorbed by Hancock. Reciprocity, you also take my move. Hancock smiled slightly, and her beautiful face flashed with a moving brilliance, almost making all the Iwagakure ninjas in front of her stunned. Sweet sweet wind. The pink light flashed, and after a moment, there was only a ground of stone statues in front of them. In addition to Inoki, there was a Jonin of Iwagakure who blocked Hancock's charm by self-mutilation. Compared to the world of One Piece, the painting style of Naruto is much more serious. Perhaps it is for this reason that these ninjas are more resistant to Hancock's sweet wind than in the world of One Piece. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Inoki looked at the dozens of ninjas who were turned into stone by Hancock, and his face suddenly turned pale. Restore them quickly. Looking at Inoki's expression, Hancock smiled. Okay, I'll restore them right away. Seeing Hancock's smile as bright as spring flowers, Inoki's heart was chilled, and he turned his head slightly, and then suddenly reacted. Stop it. However, Hancock had already stretched out his hand, and clenched his fist, and swung a light punch. The fist whistled past, and with a crackling sound, the stone statues on the ground suddenly turned into fragments. Damn it. Inoki's eyes were red, and he wanted to make a seal and start directly, but at this time, Hancock didn't want to play anymore. Almost instantly, Inoki felt a strong gravitational force acting on him. When he reacted, he found that his neck had been pinched by Hancock. The heights of people in the pirate world are often very outrageous. Although Hancock is still within the scope of normal humans, she is already nearly 2 meters tall, while Inoki is a third level disabled person who is less than 1.6 meters tall. In addition, one of his limbs is long and the other is short. It seems that Inoki, who was caught, is just like a child. Damn. Inoki barely squeezed out a few words. His face flushed, struggling desperately, only to feel that the chakra in his body was absorbed by Hancock like a torrent, and gradually his limbs fell down. Old man, where are those Tajinkraki? Don't think. Leave it to me. Achihirobito took a step forward, his eyes transformed into the shape of a manjaki. In this case, illusions are always more useful. Although Hancock and Kaguya Satsuki have high blood levels, that Satsuki clan almost never develops ninjutsu, and Hancock rarely uses illusions because of his combat habits, so Achihirobito is really the best at using illusions to interrogate intelligence. If Satsuki was intact, he might be able to withstand Achihirobito's Manjaki Sharingan illusion, but now most of his chakra has been absorbed, and he will definitely not be able to withstand Achihirobito's Manjaki Sharingan. Achihirobito easily hypnotized Inoki and got information from him. Then he frowned and said to Vegapunk, I have found out that the Five Tails Jinchuriki is living in a valley not far from the ninja village. As for the Four Tails Jinchuriki, he is now living in a temple in the land of Earth. Because of their powerful destructive power and the ease of losing control, Jinchuriki usually live in more remote places in the ninja village. However, the Four Tails Jinchuriki who left the ninja village directly obviously had some conflicts with Inoki. But as long as there is information, it's fine. Vegapunk nodded. Okay, let's take the Four Tails Jinchuriki first, and then we can find the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Let go of that Sachikage. At this time, the new support ninjas of the Rock Village had also arrived. They happened to see that Sachikage, who had just been captured. Suddenly, they were shocked and angry and rushed up directly. Hancock and Vegapunk were not interested in these ninjas, and Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't react either. Seeing this, Achihirobito took a step forward, and his chakra instantly boiled. As his enemy in a sense, Achihirobito would not show mercy to the Rock Village. He clapped his hands, and first his eyes faintly appeared with eyeshadows, and then the earth shook, and a large number of trees grew out. Sage mode, on. Would release. Sea of trees descend. Would release. Woodman technique. Power equipment. Susanoo. The sea of trees covered an area of several kilometers, and instantly killed all the rock ninjas who rushed over to fall into the trap. The trees summoned by the sage technique would release were not only as strong as steel, but also had the ability to absorb the chakra of ninjas and ninjutsu for their own use and stimulate growth. After that, the huge wooden man climbed up from the sea of trees, and then the powerful Susanoo put a set of armor on the wooden man. With the rumbling of the earthquake, the Susanoo man walked step by step in the rock village. At this time, the whole rock village saw the huge Susanoo man, and there was no need to warn him. Countless rock ninjas rushed over like dense ants. What kind of monster is this? Stop him, don't let him go to the village. That's would release, a ninja from Konoha. Damn, ninjutsu has no effect at all. Earth release, fire release, wind release, shuriken, detonating talisman. A large number of attacks hit the Susanoo armor, but they only heard a sound, and did not cause any damage to the Susanoo man. On the contrary, the Susanoo man didn't even need to attack, just walking, and the entire rock village suffered heavy losses. Wherever he went, walls collapsed, houses collapsed, and mountains collapsed, making all the rock ninjas anxious. Don't use ninjutsu randomly. Everyone use joint ninjutsu. At this time, a leader appeared in the chaotic rock ninja and shouted loudly. After hearing this, the rock ninjas reacted completely. A group of people gathered in groups of 3 or 2 and began to use joint ninjutsu. Earth escape, earth mountain technique. Earth escape, Guri style technique. The huge earth mountain rumbled up from both sides of the Sasaki man and then directly sandwiched the Sasaki man in the middle. At the front, with a large amount of chakra poured in by the rock ninja, a huge rock golem suddenly rose from the ground. Obito, standing on the top of the wooden man, looked disdainful. You are really determined. Don't you even want your own village? Indeed, map artillery ninjutsu such as Earth Mountain technique was almost more destructive to the entire rock ninja village than Obito's Sasaki man. The entire rock ninja village was almost half destroyed by their own ninjutsu. But although your determination is good, you can't deal with me with this kind of power. The forest under the wooden man's feet expanded rapidly, covering the earthen hills on both sides, firmly restraining it. As for the rock giant that rushed over, Susanoo wooden man slowly stretched out his hand, and a samurai sword condensed by Susanoo's chakra appeared in his hand. On the blade of the samurai sword, there were small black space cracks. God's power cut. The Susanoo chakra samurai sword mixed with space cracks. With a light cut, the huge rock golem in front of him was broken into 2 halves. The extended space cracks even directly cut a huge canyon in the middle of the rock village. The rock ninjas in the path of this knife, without even a scream, have completely turned into ashes of nothingness. No. Monsters. We can't win. We can't win. With this knife, the ninjas of the rock village seemed to have their spirits cut off, and some even began to run away directly. But at this moment, there was a loud roar, and a strange white beast that looked like a horse ran out from the valley in the distance. It had 5 long tails, pure white fur, horns on its head, and slender limbs. If it weren't for its huge body, it would look like some kind of unicorn elf. That's the 5-tailed beast. It looks pretty good. Vegapunk built a canopy in front of his eyes with his hands and said with interest, among the 9-tailed beasts, the 2-tailed, 5-tailed, and 9-tailed beasts are particularly good looking, and the rest are more bizarre than the others, especially the 6-tailed beast, which is simply a bunch of sticky insects. Unfortunately, the 5-tailed beast didn't hear Vegapunk's praise, or if it heard it, it didn't care much. It just lowered its head and aimed the horns on its head at Sasaki man. The whole-tailed beast ran faster and faster and hit Sasaki man like a white lightning. With a loud bang, Sasaki was knocked away dozens of meters. Then the 5 tails raised its head, a black ball appeared on its mouth, and then it swallowed it in one gulp and spit out a flash of light. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Fusion of Kaguya Otsutsuki. The tailed beast ball instantly hit Sasaki's body, and with a loud bang, a huge crack was directly blasted on Sasaki's chest. However, seeing the 5 tails appear, Obito had already used the Kamu ability directly, moving from Sasaki's head and appearing on the head of the 5 tails Jinchuriki. What a violent guy, Obito said lightly, and then formed a seal with both hands. Would release. Tree world descends. Countless thick trees grew from the ground and wrapped around the 5 tails Jinchuriki. Just when the 5 tails Jinchuriki was struggling, the Sasaki man stretched out his hand and directly pressed the 5 tails Jinchuriki's head, and then began to frantically extract the 5 tails Jinchuriki's chakra. The 5 tails Jinchuriki's struggling power became weaker and weaker, and gradually the entire tailed beast began to shrink, and finally the 5 tails Jinchuriki himself was revealed inside. The main Gekyo in Uchiha Obito's eyes spun, the space twisted, and the entire 5 tails Jinchuriki was sucked into the Kamu space. Mission accomplished. You're the only one who calls me Sun Wukong. You're so shameless. A gorilla with 4 tails dares to challenge the Monkey King. In a battlefield full of potholes and burning with high temperature magma, Vegapunk stepped on the head of a huge gorilla and complained. The poor gorilla just wanted to resist, but Hancock, who was standing next to Vegapunk, punched him lightly. The gorilla screamed and felt that his head was about to be smashed. The gorilla, who couldn't bear it, shrank back into the body of the Jinchuriki. Vegapunk and Hancock fell from the gorilla's head and saw a middle-aged monk with a beard and unconscious. Okay, this four tails can be taken away directly. Kirby, run. The farther the better. Are you kidding? Ashio, how could I abandon my big brother and my fellow Kumogakure? Konoha and Kumogakure are still in the middle of a battle, but today in the Kumogakure camp, flames are blazing, corpses are piled up like a mountain, and a woman with white hair, white eyes, and horns on her forehead, stands in the middle of the ruins. The fourth Raikage, covered in blood, stood in front of the woman, and Kirby gritted his teeth, holding the only remaining knife, and stood with his big brother, unwilling to be outdone. It's useless, we can't win, and if this guy recovers, the whole world will be destroyed, and all mankind will be in danger of extinction. Who is this woman? Killer Bee wiped the blood off his face and spat, at least let us die with some understanding. The eight-tailed Gyuki seemed to realize that he couldn't persuade Killer Bee at all, and finally he could only sigh. I haven't really seen her. After all, when I showed up, this chakra ancestor had already been sealed, but in the memories left to us tailed beasts by the Six Paths Sage, I still know of her existence. She is the ancestor of all chakras and the source of disasters on this planet, the legendary goddess of Org, the mother of the Six Paths Sage Kaguya Otsutsuki. Just as the communication between the man and the one-tailed beast ended, Kaguya Otsutsuki swung her fist casually, and it turned into an overwhelming blue chakra fist. The Ab brothers roared at the same time and rushed up, and were knocked down instantly. After looking at the fallen fourth Raikage, Kaguya Otsutsuki casually ejected a grey bone blade, and pierced the fourth Raikage's chest. The fourth Raikage immediately began to turn into ash and gradually disappeared. As for the other unconscious eight tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, Kaguya Otsutsuki dragged him directly into Yomi Hirasuka. In the Mist Village, although Obito did not control the Mizukage this time, he fought a battle with the two-tailed beast Jinchuriki in the village. Afterwards, he took his two trophies and left the Mist Village, which had turned into ruins. The Mist Ninja, who suffered heavy casualties, could only sadly rebuild their own village and reselect their Mizukage. In the Sand Village, Vegapunk took his hand off Rosa's head and said, "Let's go, Hancock. I already know where they sealed Shukaku. It's in a Buddhist temple outside the Sand Village." Hancock, who was standing aside, nodded, ignored the corpses and ruins of the Sand Village, and left with Vegapunk. Rosa fell to the ground behind him, his eyes rolled up, and his breath gradually disappeared. Takigakure, well, skip it. Very good. It seems that all the tailed beasts have been collected. Vegapunk looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki with a smile on his face. After absorbing the Outer Path Demon statue and the nine-tailed beasts, Kaguya Otsutsuki's aura was extremely powerful at the moment, much better than in her heyday. At this moment, feeling Vegapunk's gaze, Kaguya Otsutsuki's face also changed slightly, and she spoke reluctantly. "Lord Vegapunk, shouldn't you think carefully about conducting the experiment?" Hearing Kaguya Otsutsuki's words, Vegapunk smiled slightly. "It seems that you are not very willing, Kaguya. I just think that this kind of thing is meaningless. What's the use of this experiment? I don't want your opinion, I want my feeling." Vegapunk looked at Kaguya, who had already shown the intention of resistance, and the smile on his mouth became fainter and fainter. Hancock, who was standing next to Vegapunk, looked at Kaguya with cold eyes at this moment, waiting for Vegapunk's order. "But I don't want to become another person." Kaguya Otsutsuki gritted her teeth and looked at Vegapunk with cold eyes. She was ready to resist, but at the moment she was about to take action, she felt that all the chakra in her body had become silent. "What's going on? My chakra?" As a responsible scientist, I always make full precautions for my experiments. "Do you really think you can escape from my grasp?" Vegapunk looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki expressionlessly and said coldly, "I thought you would make the right choices, but it seems that you have different ideas." Kaguya Otsutsuki was trembling all over. Her face, which was already pale, turned even paler. Wait a minute. Vegapunk was no longer interested in listening to what Kaguya Otsutsuki was saying. He just activated his fruit ability and slightly changed some electromagnetic waves. So to outsiders, it seemed as if Kaguya Otsutsuki suddenly fell to the ground, screamed twice and then stopped, but her body was trembling slightly, sweat was pouring out, tears and saliva were all flowing out, and her eyes were filled with pain. The bodies of the Otsutsuki clan may seem like ordinary mortal bodies, but they are actually energy bodies formed by chakra, which are closer to the advanced forms of the tailed beasts. Therefore, you are not sensitive to pain. But that only refers to the damage to your physical body. In fact, without a pure physical body, it is easier to harm your soul. Do you feel it? This is the so-called pain that penetrates the soul. As he spoke, Vegapunk slightly released his control over Kaguya Otsutsuki and felt that his own pain had decreased a lot. At the same time, he was able to control his hands, feet, and mouth again. Kaguya Otsutsuki fell at Vegapunk's feet with tears streaming down her face. "Sir, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. It doesn't matter whether I dare or not." Vegapunk smiled and stretched out his hand, touched Kaguya Otsutsuki's white hair, and felt that it touched his hand well, just like touching a pet dog. Then he continued, "Anyway, if you have a next time, I will completely cleanse your memory and consciousness. I believe that you will become very obedient by then." Kaguya Otsutsuki trembled all over, and a horrified expression appeared on her face. "No, I will never betray you again. If all memories and consciousness are really washed away, what is the difference between that and death?" As for whether Vegapunk can do this, Kaguya Otsutsuki did not have the slightest idea of disbelief. After all, this person who was once an insignificant native in his eyes, has actually proved himself with his invention and research ability. Otherwise Kaguya Otsutsuki would not be so afraid of him. In this case, let's start the next experiment. Hancock, take out Black Zetsu. Hancock reached out and took out a black jade seal ball, then reached out to unlock it, and a black mud-like substance flowed out from it. This is Black Zetsu, but in order to control him, Vegapunk has already erased his self-consciousness. Now, he is like an ordinary soul compression package of the Otsutsuki clan. He will only instinctively transform the person he possesses into Kaguya Otsutsuki. If it is an ordinary ninja, after being transformed into Kaguya Otsutsuki, it is estimated that he will soon die, because his body cannot carry the soul information of Kaguya Otsutsuki. This is why Black Zetsu wants such a Hamadara to be the Ten-Tails Jinkriki in the original work. However, the current experimental body Kaguya Otsutsuki is stronger than the Kaguya in this world, so there is no need to worry about the problem of not being able to carry it. The only question is which consciousness of these two Kaguyas will become the real body, or will the two merge together? Black Zetsu slowly climbed onto Kaguya's body like a mud slime. Kaguya Otsutsuki's body trembled slightly. With her ability, she can easily get rid of Black Zetsu, or even kill Black Zetsu directly, but Kaguya, who has just been trained by Vegapunk, obviously has no idea of resistance. Possessed by Black Zetsu, he needs to snatch the body from Kaguya Otsutsuki in this world. The possibility of retaining his own consciousness is 50-50, but if he goes against Vegapunk's experimental idea, then all his consciousness and memories will be completely wiped out. Kaguya Otsutsuki is naturally very clear about which one to choose. Black Zetsu slowly crawled all over Kaguya Otsutsuki's body, and then released a special chakra. Vegapunk saw Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes change slightly, and the whole person began to swell up, slowly floating in the air, and turned into a black sphere. Unlike the original work, when Uchiha Madara was possessed, it only took a few seconds for Kaguya Otsutsuki to completely occupy the body. This time, the black sphere floated in the air for more than 10 minutes, and then began to tremble slightly, and small cracks appeared. At the same time, a powerful and violent chakra swept out instantly. The incredible chakra fluctuations were probably enough to alarm all the ninjas in the ninja world. What a powerful amount of chakra, at least 3 times more than Kaguya Otsutsuki in her prime. No, to be precise, it's not the amount of chakra that has increased, but the quality of chakra. Data flowed in Vegapunk's eyes, and the quantum chip was running at an overspeed, constantly calculating Kaguya Otsutsuki's current data. In theory, the chakra of the two fused together can only double at most, not to mention that one of the Kaguya Otsutsuki has been drained of most of the chakra. The amount of chakra occupied by this fused Kaguya Otsutsuki is at most 1.2 times that of the normal Kaguya Otsutsuki. It seems that it is because of the fusion of the isotopes in the parallel world that the essence of chakra has also been improved, so the energy index of the same amount of chakra has increased by nearly 3 times. I don't know what the principle is. Will the fusion of the isotopes in the parallel world increase some kind of origin? Although Vegapunk felt that this fusion would bring him some surprises at the beginning, it was just the intuition of some top scientists. In fact, he didn't have any real theoretical basis. But now it seems that his intuition is indeed correct. This fusion really brings him a surprise. He doesn't know which consciousness is in Kaguya Otsutsuki's body now, or is it a fusion of two consciousnesses? At this time, the whole black ball finally broke completely, revealing Kaguya Otsutsuki with her eyes closed. After a moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki opened her eyes with a little confusion in her eyes. Hancock has already stood in front of Vegapunk with a vigilant look on her face. Now Kaguya Otsutsuki, with the upgrade of chakra, is enough to threaten Hancock. Naturally, she will not be as relaxed as at the beginning. Even though she knows that Vegapunk must have made many secret moves on Kaguya Otsutsuki, this does not prevent Hancock from worrying about Vegapunk's safety. Is this me? This kind of chakra, I'm so strong. With a hint of joy on her face, Kaguya Otsutsuki only felt that the chakra in her body seemed to have undergone another transformation compared to the past. This time, the effect of the possession and fusion is comparable to eating 4 or 5 fruits of the sacred tree. Chapter 144, Chakra Network Prototype. Kaguya Otsutsuki, which world are you from? Hearing Vegapunk's strange question, Kaguya Otsutsuki tilted her head slightly and turned to look at Vegapunk. Kaguya Otsutsuki's somewhat arrogant eyes immediately shrank after seeing Vegapunk, and the whole person descended from the sky. My lord, my consciousness is still the original consciousness. I see. Then what about Kaguya Otsutsuki from this world? I merged with her, because my power and soul are better than hers, so I absorbed her completely. Nodding gently, Vegapunk showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. So that's it. When two parallel worlds merge, the one with stronger power and soul will dominate. In this case, maybe I can try this experiment in the future. However, first I have to transform the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan, and then see if I can find my own parallel world isotope. It sounds like a useless research, but Vegapunk feels that he will use this research one day. Not to mention that scientific research is a kind of technical accumulation. Vegapunk waved his hand, and Kaguya Otsutsuki hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Not bad. It seems that the quality of your chakra has improved a lot. Now input your chakra into Hancock. Hearing what Vegapunk said, Kaguya Otsutsuki showed a slightly struggling expression on her face, but finally reached out and placed her hand on Hancock's lower abdomen, sealing formation, and very docilely input the chakra into Hancock's body. Hancock had been inputting nearly half of Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra, and a bit of reluctance appeared on her face. Vegapunk waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can stop." Then, Vegapunk immediately took Hancock's hand and asked worriedly, "How is it, Hancock? Can you digest it?" Hancock felt her body swelling, and the chakra being transformed in her body, and frowned slightly. "It's okay, but now it has reached my limit. The chakra in my body is also transforming into the current chakra. When the transformation is completed, my strength can be improved a little more." The original amount of chakra in Hancock's body is almost twice that of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Now that she has absorbed the new chakra transmitted by Kaguya Otsutsuki, the amount alone is 3 times that of Kaguya Otsutsuki. If the quality can also be transformed into Kaguya Otsutsuki's current chakra, then she will have nearly 10 times the strength of Kaguya Otsutsuki just by chakra energy. It seems that Hancock has reached the limit now. Unfortunately, the flesh and blood body still has a certain limit to the chakra energy it can carry. Are you willing to transform into the complete energy state of the Otsutsuki clan? Vegapunk sighed softly and asked. Hancock shook her head and leaned into Vegapunk's arms. "I don't want to become like the Otsutsuki clan. It's so ugly." Kaguya Otsutsuki lowered her head and listened to Hancock's words without looking up. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Hancock would say that she wanted to completely transform into the Otsutsuki clan. If she really transformed into the Otsutsuki clan, she could devour 100% of the chakra of her own clan. Moreover, as the Otsutsuki clan is a condensation of chakra energy, there is no possibility of indigestion, and she can be completely absorbed. Given Vegapunk's love for Hancock, if Hancock really wants to completely absorb her, then Kaguya Otsutsuki will probably be dead. It's hard to say whether she can separate a wedge before she dies. If the Otsutsuki clan is just killed and resurrected through a soul data packet like a wedge, they will still have their original strength, but if they are swallowed, the resurrected Otsutsuki will decline to a limit, probably just a little stronger than Otsutsuki Tonari, who has lost his reincarnation eye. Otherwise, if there were really no sequelae, Kaguya Otsutsuki would not resist being swallowed by the sacred tree, and the Otsutsuki clan would not need to plant trees all over the world, as long as they continue to swallow each other and reincarnate, which is completely inconsistent with the law of conservation of mass. The fact is that a soul data pocket like a wedge can only guarantee that the Otsutsuki will not die, but if the chakra is swallowed before that, there is definitely no way to recover. Fortunately, Hancock has no interest in becoming an Otsutsuki clan with horns on their heads and a bunch of strange eyes, which finally puts Kaguya Otsutsuki at ease. Will you come back with me next, dear? Hancock and Vegapunk were together for a while, and then asked. Vegapunk touched his chin and looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki. Well, since we are here now, and Kaguya Otsutsuki has been rescued, why not try Infinite Moon Reading? Infinite Moon Reading is the most powerful ninjutsu in the entire ninja world, and it is very likely that there is no other ninjutsu known so far that can clearly destroy the entire ninja world. Others, even Kaguya Otsutsuki's expansion-seeking Truth Ball, are inferior to it. This is a comprehensive ninjutsu that combines illusion, wood escape, human body transformation, chakra absorption and other functions. It is also the strongest move of the Otsutsuki clan to harvest the world. The most important thing is that it can form a temporary spiritual platform, which truly allows everyone's spiritual power to communicate with each other. Even with a slight change, this ninjutsu can be transformed into a complete second world, and even transfer chakra to each other, doing many incredible things. The virtual world in the Matrix, the magic network in Dungeons and Dragons, the human completion in Neon Genesis Evangelion. Vegapunk can come up with a lot of derivative research on the Infinite Moon Blasphemy illusion, as long as he uses his brain a little. In his own Naruto world, Vegapunk was afraid of causing too serious consequences, so he naturally did not dare to let go and study this world-class magic. However, for this parallel world, even if the people are still the original ones, they have no friendship with Vegapunk, so when conducting research, there is naturally no psychological burden. Kaguya Otsutsuki showed a puzzled look and said, "Sir, do you want me to suck their chakra and turn them into white zetsu?" Vegapunk shook his head. Of course not. Can you let them enter the illusion freely, just by paying a certain amount of chakra, and not being absorbed by the sacred tree? This. Kaguya Otsutsuki was embarrassed, and shook her head. I have never tried this kind of thing. That's right, all the ninjutsu of your Otsutsuki clan is derived from blood, and it has never been studied at all. Vegapunk reacted and said helplessly, let me study it. It will probably take some time again. The naturally powerful Otsutsuki clan has almost no achievements in the development of ninjutsu. By comparison, their research on their own bloodline ninjutsu is at most equivalent to carving a dog head on the earth flow wall. Making some changes is the limit. For example, developing some new abilities from the ninjutsu of infinite moon blasting is beyond their understanding. Vegapunk can only study it himself. After that, Vegapunk and his group finally went to the moon. Since they wanted to study the infinite moon reading, it would be best to do the research on the moon. During this period, the Otsutsuki on the moon were in the midst of a civil war, and people's brains were almost beaten out of their dogs. As Vegapunk and his group landed on the moon, they easily swept all the Otsutsuki on the moon and captured everyone. Vegapunk did not say anything about ideals to these Otsutsuki. He directly installed an improved caged bird on everyone's head, which immediately made all the Otsutsuki obedient. The improved caged bird neither restricted the Byakugan, nor made people self-destruct their Byakugan after death. Its only function was to directly control everyone's nerves. In addition, when they became hostile and murderous to Vegapunk, the caged bird would automatically start. Those Otsutsuki became extremely obedient after only being trained for half a month, making them dare not go east or west, and dare not chase chickens when beating dogs. In Vegapunk's opinion, all the Otsutsuki in the Civil War were idle. The entire moon is only the size of a county. It is hilarious that a bunch of Otsutsuki who are lazy can still fight like that because of worrying about things on the ground. The remaining Otsutsuki on the moon, the branch family and the main family together are less than 1,000 people. In the heyday, there were probably 3 or 4,000 people. These people do not produce, do not need to work, and all things are done by puppets. After a long time, they naturally get sick from idleness. After Vegapunk controlled them with caged birds, he directly requisitioned them to help him build a laboratory and act as some servants and assistants. The function of the Byakugan is quite powerful. Even if the blood of these Otsutsuki on the moon is very different from that of the Hyuga clan, they can still use the functions of the Byakugan such as perspective and farsightedness. When they are experimental assistants, they are still quite advantageous. A lot of things came down, and all the Otsutsuki clan were ordered by Vegapunk, busy like dogs, and soon forgot about those messy missions, and even the hatred between each other faded. In addition, Vegapunk once again got a large reincarnation eye, but this time Hancock could no longer absorb these chakras. Vegapunk simply used this large reincarnation eye as a signal amplifier for the infinite Tsukuyomi, and began to study it. Failed again. Chakra communication across the air is not so easy. On the contrary, it is easier to merge all the illusions into a second world. Now it has been completely completed. Looking at the experimental data in his hand, Vegapunk sighed. It is very easy to control humans with the infinite Tsukuyomi illusion, but the real absorption and transmission of chakra is actually the matching Divine Tree Realm Advent technique. Without the Divine Tree World Advent technique, the infinite Tsukuyomi can only make people forever immersed in the fantasy world and eventually starve to death. The Divine Tree World Advent technique relies on the Divine Tree. As long as it is hung up, it will be constantly transformed into white Zetsu, so Vegapunk naturally cannot use it. If it is just to open up the second world, the biggest problem is that you have to constantly use chakra to maintain it. So it is better to develop chakra transmission technology, so that chakra can be used as network fees and directly transmitted to the infinite Tsukuyomi illusion. But what is used as a carrier for transmitting chakra? Vegapunk looked helpless, and finally felt a little depressed, so he pushed open the door, and prepared to go out for a walk. This is a small world inside the moon. The adjusted world is beautiful with beautiful scenery. However, except for some assistants and the Moon Otsutsuki clan who work, there are almost no other people here. The reason is very simple. Vegapunk first performed the trial version of the infinite Tsukuyomi technique in the small world inside the moon, and the moon used was the great reincarnation eye inside the moon. Compared with ordinary people, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon has a very obvious advantage. That is, because of the blood relationship, they can have a certain connection with the great reincarnation eye, and can also directly transmit chakra through the great reincarnation eye. So the infinite Tsukuyomi network was first rolled out in this small world. Now most of the time, as long as there is no work, these Otsutsuki clan will immerse their spirits in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, basically just like ordinary people browsing the internet. After all, even the so-called virtual world of the internet can make so many people addicted, and the real second world created by infinite Tsukuyomi is of course even more addictive. Those Otsutsuki clan who are working are completely different from before. Every Otsutsuki seems to be able to manipulate gravity and easily control the actions of various instruments and tools. That is the reincarnation eye ninjutsu they downloaded from the infinite Tsukuyomi network. All the Otsutsuki have gathered their own ninjutsu in the network center of the large reincarnation eye. As long as the Otsutsuki connected to this network have enough chakra stored in the network, they can use any Otsutsuki's ninjutsu without any restrictions. It can be said that this is the prototype of the D&D magic network. In the future, the more ninjutsu that is developed and upgraded, the more ninjutsu these Otsutsuki can use. As long as the chakra is sufficient, any Otsutsuki can become a powerful turret without training or hand seals. Of course, since the chakra network developed by Vegapunk is used, it will naturally be strangled by Vegapunk. In the newly developed chakra network, Vegapunk is a real authority dog and can easily bang everyone. There is no problem now, but after a long time of development, most Otsutsuki will definitely be more accustomed to downloading ninjutsu directly from the chakra network instead of practicing it themselves. At that time, Vegapunk can easily bang the ninjutsu ability of most people. Chapter 145, Unintentional. After a casual stroll, Vegapunk looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was staring at the great Samsurai. Kaguya Otsutsuki, who also had the Byakugan, could also connect her consciousness to the chakra network. Of course, with her level and resistance to illusions, she would not enter this chakra network, based on the infinite Tsukuyomi illusion, unless she wanted to. Since the appearance of the chakra network, Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had nothing to do, has been addicted to it. She has gradually become a stay-at-home girl, staying near this great Samsurai every day. Shaking his head, Vegapunk did not have much thought about Kaguya Otsutsuki's lack of ambition. Most of the Otsutsuki clan were like this. Apart from plundering through planting trees or cannibalism, they had no idea of normal cultivation. After a round, Vegapunk, who felt his mind was much clearer, was just about to return to the laboratory, when suddenly, a pair of slender jade arms stretched out from behind and hugged him. "Honey, why didn't you tell me you were coming out?" A clear and sweet voice rang in my ears, and along with the voice, came an alluring fragrance like flowers. "It's Hancock. I'm just planning to go out for a walk, and it won't be for long, so I didn't call you." Hancock turned around and came to the front of Vegapunk, hugged one of his arms. "Honey, are you in trouble?" "Yes, I can't find any good chakra transmission channel. We can't always rely on our chakra to maintain the chakra channel. This small world on the moon is okay. We can directly use the connection between the moon Otsutsuki and the Samsurai to build a chakra channel. But in the ninja world, the people there don't have the blood of the Otsutsuki, let alone any connection with the Samsurai." Hancock naturally couldn't think of a solution to the problem that even Vegapunk was troubled by. After listening to Vegapunk's words, she just blinked, smiled and said, "Since you can't think of a solution for the time being, let's put it aside for the time being. Anyway, there is no rush. I think our current strength should be enough, no matter where we are. Why don't we go out and have some fun and change our minds? All the chakra has been converted. The pirate queen is now so powerful that she can destroy the entire surface civilization." However, although Hancock is powerful and arrogant, she is not the kind of ambitious woman. She still prefers to live her own happy life. Of course, even if she is madly in love with Vegapunk, Hancock has no interest in Vegapunk's research and still prefers to go out and play. Seeing the look in Hancock's eyes, Vegapunk naturally couldn't refuse. He took Hancock to play in the small world of the moon again. Then the two of them logged into the second world of the chakra network and took a look at the current situation of this virtual world. Because there are only the Otsutsuki clan, there are not many people in the entire virtual world. On weekdays, there are only a few hundred people, and almost all of them live in a small town. Although there are not many people, the virtual world is not small. The continent here is about the same size as the entire ninja world, while the overseas is close to the size of the One Piece world. It can be said that it is a splicing of two worlds. All the Otsutsuki clan in this virtual world can adventure here at will, and they also have the ability to teleport back to the city and leave teleportation points like in the game. As the authority dogs of this virtual world, Vegapunk and Hancock have more abilities than ordinary Otsutsuki clan, and can even create new maps directly. Others play adventures, while Vegapunk and Hancock play Minecraft. After playing skiing, climbing, swimming, hot springs and other activities, Hancock and Vegapunk also satisfiedly withdrew from this world again. It's a pity that our strength is too strong, so we can still feel some disobedience in the virtual world, Vegapunk said helplessly, stretching gently. Hancock, with a flushed face, hugged Vegapunk and said disapprovingly, "It's already good. If it's more real, it will be easy to ignore the defense of your own body in the real world. If you are attacked by someone at that time, it will be terrible. With the strength of Hancock and Vegapunk, even if they enter the second world of the chakra network, they can still ensure that they have the ability to perceive in the real world. Ordinary Otsutsuki will be completely immersed in it and can only rely on the passive alert of the chakra network. Of course, for most of the lunar Otsutsuki, the passive alert effect of the chakra network is actually much stronger than their own perception ability, so it is not unsafe when they go online. After staying in the chakra network for so long, the sky in the small world has gradually dimmed. The golden light emitted by the sun in the small world has gradually dimmed and gradually turned into silver white moonlight. Hancock's eyes have become soft and moving under the silver white moonlight. Gently pulling Vegapunk's hand, she directly opened a portal in the void and entered the Shian's Higang's Hang space. Honey, I have also developed a new sealing ninjutsu. Do you want to try it? On the sofa, Hancock, who was sitting gently with her arms around Vegapunk, was wearing a belly-bearing outfit. Her beautiful face was a little rosy. She pointed to her lower abdomen. Below her small and delicate belly button was a strange red sealing pattern. Vegapunk's face was strange. Although Hancock had been given a lot of knowledge about ninjutsu, it would be easy for her to get the title of a ninjutsu doctor, but she herself was not a material for studying ninjutsu after all. Ordinary applications were fine, but directly creating a new sealing technique. It's not that it's impossible, it's just not her style. Of course, Vegapunk didn't expect Hancock to develop any shocking sealing techniques. He observed carefully and found that the effect of this sealing technique was indeed quite simple. It didn't seal anything, but instead it was a sealing method that reversed the output of one's own vitality, that is, the yang escape chakra. Dear, do you see the effect of the seal? From now on, when we are together, you don't have to worry about your physical strength at all. Vegapunk's face was a little embarrassed. You know, Hancock's physical fitness is much better than his, and she has absorbed a lot of chakra. With this extraordinary power, her physical strength is naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, there are still big differences between men and women in some aspects. When the two of them were intimate before, Hancock often used Yangtan chakra to help Vegapunk recover his physical strength. Unexpectedly, this time, an automatic version was developed. The seal made by Hancock is not complicated. It can be said to be extremely simple, but under Hancock's own powerful Yangtan chakra, the effect achieved is very good. Now Vegapunk still feels energetic and not tired at all. Hancock, with a ruddy and lazy face, elegantly rolled up her long hair, tidied up her new clothes, and said, although it wasted some time, dear, you should be much more relaxed this time. Well, it's much better than staying in the laboratory at the beginning, Vegapunk said with a smile. In addition, your seal is really too rough, causing at least 3 or 4 layers of chakra loss. Let me change it for you. While talking, Vegapunk suddenly had an inspiration. Isn't the sealing technique the best way to connect to the chakra network and transmit chakra? As long as the sealing technique of transmitting chakra is installed on all the people in the ninja world, they can directly connect to the chakra network and transmit chakra. Thinking of this, Vegapunk smiled, hugged Hancock fiercely, and kissed her fiercely a few times. Hancock was stunned at first, but then she reacted. She didn't care what Vegapunk understood, but just smiled and stretched out her hand and hugged Vegapunk. After a long time, the two separated. Vegapunk said excitedly, "Thank you, Hancock. Your sealing technique has given me a lot of inspiration." Hancock tilted her head and smiled, which was so beautiful that it made people feel thrilling. Why don't we celebrate again? With the direction and inspiration, it was much easier to achieve results. Soon Vegapunk created a simple sealing technique. The sealing technique can basically guarantee that it can be used as long as there is a little chakra, and it is very simple to learn. After so many years of development in the entire ninja world, almost all humans have chakra, but some have more or less, so it can be guaranteed that it can be promoted to the whole people. As for how to make everyone learn this sealing technique, it's very simple. Just add a little private goods to the illusion of infinite moon blasphemy. Infinite moon reading can greatly prolong the physical perception time, and you can add illusion tutorials to it and play them in a continuous loop for people to learn. The illusion specially developed by Vegapunk is extremely simple, and no matter how stupid a person is, he can learn it in 1 or 2 years. 1 or 2 years in the infinite moon space is only 1 or 2 hours at most when converted into real time. The only problem is that, even if you learn this sealing technique, there are probably not many people who are willing to use it on themselves at the beginning, and ordinary ninjas are even less likely to use it. After all, this is a real and advanced illusion. With the character of ninjas, they must be extremely vigilant, and few people dare to enter the chakra network directly. Even ordinary people, as long as they have a little common sense, will definitely not dare to enter the illusion space directly. However, the ninja world is so big that there are all kinds of weird things. Those who want to take a chance, or those who act faster than their brains, or those who are more curious than cats, will always have a small number of people willing to enter the chakra network again. As long as some people have tasted the sweetness of the chakra network, there will be no worries that no one is willing to join. Later, as time goes by, the chakra network will definitely become the tide of the times, engulfing most people. Even if there are still a few diehards in the end, they will not be able to have any impact on most people at all, and can only become the tears of the times. Chapter 146, Little Obito's Fantastic Experience. It's really strange. The moon changes so fast during this period. Sitting on the Hokage rock, leaning back, supporting herself with her hands, and swinging her 2 little feet in the air on the cliff, Nohara spoke in a somewhat strange voice. Maybe it's because of some astronomical phenomenon. Little Obito, who was sitting next to Nohara, smiled foolishly, but it's good this way. The moonlight becomes brighter, and everyone can see more clearly. Nohara rolled her eyes helplessly. As a ninja, everyone should have some night vision ability. And Obito, you are still an Uchiha. But I haven't opened my eyes. Little Obito scratched his head in distress and muttered in a low voice, really, why doesn't Grandpa Uzumaki tell me the secret method of opening my eyes? What are you talking about, Obito? Hearing the whisper-like whisper, Nohara asked curiously. Little Obito shuddered and shook his head quickly. Nothing. Mysterious. Nohara pouted slightly and moved closer to Uchiha Obito, looking him up and down. Obito, you are not hiding anything from us recently, are you? Ah. How could I hide something from Rin? Ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito scratched his head and laughed dryly. Nohara shook her head with amusement. Obito, has anyone ever told you that you are not good at lying? Little Obito froze, but before he could say anything else, Nohara had already waved her hand. Don't worry, every ninja has his own little secrets. As long as it does no harm to his companions in the ninja village, I won't dig into it. Rin was so considerate. Little Obito was excited and almost revealed his secret, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his wrist. Slightly lowering his head, Little Obito looked at the mark on his hand that looked like a tattoo. He couldn't help but curse in his heart that things came at a really bad time, but he had no choice but to rack his brains to think of an excuse. Rin, my grandma asked me to go home early today, so I'll go back first. Nohara was slightly stunned. Uchiha Obito's grandmother was already in her 60s or 70s. Since Uchiha Obito graduated from the ninja school, she had never restricted him too much. The most important thing is that Nohara finally agreed to Obito's request and went out to play with him. It would be strange if Obito was willing to go home so early. Although he is young and has a very gentle personality, the young ninjas in the ninja world are more mature, not to mention that they are a generation that has experienced war. In addition, as a girl, Nohara's emotional intelligence is much higher than her two companions, so she naturally found a lot of things wrong. However, Obito has been very secretive during this period, and he often practices alone. Did the seniors of the Uchiha clan guide Obito? Or did the Uchiha clan invest more resources in him with Obito's performance? These thoughts flashed through Nohara's mind, and finally she smiled gently. Then Obito, go back early. Don't let your grandma wait anxiously. Okay, Rin. I'll ask you out to play when I have time later. Little Obito hurriedly greeted Nohara and then went straight into the woods behind. Noharurin couldn't help laughing. That direction was exactly opposite to Uchiha Obito's home. Obito was still the same and couldn't even make up a lie. He hurriedly walked to a desolate training ground. When little Obito looked up, he saw a strange figure standing in the middle of the training ground. The black-bottomed red cloud robe and the strange vortex mask made little Obito's face show a familiar, surprised, and a little fearful expression. Why are you back? Why don't you even call me senior now? The masked man said in a low and hoarse voice. Uchiha Obito's expression suddenly darkened. I don't have a senior like you. You attacked Uzumaki Kushina teacher. This world does not call for the master's wife, so little Obito also calls Uzumaki Kushina teacher. All along, the masked man taught Uchiha Obito various ninjutsu, and he was dressed like this. Among the ninjas who took Kushina away, there were also people with the same conspicuous dress. Little Obito was just a little bit brainless, not really a fool, so he knew that the two must be the same person. But we didn't hurt her, did we? The masked man said slowly. What happened to the other ninja villages, Obito? You don't know what happened? Hearing this, Uchiha Obito suddenly fell silent. Although Konoha was furious about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being attacked and the tailed beast being taken away at the beginning, the news from other ninja villages soon extinguished their anger like a basin of cold water. On the battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure, the Kumogakure ninjas who were attacked suffered almost half of their casualties. Not only were their tailed beasts taken away, but the fourth Raikage also died heroically, and even their bodies turned into ashes. The rock ninjas were even worse. The third Tsuchikage died, and most of the ninja villages were destroyed. The ninjas suffered heavy casualties, and they have not yet built their own ninja villages. The Mist ninjas, who were far away across the ocean, did not send too much specific news, but the fact that the two-tailed beasts fought with the enemy in the ninja village and were taken away could not be concealed from other ninja villages. Since the tailed beasts were fighting with the enemy in the ninja village, it would be strange if the Mist ninja village did not suffer major losses. The Sand ninja village did not have the tailed beasts directly fighting in the ninja village, but the fourth Kazekage, who had just ascended to power in this war, died inexplicably. Although the Sand Ninja village claimed that he died of a sudden illness, the invaders had swaggered into the Sand Ninja village at the time. Of course, it was impossible to hide it from other ninja villages, except for the Mist ninja, which was too far away and therefore had little information. The other three ninja villages not only suffered heavy casualties, but also all the cages of the villages died heroically. In comparison, Konoha's losses were negligible. It was precisely because of this crisis that the ninja world calmed down and became so peaceful. To some extent, the actions of Vegapunk and others actually promoted the end of the Third Ninja World War. After a short silence, Uchiha Obito finally couldn't help but speak. Then, what do you want to do by taking away so many tailed beasts? I'm just following the orders of others. I don't know the specific situation, but I know very well that the person who gets all the tailed beasts will definitely do something big. The masked man looked at little Obito sincerely. I know part of his plan. It is a good thing that will benefit the whole world and is also your best chance. Opportunity? Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment and asked, what opportunity? Don't you want to become Hokage? But with your current situation, especially since you were born in the Uchiha clan, it is almost impossible for you to become Hokage. Uchiha Obito looked angry, as if he wanted to say something, but the masked man waved his hand to stop him from refuting. I don't want to explain to you why it is so difficult for the Uchiha clan to become Hokage. There are many reasons for this, but this is not the point we are going to talk about today. Listen carefully. At this time tomorrow, around midnight or early morning, something magical will happen. This will change the world, and may even reshuffle the 5 major ninja villages and 5 major countries. And I hope you will seize tomorrow's opportunity no matter what. Don't be as cautious as other ninjas. Believe me, it will really change your destiny. Masked Senior, what will happen tomorrow? Little Obito asked suspiciously, but the masked man opposite him had already twisted and turned into a shadow, disappearing without a trace. Hey, why did you disappear so suddenly again? Speak clearly before leaving. Uchiha Obito, do you have anything to talk to me about? On the moon, Vegapunk asked while drawing a giant seal formation. If you want to transmit chakra with everyone in the ninja world, even if everyone has a seal formation to transmit chakra, it is still a bit difficult to rely solely on the great turning eye as a node to receive chakra. Therefore, it is necessary to make a giant seal formation on the entire moon that, as far as I know, sir, you should be able to control the content of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha spoke a little awkwardly. Vegapunk was slightly stunned and looked at Uchiha with a strange look. Don't tell me that you still want to immerse yourself in the infinite Tsukuyomi world. Have a good dream. Uchiha face was full of laughter and tears, and he shook his head quickly. How is it possible? I have long given up the childish idea before. Not to mention that the infinite Tsukuyomi itself is just a conspiracy. I don't want to become a white Zetsu so much. Then what do you want to do? Vegapunk wiped his hands, stopped drawing the seal array, and asked with some doubts. I hope to give Uchiha in this world a special limited Tsukuyomi. Little Uchiha in this world? Tell me in detail. Vegapunk became interested, looked at Uchiha and asked with interest. I hope he can experience some of the things I have experienced, and it would be best if he can open the Mangeki Sharingan. What have you experienced? Vegapunk glanced at Uchiha. Sure enough, he was the most ruthless one to attack himself. He was not afraid of giving little Obito a psychological trauma. Since Uchiha had already begged him, Vegapunk would certainly not refuse such a small matter. After all, he was not the one suffering. Okay. When the time comes, you upload your memories, and I will directly borrow the chakra network to let little Obito experience everything. However, Vegapunk was not optimistic about what Uchiha said about letting little Obito awaken the Mangeki. Even if the infinite Tsukuyomi was close to the truth, it was not real after all. It could only be regarded as a kind of false illusion. Not to mention ordinary people, like some ninjas, no matter how addicted they were, there was still a subconscious feeling in their hearts that something was wrong, especially when they were under great emotional stimulation. Why do people who are affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi have sweet dreams? Because sweet dreams are more likely to make people addicted. From the perspective of needing sweet dreams to make people addicted, the infinite Tsukuyomi is not completely impeccable. What is going to happen? Should I tell Minato sensei? Little Obito has been lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Finally, he sat up and gritted his teeth. No, I'd better go tell Minato sensei. After making up his mind, Uchiha quickly put on his clothes and opened the door. Outside the door, the silver moonlight shone on the earth, unusually bright. The moonlight is so bright. Much brighter than in recent times. Obito sighed, without thinking too much, and walked out of the door. At this moment, Obito felt that the silver moonlight suddenly became almost dazzling, as if it was noon in the daytime. What's going on? The thought of surprise flashed through his mind, and then Obito felt that his mind was gradually becoming confused. Kanekankyo, Obito, who was pressed under the boulder, felt that his body could no longer feel pain, but was gradually numb. He looked at his tearful teammates and forced a smile. Oh, by the way, Kakashi, I forgot everything. I'm the only one who hasn't given you a gift to congratulate you for becoming a Jonin. Don't worry, it's not useless. I'm going to give you my Sharingan. No matter what the people in the village say, you are an amazing Jonin. This is my intention, so just accept it. I'm about to die, but I can still be your eyes to continue to see the future. As time passed slowly, Uchiha, who originally thought he was going to die, was saved by Uchiha. His broken body was filled with white Zetsu, and he was saved. At the same time, he gradually learned some of Uchiha secrets, but in the end, Uchiha, who was full of vitality and hope, still rejected Uchiha and prepared to return to his companions. However, soon, Obito learned from White Zetsu that Rin and Kakashi were in danger and immediately rushed over desperately regardless of his own injuries. Lin. In the light rain, Uchiha looked at the scene in front of him in a trance. The original double Magatama Sharingan kept spinning and transformed into 3 Magatama. Somehow, although Uchiha was heartbroken, he always felt that everything in front of him was not so real. There were always some memories in his mind that seemed to be about to come out, which greatly reduced his pain. The three Megatama kept spinning, and finally gradually calmed down. Chapter 147 The Influence of Infinite Moon Blasphemy. Why? Uchiha covered his head, feeling that his whole body was about to split apart. One moment, it was a scene of Kakashi inserting a hand into Lin's chest, and blood was dripping everywhere. The next moment, it turned into a scene of himself and Lin sitting on the Hokage Rock, with the peaceful Konoha village below, and the bright and soft moonlight in the sky. Obito, who was swaying and shaky, suddenly shook all over and saw the scene in front of him completely shattered and turned into his own courtyard. At the same time, a lot of memories awakened in his mind. What's going on? I feel dizzy. Where are Lin and Kakashi? After saying this with a little confusion, Uchiha heard a familiar cold voice again. Are you stupid? Or has the illusion had too much impact on you, and your spirit has been too strongly stimulated, and has become a psychopath? Turning his head, Uchiha immediately saw a mysterious man wearing a black-bottomed red cloud robe and a vortex mask. Under the stimulation of the familiar figure, he immediately woke up, and at the same time, he completely recalled his memories. I have never been injured, nor have I opened my eyes, and Rin is not dead either. The Third Ninja World War has already ended. I'm already a special Jonin. The masked man is the mysterious grandfather who taught me. I'm going to report to Minato teacher that something important will happen today. The bright, unusual moonlight outside. What is going on? Masked Senior, why did you use illusion on me? After recalling everything, Uchiha immediately asked the masked man in a menacing manner. The masked man took a close look at Uchiha, and his voice was a little regretful. You haven't awakened the Manger Key yet. It's just a 3 Megatama Sharingan. Huh? Sharingan? After hearing what the masked man said, Uchiha touched his face in surprise, took off his goggles, and looked carefully. The image reflected by the goggles was not clear, but the changes in the Sharingan were very obvious, and Uchiha immediately noticed the changes in his eyes. In the red pupil, 3 tiny Megatama slowly rotated, which was the symbol of the 3 Megatama Sharingan. When Uchiha completely reacted and really focused, he felt that everything in the world seemed to slow down a lot. At the same time, his observation ability also soared. He could almost clearly see the wings of mosquitoes flying at night, and every hair on the moth. In addition, he also found that the chakra in his body was much stronger, and it also revealed a bit of cold breath. That was the feeling that the nature of the yin-type chakra had made great progress. I awakened the Sharingan, and it's 3 Megatama. Uchiha face showed a little excitement, but when he thought of the time when he awakened the Sharingan, he seemed to think of the boulder falling from the sky in Kakashi's hand through Nohararin's chest. For a moment, Uchiha excitement was greatly reduced, and he even hated his eyes. So that's the price of the Sharingan. Looking a little depressed, Uchiha finally understood why the Uchiha clan members who had truly opened their eyes rarely boasted about the opening of their Sharingan, and were not willing to publicize their experience of opening their eyes. After calming himself down a bit, Uchiha looked up at the mysterious masked man and asked, so, Masked Senior, you used illusion on me in the hope that I would awaken the Sharingan? You think too much. The masked man shook his head and looked at little Obito. The illusion was not performed by me. Of course, I did add some ingredients to it, but in the final analysis you are just a byproduct. In fact, it was a real large-scale illusion. Wherever the moonlight shines, everyone is now immersed in the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi. What? This is impossible? Uchiha was shocked after hearing the news, and shook his head frantically. There can't be such a powerful illusion in this world. You know, the illusion just now is completely incomparable to ordinary illusions. It can be said that there is a world of difference. Erasing Uchiha memory, he was completely brought into the world of illusion. Uchiha even felt that, even if he awakened the 3 Megatama, it would be impossible to break through the illusion. The reason why he was able to wake up was just that the illusion was lifted by itself. Now Uchiha doesn't know the Manger Key yet. In his eyes, the 3 Megatama is already the pinnacle of the Sharingan. The illusion that can completely confuse the 3 Megatama Sharingan will not exceed 5 fingers in the entire ninja world. Urahobito even suspects that this may be the strongest illusion in the entire ninja world. Now the masked man opposite actually said that this illusion can be used on a large scale, and even the range of the illusion almost covers the entire world. In Urahobito's view, this is no different from a fairy tale. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Don't try to fool me. Looking at Obito, who was shaking his head and saying he didn't believe anything, the masked man got furious and slapped him. Urahobito wanted to dodge, but suddenly found himself being moved directly in front of the masked man. With a snap, he was spun 360 degrees in the air. It hurts. Wait. Touching his cheek, Urahobito was surprised to find that, although he was slapped, and it was indeed extremely painful, there was not even a red mark on his face. He looked around with a strange expression, and finally frowned slowly. Here, is this still an illusion? You are quite knowledgeable. The masked man nodded. The illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi can extend 1 hour to 1 or 2 years. Now is the first time to try it out. It is expected to take 3 hours, which is nearly 5 years. Everything you just experienced took up almost 3 years, so I will teach you well in the remaining 2 years. Although you haven't awakened the manger key, the 3 Magatama Sharingan is already a very powerful force. When you complete this training, surpassing Kakashi will be a piece of cake. Urahobito blinked his eyes after hearing this. Practicing in an illusion? Don't use ordinary illusions to measure this infinite Tsukuyomi. In this illusion space, some technical things can still be practiced normally. I once said that the whole world will change because of this great change. Infinite moon desecration has the power to change the world. The voice of the masked man was quite serious. This masked man, that is, Urahobito of the Vegapunk world, was already full of admiration after thoroughly understanding the chakra network transformation of infinite moon reading by Vegapunk. Compared with the original Moon Eye plan, the chakra network is undoubtedly the ultimate ninjutsu that can truly change the world and bring peace. As for the current Urahobito, after listening to the words of the masked man, he was also shocked. Even if he had no more knowledge, Urahobito knew what this illusion meant. If what the masked man in front of him said was true, then the world would probably really usher in a huge change in the future. Slowly opening his eyes, the expression on the face of little Urahobito was a little confused. Looking at the bright silver moonlight in front of him, he slightly hit his head. Oh right. I'm going to report the situation to Minato-sensei. Well, I don't need to report now. In just a short moment, Urahobito has heard the sound of the surroundings turning from silence to chaos. He curled his lips. I don't know what kind of life other people are living in the chakra network world. According to that masked guy, it seems that my moon desecration world is still a limited edition. Isn't it a limited edition? The first half is all cups and tableau, and the second half is directly pulled over for training, which is completely different from ordinary people. As for ordinary people, living in the chakra network is basically the same as the effect of the infinite moon reading. That is, having a beautiful dream for 5 years, and all dreams come true. The only difference is that you must learn the sealing technique that can re-enter the chakra network, but 5 years have passed in the illusion, and everyone in the ninja world now has basically learned this sealing technique. With the disappearance of the infinite moon desecration, everyone regained their memories and returned to the real space again. But for ordinary people and even ordinary ninjas, they may be more nostalgic for the space of the chakra network. The more perfect world without regrets may be what they want. Especially now, the Konoha village has just experienced the Third Ninja World War. I don't know how many relatives, friends, and comrades died in this battle. There are more than 1 or 2 ninjas and civilians who are full of regrets. After they return to this real world, there will naturally be a greater gap and pain. Some ninjas will even behave very crazy. Zaomi. Why? This is not true. Weren't you still there just now? Someone must have tampered with my memory. This is a performance of the ninja whose lover died in the war after he came to his senses. My hand. When did my hand break? No. No. Damn it, I should be fine. Woo. It was in the war, and the physically disabled ninja was crying loudly at this moment. Child, come back. Why? Why is this just a dream? God, why are you so cruel? That was an old woman, crying while holding the portrait of her child. After waking up from the dream, she saw the portrait of her child and returned to the cold reality. Didn't they say that other people should have beautiful dreams? What did these people experience in the world of infinite moon reading? Why do they feel more miserable than me? Standing on the roof, Urahito looked at the chaotic Konoha village in confusion and felt dizzy. A few ninjas who couldn't stand the stimulation had even gone crazy to the point of going out to the streets to chop people. Where are those Anbu ninjas? The village is so chaotic now. Why didn't anyone from the Anbu and the guards come out? There was a loud rumble nearby, and Obito turned his head in surprise. He was at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory. At this moment, Obito saw that in the area close to the center of the Uchiha clan's territory, there were already ninjas who had let go and used ninjutsu to start a war. What's going on? That man is Uchiha Zyang? He's crazy too? Just when Obito was still puzzled, a voice came from behind him. It's normal. The reason why many people are not afraid of darkness is simply because they haven't seen the light. After seeing hope, it is shattered again. That kind of pain is probably more terrible than despair. As he spoke, the masked man in a black robe with red clouds walked to Obito. Uchiha Zyang. I remember his father and brother died in the Second Ninja World War, and a younger brother seemed to have died while exploring the Rain Country. His wife died in childbirth, and his only son was killed by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I guess he must be living a very happy life in the infinite Tsukuyomi world. His parents are still alive, his brothers are in harmony, he has many children and grandchildren, and they all treat each other as equals. And the better his life was in the dream world, the more painful it was for him to return to this real world, even to the point of wanting to go crazy and destroy the world. The masked man's voice was deep and faintly revealed a bit of indescribable desolation. Urahito was stunned for a moment, but it was just a dream after all, and it was a beautiful dream. Would it have such a big impact? The masked man suddenly sneered and turned to look at Obito. In fact, you just need to think about it the other way around. For example, you are actually in an illusion and a dream now, but the reality is the same as when you were in the infinite moonlight illusion. Do you want to indulge in the illusion, or do you want to return to that reality? Urahito trembled for a moment, recalling the terrible experience in the illusion world, and shook his head violently. Okay, I understand. Sometimes reality can really drive people crazy. Anyway, Urahito felt that if he really experienced those things in the illusion, he would probably not be much stronger than the current Uchiha Zyang. If he was exposed by the infinite moonlight again, he might really want to destroy the world. Amidst the angry screams, the ninja named Uchiha Zyang's chakra boiled all over his body, faintly forming a rib-like shape. The masked man took a look and whispered, to my surprise, after experiencing a nightmare, you were unable to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, but instead, this once unknown person who had a sweet dream possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan. Chapter 148 Discovery and Questioning. The chaos in Konoha village lasted until the next morning, when it was slightly suppressed. Although Uchiha opened the Mangekyou Sharingan, his foundation and strength were not very good. The Susanoo he barely summoned was just a skeleton soldier, and was easily suppressed by Uchiha Fugaku. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku also erupted his Mangekyou Sharingan because of this. Fortunately, the entire ninja world was in chaos, and the top leaders of Konoha had no time to take care of the Uchiha. Not only the Uchiha, but also the Hyuga clan and the Root. There was also a lot of chaos. The Hyuga clan had a caged bird system, and the Root was full of killing machines with no emotions. These people were the most unhappy people in reality. As a result, after experiencing 5 years of happy life, many people were directly stimulated by the sense of gap and went berserk. Several ninjas from the Root simply launched suicide attacks in the Root, and some ninjas from Hyuga directly cut their own necks. Anyway, now the entire Konoha's high-level officials are in a state of panic, because everyone has been infected. Even the ninjas who maintain order, such as the Anbu, have many knots in their hearts. Many Anbu ninjas are addicted to it, and cannot extricate themselves. Even if they can extricate themselves, it will not be successful in a short time. In this case, it is naturally very difficult to rely on the Anbu and the Uchiha Guard, which are the hardest hit areas, to maintain the order of Konoha. In fact, there are not too many ninjas in the whole Konoha who have gone crazy and attacked randomly. There are only 30 or 50 at most. However, because of such a beautiful dream, they are discouraged and self-destructive. The autistic ninjas who have given up on themselves account for almost half of them. The remaining half are also shaken and distracted. In this case, the speed of calming the chaos is of course slowed down a lot. Really? I didn't expect that there would be such a problem with the infinite Tsukuyomi. Looking at the sparsely populated Konoha village, the buildings were shabby, and some places were still emitting green smoke. Vegapunk couldn't help but sigh. He had slightly modified himself and Hancock, and was now strolling in the Konoha village, accompanied by Uchiha Obito, who had changed into regular clothes, and Otsutsuki Kaguya, who had dyed her hair, and wore contact lenses. It stands to reason that, although they had concealed their features, many aspects were still out of tune with ordinary people. In theory, let alone strolling on the main road of Konoha, just walking into Konoha village, it is estimated that the Anbu ninjas and the security team would come to invite them for tea. However, now the four of them have almost gone around the entire Konoha village, but they have not encountered any inspections at all. Most of the ninjas they occasionally saw were absent-minded or discouraged. Even if someone might have noticed that something was wrong with them, they would just glance at them and ignore them. The infinite Tsukuyomi lasted for about 3 hours, but Konoha's development regressed by about 3 or 4 years. Material losses are minor matters, the key is the spiritual shadow, which is estimated to accompany a whole generation. If it weren't for the fact that the infinite Tsukuyomi treated all ninja villages equally, the situation of other ninja villages might be worse than Konoha's now, and I'm afraid that the ninja world war would have started again. Hancock, who was standing next to Vegapunk, took his arm, but her face did not have the arrogance as before. Instead, she said with some empathy, indeed, giving people hope and then destroying them again. After experiencing such a thing, no matter how strong a person is, they will collapse. Even if it's me, if my meeting with my dear is just a dream, then when I wake up from the dream, I will no longer have the courage to live. As a slave of the celestial dragons, Hancock naturally had a very tragic past. In her opinion, if there was no Vegapunk, she should still be a slave in the hands of the celestial dragons. If that were the case, she would rather commit suicide immediately. As for Uchiha Obito standing aside, he was even more depressed, perfectly blending into the atmosphere of Konoha now. To a certain extent, the assumption that Uchiha Obito said to little Obito was his real situation now, so he was the one who really understood this kind of pain the most. Lord Vegapunk, do we still need to carry out the plan of the chakra network now? Seeing the current state of Konoha Ninja Village, Uchiha Obito, who had been silent for a long time, felt sympathetic and asked in a low voice. Of course we have to continue. Otherwise, when will these people recover from their psychological trauma? Vegapunk shrugged and said, besides, now that everyone has memorized the sealing technique, don't think they are still calm. In fact, many of them are waiting for the time to come tonight, and are ready to try to re-enter the infinite moon-redding world. It's just that it's not time yet, and the chakra network hasn't been opened yet, so it's barely maintaining peace now. If the chakra network is closed tonight, the impact will definitely be 10 times worse than it is now. At the beginning, although many people almost went crazy because they couldn't stand the gap between reality and the illusion space, many people also barely calmed down because they knew they could enter the illusion space again. But if the illusion space is closed again this time, it's estimated that the fun will be really big. But I didn't expect the temptation of the infinite moon reading illusion to be so great. I thought that only a few people would be willing to carve a seal array on themselves and enter the chakra network. I didn't expect. In Konoha, the ninjas who choose to enter the chakra network are actually the majority. Vegapunk turned his head and looked around. In his perception, 9 out of the 10 Konoha ninjas who passed by him had the coordinates of the seal array on their bodies. The proportion of ordinary villagers was a little less, but almost 3 out of 10 people had drawn a seal array. If you think about it carefully, you can understand that the tragic Third Ninja World War just ended. With that terrible war, that can be called a meat grinder, the psychological damage caused to these Konoha ninjas can be imagined. Even most of the ninjas have the names of their relatives and friends engraved on the memorial tablet. The psychological pain naturally makes the ninjas need the paralysis of the illusion space more. As for the ordinary villagers of Konoha, they may not have so much pain, but their perseverance is far less than that of the ninjas, and naturally they cannot refuse the temptation of the illusion space. I think if you didn't use the dream weaving function of infinite Tsukuyomi at the beginning, this kind of consequence would not have happened. Urahara said with a wry smile. Vegapunk shook his head. In that case, the chakra network will develop too slowly, but I didn't expect the ninja psychology to be so fragile. Of course, there is another point. Compared with Urahara, Vegapunk doesn't care much about this world. For him, this relatively backward parallel world of Naruto is just an experimental field. It is better to experiment with more things here than to have problems in the world you have developed in the future. Even if you don't consider the emotional factors, the value of the original Naruto world that you have developed for 5 or 6 years is much greater than the current world. Ninja is an extreme group in itself, and their psychology always swings between strong and fragile. Urahara sighed and said, this is not only about these Konoha ninjas, but also about himself. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you doing here in Konoha village? Can you talk to me? Just when Vegapunk and his friends were chatting, they suddenly heard a voice coming from the front. The 4 of them were not surprised. Among them, even Urahara, the weakest, and Vegapunk, the least experienced, were not easy to deal with. Naturally, they had already noticed the ninjas who had been paying attention to them. The one who spoke was a young ninja with blonde hair, giving people a warm feeling like the sun. Behind him, there were 2 young ninjas who were about 13 or 14 years old. One of the young ninjas had silver hair and seemed listless, but in fact, his every move was agile and vigilant towards Vegapunk. He was obviously a rare young elite. The other one wore goggles and had an awkward smile on his face. He put one hand behind his head and rubbed his hair. His eyes drifted, especially not daring to look at Urahara. Needless to say, this was the young Obito. The remaining 2 were Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake. Urahara on Vegapunk's side, although he removed his mask and the black-bottomed red cloud robe on his body and made some changes to his appearance. In fact, neither his voice nor his height and body shape have changed. No matter how stupid little Obito is, he is still a ninja, not like those pirates next door who are mostly prosopag-nosed. In addition, his observation ability has greatly increased after he has the 3 Magatama Sharingan, so he easily recognized the identity of the big Urahara. Not to mention that in the morning, little Urahara had already reported everything between him and the masked man to Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze was also very wary of this group of tailed beasts who took away the major ninja villages and ranked first in the list of terrorists in the ninja world. Now that he learned that the super strong illusion that happened last night was also created by this group of people, he naturally strengthened his vigilance. Then, Minato Namikaze and his 2 companions found Vegapunk and his companions walking around Konoha in a swaggering manner. The group of people were not dressed up carefully at all. Minato Namikaze, who had mastered the specific information, just compared them briefly and recognized them. Vegapunk glanced at Minato Namikaze. Okay. But, are we just going to chat on the street? Minato Namikaze smiled. It's my fault. Everyone, follow me. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze had already turned and left, but at the moment he turned around, the smile on his face had turned into a serious expression. Vegapunk shrugged meaninglessly. He could feel that, although Minato Namikaze appeared very gentle on the outside, he was actually very wary of him and others in his heart. However, Vegapunk didn't care about Minato Namikaze's fear, and the few of them were not afraid of any traps. They walked behind Minato Namikaze in a swaggering manner. In the current situation of Konoha, only Minato Namikaze and the 3rd Hokage can fight a little. At most, they can use some forbidden techniques such as the Shiki ceiling and the 4-symbol ceiling to hold the scene and use their heads to deal with the 4 people of Vegapunk. Minato Namikaze quickly brought the 4 people of Vegapunk to a secluded training ground. Then, at his signal, Hatake Kakashi ran to the periphery to do the guard work. Only the 4 people of Vegapunk, Minato Namikaze and little Obito were left on the field. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath, looked at the leader of the 4 people, Vegapunk, and asked with a serious expression, "Sir, what is your name?" "Just call me Dr. Vegapunk." As for the rest, they are Hancock, Kaguya, and Afei. Vegapunk introduced them casually. He, Hancock, and Kaguya were all easy to deal with, but Uchiha identity was really hard to explain, so Vegapunk casually called Uchiha future codename. Hearing these unfamiliar names, Minato Namikaze just nodded. Then he looked Vegapunk up and down and asked, "Drive Vegapunk, if I'm not mistaken, all the tailed beasts should have been collected by you, right? To be precise, it should be returned to their original owners." Vegapunk said with a smile, and at the same time secretly thought in his heart, anyway, the tailed beasts themselves came from Kaguya Otsutsuki. No matter which world Kaguya Otsutsuki is from, she should have sovereignty over the tailed beasts. Return the tailed beasts to their original owners? Minato Namikaze frowned. He didn't remember that the wild natural disasters such as the tailed beasts had any owners. However, after weighing the difference in strength between the two sides, Minato Namikaze finally did not get entangled in the matter of the tailed beasts. To a certain extent, the fact that there are no tailed beasts in the 5 major ninja villages is actually the same as the fact that there are tailed beasts in the 5 major ninja villages. The real trouble is only the group of people like Vegapunk who collected the tailed beasts, not the tailed beasts themselves. In addition, the Ninetales Jinchuriki is Minato Namikaze's wife. From a selfish point of view, he does not want Uzumaki Kushina to be a Jinchuriki anymore, otherwise even childbirth may be in danger. Naturally, Minato Namikaze is not very concerned about whether the tailed beasts return. Well, let's not talk about the tailed beasts. Then, does what happened last night have anything to do with Dr. Vegapunk? As he spoke, Minato Namikaze secretly prepared the Flying Thunder God technique. He grabbed Uchiha behind him with one hand, revealing a faintly alert expression. Yes, the infinite Tsukuyomi chakra network was made by me personally. Vegapunk glanced at the nervous Minato Namikaze and admitted it without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the other party admitted it so easily. Minato Namikaze's eyes condensed slightly, and his expression was cautious. "So, using this terrible illusion, what exactly do you want to do, Dr. Vegapunk?" Chapter 149, Disagreement and Petrification. A terrible illusion? Vegapunk tilted his head with a half smile on his face. "I don't think this illusion is terrible. It's just to make everyone's dream come true. Is it that scary?" Namikaze Minato frowned and looked at Vegapunk seriously. "Doesn't this incident prove how terrible this illusion is? If it goes on like this, most people in this world will be addicted to this terrible illusion and won't want to wake up at all." The smile on Vegapunk's face slowly faded. He took a serious look at the somewhat excited Namikaze Minato and said lightly, "No, what's terrible is not the illusion at all. The illusion just gives people a perfect life to make up for their regrets. What's really terrible is this world like hell. The fighting in the Naruto world is even more frequent and chaotic than that in the pirate world. The pirate world seems to be in endless chaos, but a big reason for this is that the world government has ruled the sea for 800 years and has reached the limit of the dynasty cycle law, which is why this chaos has occurred. If time goes forward, the pirate world is not a good place, and there are still all kinds of pirates on the sea, but overall, there are definitely not so many wars and chaos in the member countries. But the Naruto world is different. These ninjas seem to be able to start wars rashly for any reason, and they don't take everyone's life seriously. You know, the cruelest ninja era at the beginning has only ended 50 years ago. According to the dynasty cycle law, theoretically, the 5 major countries and 5 major ninja villages that have just been established during this period should be a golden period for recuperation and normal development. Even this 50-year period should be the most peaceful and prosperous period. As a result, these ninjas launched 3 ninja world wars in 50 years, which left the whole world in ruins, and the major ninja villages suffered heavy casualties. Many ninjas cursed the cruelty of war while going to the battlefield without hesitation. If the major ninja villages were to unify the world, Vegapunk could understand it a little bit. After all, even in the dynasty cycle law, there are special eras such as the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. However, in reality, none of the battles between the major ninja villages were for the clear goal of unifying the world. Most of them were just for the sake of competing for interests, or to put it bluntly, just for robbery. There may be some hatred between the major ninja villages, but it is unacceptable to say that these can constitute the real reason for the war. After hearing what Vegapunk said, Namake's Minato's face was a little ugly, but he still tried to refute. Konoha has always been the invaded party. We are just defending our own ninja village. Vegapunk glanced at Namake's Minato with a half smile on his face. But when he saw Vegapunk's expression in the middle of his words, Namake's Minato's face turned red. Although Konoha was the most invaded group, it would be funny to say that it had never interfered with other countries. At least when the Rain country was ambitious to become the 6th largest ninja village, it was Konoha that took the lead in it. Otherwise, why would Hands of the Salamander go against the 3 ninjas? As the 4th Hokage who is now almost certain to be appointed, Minato Namikaze knows a lot about the dark sides of Konoha. He has long known that Konoha is not the savior of the ninja world, and even has as many scandals as other ninja villages. But no matter what, Konoha is his birth village, so he must stand on the side of Konoha. When Minato Namikaze stopped talking, Vegapunk finally said, "What is happening in Konoha has nothing to do with me. I don't think the world is in chaos because of my illusion. If you want me to stop, I think words alone may not be enough. So, will you continue to use this illusion? It seems that I can only knock you down directly." Minato Namikaze took a breath and looked at Vegapunk with a determined look. At this time, the anxious little Uchiha Obito couldn't help it anymore and said hurriedly that, "Minato teacher and seniors, you. Okay, kid, stop talking." The masked man in little Obito's mind, the other Uchiha Obito, spoke directly. Everyone has his own beliefs and paths. When the paths of both parties are inconsistent, then only fists can decide right and wrong. There is only one question now, kid. Which side do you want to choose? Little Obito was dumbfounded, stunned for a while, and finally gritted his teeth. I choose Mizumeng teacher. Big Uchiha Obito was not surprised at all by little Obito's choice. To be precise, the more miserable losers living in reality, the more they look forward to Vegapunk's chakra network illusion space. On the contrary, those who are like Minato Namikaze and the current little Uchiha Obito will definitely choose the current world. Unfortunately, no matter what choice the other side makes, it can't change the facts they have to face. Now, Minato Namikaze and Konohagakure had no idea who they were facing. Facing Minato Namikaze's declaration of war, Vegapunk hadn't spoken yet, but Hancock was the first to stand up. "You ridiculous bug, you dare to be so rude to my husband. Are you ready to die to apologize?" Even though Minato Namikaze was facing a formidable enemy, he couldn't help but reveal a few black lines on his face after hearing Hancock's words. This woman is indeed very beautiful, but her personality is a bit too arrogant, isn't it? However, soon, Minato Namikaze didn't want to complain anymore. Hancock released the chakra in her body at the same time as she walked out. Minato Namikaze felt his eyes go black, his hands and feet became weak, and he almost fainted. As for Uchiha Obito, he was already half kneeling on the ground, panting, and his mind was almost unconscious. "Is this chakra? This is a sun!" Exclamation mark. Even though Minato Namikaze's own perception ability was not strong, he could still feel the overwhelming chakra coming from Hancock, which was beyond imagination. The chakra of the humanoid tolerance in the general ninja world was huge, and it was often called the chakra of the tailed beast. Minato Namikaze, who had fought against the Jinchuriki and even had a Jinchuriki wife, naturally felt how huge the chakra of the tailed beast was. However, in Minato Namikaze's perception, the chakra of Hancock in front of him was a world of difference compared to the Ninetales, which had the most chakra. The terrifying chakra of the Ninetales was just like a drop of water in a lake in front of Hancock. How is it possible? Minato Namikaze's eyes fluctuated, revealing an expression of near despair. This was not because of his poor psychological quality, but because the gap between the two sides was too big. Although chakra cannot truly represent the strength of a ninja, if the chakra in a ninja's body is enough to crush all the chakras in the world, it has completely changed from quantitative change to qualitative change. Even if it is just a fireball, with this amount of chakra, it is enough to be comparable to the power of the tailed beast ball, and it is no problem to blow up half of Konoha at once. With a click, a scream came from the forest in the distance. A moment later, the red-haired Uzumaki Kushina walked out tremblingly, gritting her teeth, and looking at Vegapunk and his group, her body trembling, and her forehead covered with cold sweat. Kushina, what are you doing here? Go back. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina appear, Namake's Minato shouted with a pale face. In fact, Uzumaki Kushina discovered that the speed of Vegapunk and his group was faster than Namake's Minato. After all, she has the Kagura Heart Eye, and she has a natural advantage in finding people. What's more, Uzumaki Kushina is very familiar with the chakras of the 4 people. Even if they have restrained their chakras this time, Uzumaki Kushina can also feel the characteristics of their chakras. However, it was precisely because Hancock and Kagura Otsutsuki had restrained their chakras that Uzumaki Kushina did not show any fear at the beginning. After discovering that Minato Namake's chakra had met the chakra of Vegapunk and others, she hurried here. Although there was Hatake Kakashi guarding the periphery, Kakashi certainly could not stop his master's wife, so at the beginning Uzumaki Kushina also squatted in the woods outside the training ground and watched the situation inside. It was not until the two sides saw that they could not reach an agreement and were about to fight that Uzumaki Kushina was ready to come out to help Minato, but was frightened by the terrifying chakra that Hancock erupted. When she appeared, she did not look like someone who came to fight, but rather like a scared kitten or puppy. However, after hearing what Minato Namake said, Uzumaki Kushina instead plucked up her courage and stood directly beside Minato Namake's, looking at Vegapunk and his group. I won't leave. Minato. At worst, we can all die together. Uzumaki Kushina is a ninja after all, and she is not the heroine in a romance drama who has to drag everyone to death together. It's just that, after she felt Hancock's chakra, she was completely desperate, and she didn't even think that Minato Namake's could create a miracle, so now she just stood with Minato Namake's with the idea of committing suicide for love. Perhaps Minato Namake's also saw what Kushina Uzumaki was thinking. He gritted his teeth slightly, stretched out his hand, and threw out a lot of trident-like kunai. However, Hancock sneered, gently raised one hand, and saw a pink ball of light appear in her hand. Space-time ninjutsu? I just need to cover all the areas, how can you escape? Hancock took the pink ball of light in front of her, and blew it gently. Suddenly, the ball of light turned into a fan-shaped pink light. When the light disappeared, a petrified world appeared in front of her. Land, trees, birds, insects. Kunai. Everything that was illuminated by the pink light had turned into grey stone. This was the sweet fruit that Hancock had developed to an incredible degree with the improvement of strength. Dear, how are you going to deal with them? After turning the 3 ninjas on the opposite side into stone statues, Hancock turned around and asked Vegapunk. Let's do this for now. After a while, when everyone is used to the illusion space, you can remove their petrification. Vegapunk glanced at the 3 stone statues in front of him and said he didn't care about the life and death of these people, but Uchiha Obito, who was working under him now, would not care. Vegapunk therefore gave them a break and allowed them to recover. Of course, the most important thing is that even Minato Namake's is actually insignificant to Vegapunk's plan. Even if he wants to stop them, he will only turn into ashes under the pressure of the general trend. Since you said so, dear, then I will set a petrification time for them. Now my ability has improved again. I can choose permanent petrification and temporary petrification. After more than 10 days, these people will recover. Hancock nodded, responded to Vegapunk's request, and tapped the 3 stone statues slightly. Forget it. Now we know the situation after the infinite moon reading is spread out. Let's leave. Vegapunk said somewhat boredly. Hancock asked in surprise, don't we need to go to other ninja villages and countries to have a look? No. I guess they are all the same. Vegapunk waved his hand. Even if Konoha has a lot of black material, in fact, the national happiness and ninja happiness are already high in this world. If it were other ninja villages, the situation would only be more serious than Konoha. With this experience, Vegapunk will be more cautious in spreading the chakra network in the future in the world of Naruto. At least he will not stimulate a lot of mental illnesses like this time. Vegapunk and his group came and went in a hurry and easily left the Konoha village through space ninjutsu. Hatake Kakashi, who had been on guard outside, did not turn into stone. Under the shock of Hancock's chakra, he had no intention of going up to give himself a head, but went to find reinforcement in a hurry. When Kakashi found the third Hokage who had already started the handover, the third Hokage who was waiting to retire was immediately shocked and immediately ran to the training ground with a group of ninjas. When they arrived at the training ground, everyone saw a fan-shaped petrified area of more than 1,000 meters, as well as the petrified quasi fourth Hokage, the former Ninetales Jinchuriki, and the young Uchiha Obito. All the ninjas were completely helpless against this petrification ninjutsu. Even in the eyes of most ninjas, being petrified should be an irreversible transformation. However, the group of ninjas kept the 3 stone statues in good condition and did not bury them directly. Without caring about the chaos in Konoha today, Vegapunk began to modify and modulate the seal array on the moon after returning to the moon. Unlike the last time when everyone entered their own perfect world separately, this time, Vegapunk was ready to connect everyone. That night, the second wave of Infinite Tsukuyomi arrived as scheduled, but unlike the Infinite Tsukuyomi that only made people dream at the beginning, this time everyone who entered the Infinite Tsukuyomi space came to the same space. Chapter 150 The Tide of the Times. Where is this? Why didn't I enter the Infinite Tsukuyomi time? There's nothing wrong with my memory? In the pure white space, a Konoha ninja spoke nervously. He looked around and found that there were dense crowds of people around him, almost all of whom were ninjas from the Konoha ninja village. These ninjas have all drawn seals on their bodies. The Konoha ninja's face looked a little strange. I didn't expect there were so many people. The Hokage has clearly repeatedly ordered that except for some ninjas on scouting missions, no one else can enter this illusion. Unlike the first Infinite Tsukuyomi, when everyone was easily pulled in, this second Infinite Tsukuyomi has been changed to only ninjas with seals can enter and exit, and even entering the illusion space requires a certain amount of chakra. In order to prevent problems, the leaders of the major ninja villages naturally forbade their ninjas to enter this illusion space, and at most formed some small teams to enter the illusion space in advance to explore. Unfortunately, it seems that there are not many ninjas who really obey their superiors' orders. This Konoha ninja looked around and just estimated in his mind that at least 1/3 of Konoha's ninjas have entered this illusion space. This is troublesome. We will definitely be discovered. No, with so many ninjas entering together, it's no problem, even if they are discovered. This Konoha ninja was a little nervous at first, but immediately realized that the law cannot punish the masses, and quickly recovered his mood. As soon as the nervous mood was relieved, doubts and confusion arose. How did this illusion space become like this time? Isn't it just for people to have a perfect dream? How come all the people in Konoha appeared together? In other words, are these people in the space real? Or is it just a derivative of illusion? Most of the Konoha ninjas looked at each other for a few times and were a little silent. Even though they had many doubts in their hearts and doubted the authenticity of each other, the professional habits of ninjas made them just observe more and did not really communicate. However, among these people, there were ninjas who made different choices. Hatake Kakashi looked around, and there was not much doubt in his eyes. When Uchiha Obito reported to Minato Namikaze, he did not hide it from his good brother. Therefore, he had already prepared for the changes in the illusion space, but it was still a bit unexpected for him that the illusion would become a platform connecting everyone's consciousness. I wonder if I can meet the person who petrified Minato and Obito here. Logically, if he really wants to do something, he will enter this illusion space himself. Hatake Kakashi had just finished thinking in his heart, and suddenly he felt that the light was dim. He quickly raised his head and saw a huge figure in the sky. Then, the figure waved his hand, and a subtle halo fell down, and a piece of information was immediately stuffed into the heads of all the ninjas below. After doing this, the figure in the sky immediately disappeared without a trace, leaving only the original group of ninjas with their eyes closed, looking at the information in their heads. The information was not long. For the ninja, it only took a few minutes to read it. Then everyone really knew the purpose of this space. The chakra network space relies on collecting the chakra of the ninjas entering this space to maintain it. It has various functions based on the chakra surrendered. The first one is the dream fulfilling space of infinite moon dust. It can only be used for 2 hours a day. It can take about 3 years to live in that space. If it is used for a long time, there will be an anti-addiction mode to interrupt it. The second function is to add friends to each other and communicate face to face. As long as two people are willing, even if they are thousands of miles apart in reality, they can still communicate face to face in this chakra network space. Everyone in this space has the ability to move instantly after knowing the coordinates. The third one is the training mode. In this chakra space, any skill training can be carried out, but it is impossible to train abilities such as physical training or chakra nature changes. You can only practice some physical skills and simple chakra form changes, or learn some knowledge. But even so, this space can also make the strength of the ninja take shape in a short time. You must know that the time ratio of both sides is that 1 hour is equivalent to more than 1 year. In addition, there are some other functions, such as conducting ninjutsu research here can ignore all dangers and deaths, and conducting virtual experiments can simulate environments and instruments at will. Of course, many functions require more chakra. It can be said that chakra has become a kind of currency here. What shocked all ninjas the most was that they could learn all the knowledge in the ninja world in this illusion space. You know, Vegapunk once absorbed all the knowledge of a parallel world of Naruto, and it can be said that he knew all the ninjutsu in the entire ninja world. Now, these ninjutsu were released by Vegapunk without hesitation. As long as the contribution is large enough, you can exchange ninjutsu from it at will. Even ninjutsu secrets such as impure world reincarnation, lightning chakra mode, dust release bloodline elimination, etc. can be exchanged from the illusion space. It's just that ordinary ninjutsu is okay. These advanced secret forbidden techniques require personal research by ninjas, and Vegapunk can also use this to collect the wisdom of all ninjas and promote the entire chakra training system. Hatake Kakashi opened his eyes in shock, with an incredible expression on his face, and his heart was filled with panic and excitement. Is this true? So many high-level ninjutsu, or ordinary types of 5-element ninjutsu can be exchanged at will, and can even be directly exchanged for B-level ninjutsu. What exactly does this illusion space want to turn the world into? Hatake Kakashi was still in shock, but ordinary ninjas at this moment could not think so much. They were almost in a state of madness at this moment. Why does the dream space have an anti-addiction mode? I just want to stay in that space forever. Can the skills practiced in the illusion space be brought to the real space synchronously? That's amazing. Doesn't this mean that my practice for one night is almost the same as a year's practice? The practice method of magnetic escape, the super light and heavy rock technique, these are all secrets of the major ninja villages. After learning these ninjutsu, I can also become a jonin, and even make a name for myself in the ninja world. But what are contribution points? It requires personal research and insights on ninjutsu. It can't be completely replaced by chakra. Not bad. Even for ninjutsu such as the flying thunder god technique and the spiritualization technique, the contribution points required are not too many. An improved version of the A-level ninjutsu, or a B-level ninjutsu developed by yourself will do. Ordinary A-level ninjutsu can be exchanged by improving some C-level ninjutsu effects. This is much easier than us working hard to complete tasks in the ninja village to exchange for ninjutsu. Looking at the now almost bustling illusion space, Vegapunk, who was standing in the air invisibly, nodded. Yes, that's it. All ninjas, roll up. If you don't roll up, how can you promote the progress of civilization? How can you promote the research of chakra and ninjutsu? How can I accumulate more research data? When a large number of ninjas and ordinary people woke up from the illusion space again the next day, they brought information that was enough to make all the high-ranking officials of the ninja villages feel explosive. No, to be precise, it brought not only information, but also powerful strength that was enough to scare all the high-ranking officials of the ninja villages. As long as they were not the kind of ninjas who were completely obsessed with the dream space, they basically learned and practiced some ninjutsu. Although their physical chakra and other things did not change, their combat effectiveness was at least doubled. Some ninjas with strong chakra and some talent could even jump from genin to the level of special jonin. In the training ground, the third Hokage smoked his pipe and looked at Hatake Kakashi, who turned into a flash of lightning and whizzed back and forth in the training ground. His eyes showed a serious look. Kakashi's whole body was emitting a faint blue flame. That was not a simple way of stimulating the body with lightning chakra, but a secret ninjutsu from the Cloud Ninja village, the lightning chakra mode. This secret ninjutsu has always been the lifeblood of the Cloud Ninja village. Ordinary Cloud Ninjas practiced the castrated version. Only the successive generations of Thunder Shadows of the Cloud Ninja village could practice the full version. It can be called the secret of the secret. However, it now appeared in Kakashi, a Konoha ninja. Not only that, Kakashi waved his hand casually, and the original Chidori ninjutsu condensed into one, and the sizzling sound like a bird's cry turned into a low buzzing sound. On the training ground, several tough rock targets were cut in half in an instant just by lightly touching them. That was the S-level ninjutsu, that was sublimated from the A-level ninjutsu Chidori, Reikiri. After that, the lightning on Kakashi's body suddenly became stronger. The lightning that was originally attached to the palm of his hand turned into a long spear of light, which pierced through a huge wooden stake dozens of meters away with a squeak. Under the sweep, the wooden stake with a diameter of 3 to 5 meters was immediately cut in half. The Chidori style, which was cultivated to the extreme, was another S-level ninjutsu derived from the Chidori style. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Kakashi has now leaped from a mediocre and even a little reluctant Jonin strength due to his age to the limit of an elite Jonin. If it weren't for the influence of physical development, the hardware such as strength, speed, physique and chakra volume could not keep up. Kakashi would have been a cage level ninja now. Even if he is not yet, in 2 or 3 years, Kakashi, who is about 15 or 16 years old and has completed his development, can step into the cage level. During this period, Kakashi does not even need to make any further training progress, as long as his body matures. And all this was just because Kakashi entered a night chakra network illusion space. The third Hokage frowned even more tightly, took a deep puff of cigarette, and complained in his heart, how could he have such an unlucky era? Moreover, the promising successor had also turned into stone, and it was unknown whether he could recover or not. However, when Kakashi stopped moving and came in front of the third Hokage had regained his previous expression and said with a smile on his face, "You are improving very fast, Kakashi." Kakashi shook his head, his voice a little low. "That world is too magical, otherwise, I would not be able to improve at this speed. Hokage, what should we do next?" The third Hokage sighed. Even if he didn't want to show weakness in front of the ninjas of Konoha, he still felt a little powerless. "Now, we can probably only lift the ban and let everyone have the opportunity to enter the so-called chakra network space." But Kakashi's face looked a little bad. "If so, it will definitely cause a lot of chaos. What kind of impact will it have if so many ninjas become stronger through the illusion space? Not just Konoha, Kakashi." The third Hokage shook his head and stated the reason why he did this. "The illusion space covers the entire world. Except for Konoha, anyone in the world can enter this space, and everyone can get power from this space. In other words, in the future, not only the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages, but also any blacksmith, farmer, or fisherman who looks like an ordinary person may have powerful strength. If we, Konoha, are unwilling to enter the illusion space, then we can only continue to fall behind in this competition, and finally, be completely swallowed up by the tide of the times." The third Hokage took a breath, and took another puff of cigarette and continued, "And, even if I issue a ban now, what effect will it have? You know, yesterday, when the chakra network space had not yet shown so many powerful functions and only had one dream-making ability, nearly 1/3 of the Konoha ninjas did not listen to the orders of him, the Hokage, and secretly carved a seal array on their bodies, and then entered the chakra network space. Now that the chakra network has launched so many new functions, the temptation to everyone has increased several times. It is conceivable how much effect his current ban will have. Moreover, if he continued to restrict his ninjas with bans, those ninjas who disobeyed the bans would grow faster, and those ninjas who were more loyal to him would fall behind. In this case, the third Hokage's control over Konoha would decline. In this case, it would be better to let them go. On the one hand, it would conform to the ideas of the lower level ninjas, and on the other hand, it would be possible to legitimately organize a large number of ninjas to explore the chakra network world. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.